angels, not humans, but people do not always act on the basis of love, and they often destroy the common. Is it not more realistic, then, rather than assuming that humans are fundamentally good, to conceive of them as fundamentally evil? Indeed, such a realist or, really, pessimistic position is the dominant view in Euro-Atlantic political philosophy, from Thomas Hobbes's notion of a war of all against all to Helmuth Plessner's proposition of a political anthropology in which humans are characterized by potentially unlimited intraspecies aggressiveness. 1. From this perspective, a political anthropology based on love, which does not take into account the evil that lurks in human hearts, is naive at best. Believing that people are what we want them to be and that human nature is fundamentally good is dangerous, in fact, because it undermines the political and conceptual tools necessary to confront and restrain evil. By focusing instead on how dangerous humans are, such authors maintain, and specifically on how human nature is characterized by discord, violence, and conflict, such a theory can treat this evil, contain it, and thereby construct a society that holds evil in check. We agree that a realist perspective, with its mandate for political thought to understand humanity as it is, not as we want it to be, is extremely important. Humans are not naturally good. In the terms we developed in the last chapter, this corresponds to the ambivalence of the common and love, that is, the fact that they can take negative as well as positive forms. And furthermore, the spontaneous actions of a multitude of people, as we said, are not necessarily anti-systemic or oriented toward liberation. In fact, people often struggle for their servitude, as Spinoza says, as if it were their salvation. 2. The problem with the pessimistic conceptions of political anthropology, however, is that after justly dismissing any fundamental goodness, they pose evil as an equally fundamental, invariable element of human nature. Evil is posed by some in religious terms as transcendent, sin, for example, and by others as a transcendental element, a radical evil that marks a limit of human society. St. Paul manages to grasp these two formulations in a single verse: I would not have known sin except through law, Romans 7:7. If evil is radical, then one must try to neutralize and contain it, even if evil and sin are recognized as necessary illusions that result from the sleep of reason, as Kant says, they must be regulated. The form of law, and thus the practices and theoretical mechanisms that grant law the function of controlling the entire set of social behaviors according to a priori norms, has always in this metaphysical frame constituted the transcendental complement of an ontology of radical evil. 3. In most political discussions, though, metaphysical foundations are not required. The evil in human nature is simply confirmed empirically. Look at all the evil that humans have done and continue to do every day: the wars, the cruelty, the suffering. This amounts to something like a secular theodicy. Can humans be good when there is so much evil in the world and when they so often act in evil ways? Whether on religious, philosophical, or empirical basis, then, pessimistic political anthropologies treat evil as an invariant feature of human nature, which must be constantly restrained and contained in society. What we are confronting here, though, is a poorly posed question. It is a mistake to ask whether human nature is good or evil, first of all, because good and evil are contingent evaluations, not invariants. They are judgments that arise after the exercise of the will. Spinoza, for example, like Nietzsche after him, explains that humans do not strive for something because they deem it good but instead deem it good because they strive for it. Foucault poses Spinoza's point in more clearly political terms when he claims, in a debate with Noam Chomsky, that the question of just war in this case arises only after political action. The proletariat does not make war on the ruling class because it considers that war just, but rather considers class war just because it wants to overthrow the ruling class. For to say that good and evil, like just and unjust, are relative terms that depend on relations of force is not to say that they do not exist, but rather simply that they are not fixed, invariable foundations. Whether human nature is good or evil is a poorly posed question also because basing the analysis of political anthropology on invariance of any sort leads to a dead end. The question is not what invariant defines human nature, in other words, but what human nature can become. The most important fact about human nature, if we still want to call it that, is that it can be and is constantly being transformed. A realist political anthropology must focus on this process of metamorphosis. This brings us back to the issue of making the multitude through organization and self-transformation. Questions of good and evil can only be posed after the making of the multitude is initiated, in the context of its project. By arguing against the fixity of evil in human nature, we do not intend to make it impossible to use the term. Evil does exist. We see it all around us. But the problem of evil has to be posed in such a way that its genealogy can be understood, thereby giving us a key to combating it. The pessimistic view of political anthropology registers the existence of evil, but by treating it as an invariant blocks any attempt to understand its genesis. Evil just is. Our proposition for political anthropology is to conceive of evil as a derivative and distortion of love and the common. Evil is the corruption of love that creates an obstacle to love, or to say the same thing with a different focus, evil is the corruption of the common that blocks its production and productivity. Evil thus has no originary or primary existence but stands only in a secondary position to love. We spoke earlier of corruptions of love in racisms, nationalisms, populisms, and fascisms, and we similarly analyzed not only the destruction of the common through capitalist expropriation and privatization but also institutionalized corruptions of the common in the family, the corporation, and the nation. This double position of evil as corruption and obstacle presents us with some initial criteria for our investigation. Having posed the problem of evil in this way allows us to return to Spinoza's conception, which served us as the model for a politics of love. We should start with this typically Spinozian geometrical sequence. At the level of sensations he identifies a striving, conatus, of and for life. This striving is built upon and directed in desire, cupiditas, which functions through the affects, and desire in turn is strengthened and affirmed in love, amor, which operates in reason. The movement of the sequence involves not negation. Striving is not negated by desire, or desire by love, but rather a progressive accumulation, such that desire and love are increasingly powerful strivings for life. This process is immediately political since the object of all the terms of the sequence is the formation of collective social life and, more generally, the constitution of the common. Since fear of solitude exists in all men, Spinoza writes, because no one in solitude is strong enough to defend himself, and procure the necessaries of life, it follows that men naturally aspire to the civil state, nor can it happen that men should ever utterly dissolve it. 5. This passage resembles those of other 17th and 18th century authors who theorize the negation of the state of nature in the formation of society, but the key difference is that Spinoza poses this as a positive, cumulative progression. The striving toward freedom and the common resides at the most basic level of life, then desire sets in motion the construction of the common, and finally love consolidates the common institutions that form society. Human nature is not negated but transformed in the sequence. Spinoza, however, is the ultimate realist. He recognizes that the social construction of the common through love does not function unimpeded and that humans are the authors of the obstacles. On the surface his explanation is that humans create these impediments and evil in general out of ignorance, fear, and superstition. Since to combat evil, then, one must overcome ignorance and fear and destroy superstition, education in the truth of the intellect and the correct exercise of the will are the antidotes to evil. But any Stoic could tell us that Spinoza's difference resides at a deeper level where the education or training of the mind and body are grounded in the movement of love. He does not conceive evil, as does Augustine, for stance, as a privation of being, nor does he pose it as a lack of love. Evil instead is love gone bad, love corrupted in such a way that it obstructs the functioning of love. Consider ignorance, fear, and superstition, then, not just as the lack of intelligence but as the power of intelligence turned against itself, and equally the power of the body distorted and blocked. And since love is ultimately the power of the creation of the common, evil is the dissolution of the common or, really, its corruption. This gives us a Spinozian explanation for why at times people fight for their servitude as if it were their salvation, why the poor sometimes support dictators, the working classes vote for right-wing parties, and abused spouses and children protect their abusers. Such situations are obviously the result of ignorance, fear, and superstition, but calling it false consciousness provides meager tools for transformation. Providing the oppressed with the truth and instructing them in their interests does little to change things. People fighting for their servitude is understood better as the result of love and community gone bad, failed, and distorted. The first question to ask when confronting evil, then, is, what specific love went bad here? What instance of the common has been corrupted? People are powerfully addicted to love gone bad and corrupt forms of the common. Often, sadly, these are the only instances of love and the common they know. In this context it makes sense that Spinoza thinks of ethics in a medical framework curing the ills of the body and mind, but more important, identifying how our intellectual and corporeal powers have been corrupted, turned against themselves, become self-destructive. Maybe this ethical and political therapeutic model explains why Freud was so fascinated by Spinoza. But this is not only a therapeutic model. Ethics and politics come together in an ontology of force, which eliminates the separation between love and force that so many metaphysical, transcendental, and religious perspectives try to enforce. From a materialist perspective instead, love is the propositional and constituent key to the relationship between being and force, just as force substantiates love's powers. Marx, for example, speaks of the winning smiles of matter and its sensuous, poetic glamour, writing, in Bacon and in the Renaissance in general materialism still holds back within itself in a naive way the germs of a many-sided development. These forms of matter are forces of being, endowed with an impulse, a vital spirit, attention, even a torment of matter. 6. There is something monstrous in the relationship between love and force. But that monstruum, the overflowing force that embodies the relationship between self and others, is the basis of every social institution. We have already seen how Spinoza opposes the development of institutions in the movement from the materiality of conatus or striving all the way to rational, divine love, composing isolated singularities in the multitude. We find something similar, albeit from a completely different perspective, in Wittgenstein's Meditations on Pain, which is incommunicable except through constructing a common linguistic experience and, ultimately, instituting omen forms of life. Spinozian solitude and Wittgensteinian pain, which are both signs of a lack of being, push us toward the common. Force and love construct together weapons against the corruption of being and the misery it brings. 7. Love is thus not only an ontological motor, which produces the common and consolidates it in society, but also an open field of battle. When we think of the power of love, we need constantly to keep in mind that there are no guarantees, there is nothing automatic about its functioning and results. Love can go bad, blocking and destroying the process. The struggle to combat evil thus involves a training or education in love. To clarify, then, we should individuate and bring together 3 operations or fields of activity for the power of love. First, and primarily, the power of love is the constitution of the common and ultimately the formation of society. This does not mean negating the differences of social singularities to form a uniform society, as if love were to mean merging in unity, but instead composing them in social relation and in that way constituting the common. But since the process of love can be diverted toward the production of corrupt forms of the common, since love gone bad creates obstacles that block and destroy the common, in some cases reducing the multiplicity of the common to identity and unity, in others imposing hierarchies within common relations. The power of love must also be, second, a force to combat evil. Love now takes the form of indignation, disobedience, and antagonism. Exodus is one means we identified earlier of combating the corrupt institutions of the common, subtracting from claims of identity, fleeing from subordination and servitude. These two first guises of the power of love, its powers of association and rebellion, its constitution of the common and its combat against corruption, function together in the third, making the multitude. This project must bring the process of Exodus together with an organizational project aimed at creating institutions of common. And all three of these guises are animated by the training or building of the multitude. There is nothing innate or spontaneous about love going well and realizing the common in lasting social forms. The deployment of love has to be learned and new habits have to be formed through the collective organization of our desires, a process of sentimental and political education. Habits and practices consolidated in new social institutions will constitute our now transformed human nature. It should be clear at this point that love always involves the use of force, or, more precisely, that the actions of love are themselves deployments of force. Love may be an angel, but if so, it is an angel armed. We saw earlier that the constitutive power of love and its creation of the common imply what we might call an ontological force involved in the production of being, the production of reality. The combative figure of love's force becomes clearer, though, when we focus on the revolt against an exodus from hierarchical institutions and the corruptions of the common. And furthermore, making the multitude and forming its institutions of the common entail what might be called a constituent political force. But really these three forces of love are not separate. They are merely different guises of love's power. The link between love and force, we should be clear, does not come with any guarantees either. We know that the racial, patriarchal, identitarian, and other corruptions of love are not lacking in force. In fact, they often wield a surplus of force as if to cover over their deviation from love's dedication to the common. Is the force of love, then, indistinguishable from the force of its corruptions? No, worrying about the use of force in this way is a false scrupulousness. We can easily enumerate several criteria available for distinguishing love's force. First, the content of the link between love and force is the common, which composes the interaction of singularities in processes of social solidarity and political equality. Second, the direction of love's force is oriented toward the freedom of those singularities. Third, the organizational forms of this exercise of force are always open, constitutive, and horizontal, such that every time it is solidified in fixed vertical relations of power, love exceeds it and overflows its limits, reopening organization again to the participation of all. Fourth, the relation between love and force is legitimate in the consensus of singularities and the autonomy of each, in a relationship of reciprocity and collective self-rule. Fifth, this force is always directed toward consolidating this process in institutions that can allow it to continue ever more powerfully. The list could go on. The real difficulties are not at the conceptual level of distinguishing criteria but in the political field where we must conduct the battle. Even when we understand clearly the powers of love and its corruptions, even when we face with open eyes the evil in our societies, the love gone bad and the corrupt forms of the common to which we and others are addicted, there is no guarantee of success. Giacomo Leopardi, in his famous poem Lentiginestra, captures the fragility of love and the singularities struggling in common against the seemingly ineluctable destiny of death and destruction. The looming volcano Vesuvius towers above threateningly, but the delicate flowers of the Scotch broom continue indefatigably to push up its slopes. It would be easy to enter the struggle if we were guaranteed victory beforehand. Leopardi celebrates the fact that love constantly battles, regardless of the enormity of the forces stacked against us. Victory is possible and fear of the volcano defeated only when hope is organized to construct human community. 8. Finally, Let us return to the pessimistic political anthropologies we set out from in order to emphasize the political difference marked by our conception of evil and the means to combat it. Even among authors whose work is very close to ours, we recognize a recent tendency to link a notion of evil as an invariant of human nature to a politics aimed at restraining evil. One fascinating occasion for developing this line of reasoning is a passage in Paul's epistles that proposes the figure of the Katechon, the one that restrains. The Katechon, Paul explains, restrains the lawless one, a satanic figure, and thus holds off the apocalypse until its proper time, 2 Thessalonians 2:1-12. This mysterious restrainer has generally been interpreted in Christian theology as a sovereign power, and the early Christian era Tertullian identifies the Katechon as the Roman Empire, and in the 20th century Carl Schmidt proposes that it is a Christian empire. Regardless of the specific referent, these authors concur that the Katechon is a lesser evil that protects us against a greater one. This notion corresponds perfectly to the implications of a pessimistic political anthropology. If we accept that evil or intraspecies aggressiveness or some such element is an invariant of human nature, then restraining evil will be one if not the central task of politics, limiting us to a politics of the lesser evil. 9. Our conception of evil as a corruption of an obstacle to love in the creation of the common leads instead to a politics of not restraining but combating evil. Since evil is secondary to love, we are not limited to external containment but have access to its inner mechanisms. Love is the battlefield for the struggle against evil. Moreover, the primacy of love indicates the power we have in this fight. If evil were primary, we would be helpless against it. We would need to trust in an empire to restrain it and hold death at bay. But since evil derives from love, the power of evil is necessarily less. Love is stronger than death. Thus acting through love we have the power to combat evil. Such a politics of love has no need to accept the rule of a lesser evil. This is not to say we should imagine we can defeat evil once and for all. No, the corruptions of love and the common will continue. What it means, though, is that the battle is ours to fight and win. In the second half of this book, from this point on, we seek to discover within the movements of the multitude the mechanisms of the common that produce new subjectivity and form institutions. But before leaving this discussion we should consider one terrible historical experience of the relation between love and force and the socialist and Bolshevik conceptions of the party. The premise is rational and understandable. Nothing is possible when we are isolated, and only unity makes effective and multiplies the value of indignation and individual revolt. Militants thus go forward hand in hand to create a compact group, armed with knowledge and passion. That would be the spark to transform society. The conclusion, though, is false. Surreptitiously but implacably the party's determinations of norms and measures, its decisions, even the right to life and death, become separated from the experience of the movements and absorbed by the logic of capitalist alienation, turning bureaucratic and tyrannical. What should give force to multiplicity is transformed into the violence of identity. Unity is projected as a transcendent value, and the slogan of revolution serves to corrupt the common. No, the party will not defeat evil. Today the memory of that corruption only pushes us further to discover a force to combat evil. And perhaps the great day will come when a people, distinguished by wars and victories and by the highest development of a military order and intelligence, and accustomed to make the heaviest sacrifices for these things, will exclaim of its own free will, "We break the sword," and will smash its entire military establishment down to its lowest foundations. Friedrich Nietzsche, human, all too human. We shall run the world's business whether the world likes it or not. The world can't help it and neither can we, I guess. Joseph Conrad, Nostromo. Let the dead bury the dead. The most significant event of the first decade of the new millennium for geopolitics may be the definitive failure of unilateralism. At the end of the last millennium a genuinely new global situation had emerged, which set in motion new processes of governance and began to establish new structures of global order. A new empire was being formed that was qualitatively different from the previously existing imperialisms, which had been based primarily on the power of nation-states. Instead of engaging directly the formation of empire, however, the dominant forces on the global scene, the US government in particular, denied and repressed the novelty, conjuring up specters from the past, forcing dead figures of political rule to stumble across the stage and replay outdated dreams of grandeur. Ambitions of imperialist conquest, nationalist glory, unilateral decision-making, and global leadership were all revived, with horrifyingly real violence. Within the United States, where these fantasies were most powerful, what had seemed in the past to be alternatives, isolationism, imperialism, and internationalism, were resuscitated and woven together, turning out merely to be different faces of the same project, all stitched together with the thread of US exceptionalism. It took only a few years, though, for these ghostly figures to collapse in a lifeless heap. The financial and economic crisis of the early 21st century delivered the final blow to US imperialist glory. By the end of the decade there was general recognition of the military, political, and economic failures of unilateralism. There is no choice now but to confront head-on the formation of empire. The decade put an end to dreams of a unipolar world. The conventional narrative of international relations scholars is that the 20th century witnessed a major transformation from a multipolar world ruled by a set of dominant nation-states which traces its roots back to the Peace of Westphalia but emerged in truly global form through the European, US, and Japanese imperialist projects to the bipolar world defined by the two Cold War superpowers. The collapse of the Soviet Union and the end of the Cold War opened an alternative, in the minds of many scholars and policymakers, between a return to some form of multipolarity or the creation of a unipolar system centered on the United States, the sole superpower, a single imperialist with no competitors or peers. The attempt and failure to establish US hegemony and unilateral rule in the course of the decade, however, proved the vision of a unipolar world to be an illusion. At this point even the strategists of US power are beginning to recognize that what the collapse of unipolarity signals is not a return to any previous bipolar or multipolar arrangement but the emergence of a new order. At first glance, explains Richard Haass, former Director of Policy Planning at the US State Department. The world today may appear to be multipolar. The major powers China, the European Union, EU, India, Japan, Russia, and the United States contain just over half the world's people and account for 75% of global GDP and 80% of global defense spending. Appearances, however, can be deceiving. Today's world differs in a fundamental way from one of classic multipolarity. There are many more power centers, and quite a few of these poles are not nation-states. Indeed, one of the cardinal features of the contemporary international system is that nation-states have lost their monopoly on power and in some domains their preeminence as well. States are being challenged from above, by regional and global organizations, from below, by militias, and from the side, by a variety of non-governmental organizations, NGOs, and corporations. Power is now found in many hands and in many places. According to Haass, therefore, none of the conventional geometries unipolar, bipolar, or multipolar adequately describes the emerging global order. The principal characteristic of 21st century international relations, he continues, is turning out to be nonpolarity, a world dominated not by one or two or even several states but rather by dozens of actors possessing and exercising various kinds of power. This represents a tectonic shift from the past too. It has now become uncontroversial, even commonplace, to pose the contemporary global order, which has in fact been forming since the end of the Cold War, as characterized by a distribution of powers, or more precisely a form of network power, which requires the wide collaboration of dominant nation-states, major corporations, supranational economic and political institutions, various NGOs, media conglomerates, and a series of other powers. It is quickly becoming common sense, in other words, that the problem of the 21st century is the problem of empire. 3. Was it a lost decade, then? After this detour through resurrected imperialist adventures and unilateral pretenses, which perfected the imperialist machine only to demonstrate its definitive obsolescence, are we right back where we were before? We need to look a bit more closely at the failures of unilateralism and the impossibility of multilateralism to see how the formation of empire has proceeded through this process, both how its shape has clarified and how it has moved in new directions. The attempt to create a unipolar order centered on the United States was really a coup d'état within the global system, that is, a dramatic subordination of all the aristocratic powers of the emerging imperial order, such as the other dominant nation-states and the supranational institutions, in order to elevate the monarchical power of the United States. The coup d'état was an effort to transform the emerging form of empire back into an old imperialism, but this time with only one imperialist power. The primary events and ultimate failure of the coup have by now been thoroughly chronicled by journalists and scholars. Plans for a new American century were in place well before the attacks on the World Trade Center and the Pentagon on September 11, 2001, but every coup needs a trigger, a catastrophic event that legitimates taking the reins of power. The rhetoric of a war on terror justified a state of emergency in the imperial system, and the coup was set in motion in the attempt to concentrate the powers of the global order in the hands of the United States, establishing unilateral control, raising or lowering the status of nation-states according to their alignment with the will of Washington, undermining the capacities and autonomy of the international and supranational institutions, and so forth. And the emerging imperial system was imposed a central authority through which all global decisions were to pass. The invasions and occupations of Afghanistan and Iraq were the centerpiece, but the coup also involved a series of economic and political operations at various levels in the global system. Military failures were thus the most visible but by no means the only measure of the collapse of the coup. From this perspective, then, it is not true, as so many tirelessly repeat, that everything changed on September 11. The rhetoric of a historic break facilitated the forces of the coup, but we can see clearly now, after the coup has failed and the dust cleared, that the attacks and the subsequent unilateralist adventures, however horrifying and tragic, were not in fact moments of radical change but steps in the formation of empire. 4. It is no coincidence that in the heady early days of the coup some of the planners and supporters began to sing the praises of past imperialist formations, especially those of the United States and Britain. Whereas for several decades the term imperialist had functioned as an insult across the political spectrum almost comparable to the accusation of fascist, suddenly a small but significant group of pundits and politicians publicly embraced imperialism. Others, even when shying away from using the term, resurrected all the conventional apologies for imperialism, its ability to remake the global environment, its civilizing influence, its moral superiority, and so forth. More prudent scholars and policy makers accepted as given the coup d'état and its success but warned against its excesses and sought to make its reign more humane and long-lasting. Typical of this effort were the various discussions of hegemony that cautioned against the dangers of relying too heavily on hard power and recommended strong doses of soft power. 5. Running throughout these various positions, however, despite their differences, was an imperialist conception of political order. The visionaries most dedicated to the coup and most convinced of its success were the so-called neoconservatives, a much publicized group of journalists, pseudo-academics, and government officials who have a strong presence in the mainstream and conservative sectors of the US media. These ideologues are idealists in the sense that they share a vision of a global political order in which the United States holds overwhelming power, unilaterally decides political issues for other nations, and thereby guarantees global peace. And they are equally apocalyptic, warning about the dire consequences of not following their dictates. There is no middle way for Americans in the war on terror, write David Frum and Richard Pearl ominously. It is victory or Holocaust. 6. These ideologues are fundamentally against empire, against, that is, collaboration with the wide network of powers and the emerging imperial formation and for imperialism. THEIR war cry, in effect, is imperialism or death. Though long on vision, neoconservatives are remarkably short on substance. In their hubris they pay little attention to the necessary basis for exercising imperialist power and maintaining unilateral hegemony. Their plans rely heavily on military power, but they fail to invent or develop new military capacities, putting their faith simply in a strategic transformation, as we will see in the next SEC. They show astonishingly little concern, furthermore, for economic planning. At times they ally themselves with proponents of neoliberal economics, but that remains peripheral to their vision. The essence of their agenda is political, establishing and exercising the unilateral capacity of the United States to shape the global environment, to organize and dictate global political affairs. Even in the political realm, though, neoconservatives disregard the need to gain moral and political authority. They seem to take for granted that nation-states and other significant powers will unquestioningly consent to the wishes of Washington. The neoconservatives, in short, strike the pose of the great British imperialists of a bygone era, but without the substance to support their dreams, without the force to maintain domination or the consent to sustain hegemony, they strike only a farcical figure. 7. They embarked on a very strange project, to assert hegemony without concern for, and even scorning the necessary prerequisites for, that hegemony itself. After the failure of the coup d'état became apparent, the neoconservatives scattered into separate camps. The most intelligent and most opportunistic try to save their careers by shifting their positions, for example, reasserting the power of nation-states for global order and claiming they never really agreed with the coup in the first place. The hardliners instead remain convinced of the vision and simply blame the Bush administration or others for carrying it out poorly, focusing most often on military errors made in Iraq. 8. The coup did not, of course, fail only because of incompetence. U.S. unilateralism and its imperialist projects were already dead before the coup forced them to their feet to thrash about for a few bloody years. Perhaps the neoconservative ideologues are the adequate gravediggers for an ideology that was already defunct. One other oddly symmetrical historical anomaly of this period is the explosion of scholarly and popular books on the left that analyzed the coup as a return to imperialism. For a couple of years, roughly from 2003 to 2005, such books dominated the shelves of bookstores. There is no new world order, they explain, no new form of empire, and thus, what a relief, no need for new concepts and theories. Global order and domination continue to be defined, as they were throughout the 20th century, by U.S. imperialism. These arguments are correct on the surface, of course, since the coup was indeed an attempt to resurrect imperialism, but profoundly mistaken in substance. The tradition of dead generations still weighs like a nightmare on the brain of the living. In effect, these scholars were duped by the boasting of the instigators of the coup, accepting at face value their resurrected figures and pretenses to imperialist power. Such theories of a new, or not so new, U.S. imperialism are really an inverted repetition of U.S. exceptionalism, such that the United States is an exception here, not, as the U.S. celebrants and apologists would have it, because of its virtue and vocation for freedom and democracy, but rather because of its will to dominate, and moreover, since many nation-states share that will, its power to do so. The time has come, though, to let the dead bury the dead. 9. The exhaustion of U.S. hegemony. NOW that the coup d'état has failed and the attempt to establish the unilateral control of the United States over global affairs has been all but aborted. We need to detail the breakdown in military, economic, political, and moral affairs in order to analyze the current state in which this leaves the imperial system. The military failure is most visible and dramatic. The invasion of Afghanistan and the quick collapse of the Taliban government were really only a prelude. Iraq would be the proving ground where the United States demonstrates it can go it alone, in defiance of the United Nations and some of its primary traditional allies. Baghdad is conquered quickly with little resistance, forces of the United States and its allies spread throughout the national territory, and a U.S. occupying administration is established. By the summer of 2003, the mission has been accomplished, unilateral military power has proved its effectiveness, and the coup d'état seems to stand on firm ground. The victor starts looking around for new arenas, Syria, Iran, in which to exert its power. Over the course of the next few years, however, the presumed military victory is swept away, at first with drips and drops of razies. Tents to the occupation forces, then periodic showers, and finally massive downpours. Afghanistan, which was once reported to be successfully under the control of the occupying forces and the appointed government, is soon revealed to be rocked by serious conflicts. In Iraq, the occupying military forces and their counterparts in the newly created Iraqi government are forced into the position of the boy with his finger in the dike. As death tolls rise, so do the possibilities of a flood and unrestricted civil war. The eventual surge of U.S. forces and decline of violence in Iraq cannot change the fact that has been revealed. On the proving ground of Iraq, unilateral military power has not demonstrated its ability to create and guarantee global order but has, on the contrary, shown its complete inability to do so. Even if the United States eventually declares victory, unilateralism was defeated in Iraq. In retrospect, the failure in Iraq highlights two well-established truths of military thought. The first demonstrates the necessary size and composition of a conquering and occupying army. A primary element of the unilateral project in Iraq was the military strategy often referred to as the Revolutionary and Military Affairs, RMA, or Defense Transformation. This strategy, which was most publicly supported at the time by U.S. Secretary of Defense Donald Rumsfeld, often against the objections of generals and the military establishment, is based on two primary strategic innovations: reducing troop levels through the coordinated use of information and weapons technologies in combat, and reorganizing military formations to make them lighter, more mobile, and more flexible. The 2003 victory of Baghdad and the seeming success of this strategy briefly inspired dreams of cyborg and robot armies that could vanquish enemies with no soldiers lost, no U.S. soldiers, that is. As Iraqi resistance grew, however, the effectiveness of the strategy was quickly undermined. It became obvious that the relatively small army organized in technologically equipped mobile units is a powerful offensive weapon but unable to defend established positions, or rather, in journalistic jargon, it can win the war but not the peace. The traditional view that occupations require large numbers returned as common sense. By early 2007, with Rumsfeld ousted as Secretary of Defense, the U.S. government effectively abandons the core strategies of the Revolutionary and Military Affairs and begins instead a dramatic escalation of troops in Iraq. 10. Second traditional military view reconfirmed by the defeat in Iraq highlights the vast difference in subjectivity on the two sides of conflict. Armed resistance, particularly armed resistance against an occupying army, is a terrific engine of the production of subjectivity. The occupation creates an extraordinary willingness among Iraqis to risk harm and death, sometimes taking horrible, barbaric forms. It teaches us, once again, that the presence of the occupier is sufficient to produce resistance. For the occupying army, however, there is no such production of subjectivity, regardless of all the ideological campaigns to link the war to the September 11 attacks and, more generally, to create terrorism or radical Islam as a unified global enemy. At certain points in the past, patriotism enabled a production of subjectivity that could support a foreign war effort, but today the effectiveness of that mechanism is limited. Occupying armies now tend, in one way or another, to be populated by mercenaries. Machiavelli recognized long ago the superiority of a people in arms to any mercenary army because of the production of subjectivity that drives it. No technological advantage will ever address that subjective imbalance. These two obstacles for U.S. unilateralist military strategy, the limitations of technological transformations and the imbalance in subjectivity, coincide powerfully in urban warfare. Military strategists are well aware that insurgencies and resistances will increasingly be located in metropolises, and that the technological apparatus mobilized by the RMA is ill-equipped for this environment. In the labyrinthine passageways of the urban landscape, it is difficult to fight and kill at a distance. The metropolis is also a factory for the production of subjectivity, as we argue in De Corpore 2 at the end of this section of the book. The well-established spaces of the common, the circuits of communication, and the social habits that form the metropolis serve as powerful multipliers of the production of subjective ity in resistance. A metropolis can ignite overnight, and the blazes stubbornly refuse to be extinguished. Defeat in one campaign, of course, does not disprove a military strategy. Some are bound to say that the fiasco was due merely to tactical errors, such as dismissing former Ba'ath Party officials, disbanding the Iraqi military, or failing to counter the resistance quickly enough. We can rest assured, too, that the strategists in the U.S. military and its allied think tanks are busy working with the aid of abstract theories and video game simulations to reformulate the RMA for urban environments and achieve goals like persistent area dominance through technological and strategic innovations. Israeli military theorists also are hard at work developing effective strategies to control urban environments without exposing troops to risk. It is already clear, though, that regardless of future innovations and refinements, this strategy cannot support a unilateral military project of the United States. The primary architects of the U.S. war in Iraq may be naive or inexpert military strategists, but they are undoubtedly lucid political thinkers. They are conscious that large numbers of U.S. casualties are certain to undermine domestic support. They are also thinking ahead, beyond Afghanistan and Iraq, to the future requirements of a unilateral global order. There is no way that the U.S. military can match up to other major powers, such as Russia and China, in the logic of the old military strategy. It simply does not have the numbers. The promise of the new strategy is that it can overcome the numerical imbalance and turn asymmetry to its advantage. Such a technological strategic advantage, its authors believe, is the only hope for creating long-lasting unilateral military control. Although they answer the needs of the political logic, however, these strategies have proved unable to hold up militarily, even against relatively small, poorly equipped militias like those in Afghanistan and Iraq. The international political hegemony of the United States has also rapidly declined during the period of the coup and its failure. Some of the architects of the 2003 Iraq invasion probably did expect U.S. tanks to be greeted in Baghdad with flowers and kisses and, moreover, other nation-states to be grateful to the United States for taking leadership in the war. It will soon be hard to remember that during significant periods of the 20th century, especially during the most intense years of the Cold War, the United States enjoyed a hegemonic position in many parts of the world. The ideological explanation of U.S. hegemony has been predicated on the notion that the United States acts consistently, both domestically and abroad, to promote and defend freedom and democracy. We know well, however, the long history of the U.S. government undermining democratically elected governments and supporting dictatorships, through overt and covert operations, from Guatemala and Chile to the Philippines and Indonesia. The real cause for consent to U.S. hegemony rested on the fact that other nation-states believed the actions of the United States consistently advanced their own national interests, or rather the interests of those in power. This is a delicate balance, though, because material interests are necessarily coupled with the idealistic ideological rationale and cannot survive without it. As Cicero said of Rome, U.S. global leadership often sounded to its allies more like patrocinium than imperium. The photos of Abu Ghraib prison can serve as a symbol for the erosion of the moral and political authority of the United States and the inversion of its image from defender of freedom and democracy to violator of basic rights and international law. For decades, of course, critical voices have protested the way the US military has trained death squads and encouraged the use of torture. The photos of US soldiers torturing and mocking prisoners in Iraq, however, completely shattered what remained of its virtuous image, shifting focus to the widespread use of terror and torture as a political and military tool by the United States, in Guantanamo and other irregular prisons, and underlining the fact that the US government approves and promotes the use of torture in violation of international law. We are in danger of losing something much more important than just the war in Iraq, Thomas Friedman warns after the publication of the Abu Ghraib photos. We are in danger of losing America as an instrument of moral authority and inspiration in the world. 1-6 The United States is certainly not the greatest violator of rights or proponent of torture, but its image can no longer function as a paradigm for the promotion of rights and law, freedom and democracy. The ideological cover of US hegemony probably wore thin, we suspect, because its substance had already emptied out. Other powers had determined, in other words, that the international action of the United States, its wars, its unilateral adventures, its economic models, and so forth no longer consistently advanced their own interests. We will have to analyze this shift more closely in the next section in terms of economic interests, but for the moment it is sufficient to recognize how the failure of the coup d'état coincides with the decline of the hard and soft power of the United States, that is, the defeat of its military strategy and the collapse of its moral and political authority. What is a dollar worth? The breakdown of US unilateralism and the failure of the United States' attempted coup d'état within the imperial system is not merely a function of military might or strategy. Together with political and moral authority, economic strength is part of the soft power necessary for hegemony. The economic, military, and political/moral aspects of the unilateralist project operate according to independent logics but mutually reinforce one another, bolstering one another during the ascent of power and dragging one another down in decline. In the broadest terms, the success of hegemonic power in the economic sphere, at least in contemporary capitalist conditions, rests on its ability to guarantee profits on a general level among capitalists, not only for its own national interests but also for those of its allied powers. Gauging economic hegemony is certainly an inexact science, but we can read symptoms from a variety of arenas in a growing chorus of no-confidence votes for unilateral U.S. economic control. Although the military defeat of the United States in Iraq is most visible, its economic failure is perhaps more significant and provides a powerful illustration of the impossibility of the unilateralist project. Control of Iraqi oil reserves is undoubtedly important, but the primary economic objective of the occupation was to conduct a radical experiment in neoliberal transformation. 1-7 The occupation administration in Iraq led by Paul Bremer was given the charge to destroy the existing social structures of the Iraqi economy, including labor rights, state-owned industries, and welfare systems, raise the economic terrain, so to speak, create a clean slate, and from there, from point zero, invent a pure neoliberal economy. Bremer's regime, however, was thwarted by a variety of stiff economic resistances, in addition to its own incompetence. It quickly learned the difficulty of privatizing the economic goods of the country and selling them to foreign corporations. Foreign corporations are reluctant to buy, on the one hand, because the continuing violence in the country makes business all but impossible and, on the other, because they fear that international law will not recognize as legitimate their ownership of national industries and resources sold by an occupying regime. Creation of a pure neoliberal economy also proved impossible because Iraqi workers resist privatization. Naomi Klein reports, in fact, that some workers fired from state industries immediately enlisted in the military resistance. In addition to failing militarily in Iraq, then, the U.S. unilateral project economically failed, that is, to create a new economic regime that could generate and guarantee profits. Iraq is an example of the general strategy of radical neoliberal transformation coupled with U.S. military control and political hegemony in the unilateralist project. 1/8. The essential question, although it is impossible to answer directly in a satisfactory way, is whether U.S. unilateralism with its war on terror, its political hegemony, and its economic policies is good for business and favors the profits of global capital. That is not to ask, obviously, whether it favors a handful of specific corporations, such as Halliburton or Bechtel, but whether it benefits collective capital as a whole. One useful way to approach this question is to focus on the abilities of the United States to impose its wishes on the other nation-states in international economic agreements. The United States, in fact, is experiencing increasing difficulty gaining consent to its economic hegemony. There has been mounting resistance, for example, to U.S. proposals at the so-called Doha round of World Trade Organization meetings, beginning in Doha in 2001 and Cancun in 2003, and continuing for several years. Each annual meeting is pronounced a failure when a deadlock develops, most often over farm subsidies in the dominant nations and access to industrial and agricultural markets. The most noteworthy symbolic defeat for the United States in this regard was perhaps its failure to gain Latin American support of the Free Trade Area of the Americas, FTAA, agreement. For so much of the last century, Washington could rely on its backyard and count on the support of the Latin American nations for its economic projects. Atmar del Plata in 2005, however, Latin American governments were able, at least in part, to declare their independence from U.S. economic hegemony. This is not just a political affirmation of national sovereignty but also and more significantly an indication that the ruling elites of these countries no longer view U.S. hegemony as beneficial to their economic interests. Of these discrete failures, then, these resistances to the will of Washington, from Baghdad and Doha to Mar del Plata, can be read as a series of votes of no confidence in the soft power of the United States, symptoms of the failure of its unilateral economic project. The most fundamental indicator of international economic hegemony may be the position and function of the national currency. The dominance of the dollar has been demonstrated, for several decades, by its role as the primary currency of exchange and reserve in the global economy, which represented international confidence in the U.S. economy and consent to U.S. economic leadership. This does not mean that the dollar has constantly maintained a high value with respect to other currencies. In fact, the manipulation of exchange rates often serves the dominant power as a mechanism to resolve internal economic problems on the international scene. The dollar today does still function as the global currency, but this may be merely an after-effect of its past glory. U.S. hegemony, as opposed to sheer domination, writes Giovanni Arrighi, in all likelihood has already ended, but, just as the pound sterling continued to be used as an international currency 3 to 4 decades after the end of British hegemony, so may the dollar one. 9 Maybe someday in the future the euro or the UN or some combination of currencies will ascend to the dominant position, but by that time the dollar's hegemony will already be long past. The U.S. mortgage crisis beginning in 2007 and the subsequent global financial and economic crises demonstrate some important facets of the current global position of the U.S. economy. On the one hand, it reveals the extent to which the achievements of the NEW deal and the welfare structures in the U.S. economy have been dismantled largely by drawing on global finance markets. Globalization has served to stabilize and underwrite U.S. economic policies of privatization. When U.S. homeowners find it impossible to pay their mortgages, on the other hand, it becomes clear how much capitalists throughout the world are affected by the U.S. crisis. The hegemony of the U.S. market, while still attracting global investment, has been dramatically weakened. The value of the dollar depends increasingly on not the productivity of the country of which it is the monetary symbol but the ability to blackmail global finance markets. 20 The various strands of the failure of the United States unilateral project came together as a perfect storm in the aftermath of Hurricane Katrina in 2005. The corruption and incompetence of the government agencies charged with responding to the emergency were really just the surface effects of a social structure deprived systematically for years. The effects of failed neoliberal economic projects, which had been felt around the world, now appeared dramatically on domestic soil. The furor caused when some journalists and politicians called the displaced populations refugees is indicative of the anxiety aroused by the confusion between inside and outside when US viewers are confronted by images they are accustomed to associating with the subordinate regions of the world. The aftermath of Hurricane Katrina also exposed the continuing racial divisions of the United States and the strong correspondence between race and poverty. The catastrophe served as a reminder of not only the high percentage of African Americans living without adequate resources in areas such as Louisiana and Mississippi, but also how government agencies and the media react differently to different racial populations. In the weeks after the hurricane, the racism of the United States at every level of society, from governmental structures to common prejudices, was vividly on display. Finally, the Katrina disaster marked a turning point in the U.S. population's support for the Iraq War. Some commentators pointed out the direct connections money spent on war had deprived the national infrastructure. The Mississippi and Louisiana National Guard deployed in war zones was unavailable for disaster relief, and so forth, but we suspect that the connection in public opinion functioned more powerfully at a more abstract and profound level. By the summer of 2005, just 2 years after the celebrations of imperialist glory and the victory of Baghdad, cracks in the unilateral projects were showing everywhere, and the disaster following Katrina was confirmation. Events would drag on for years, but it was already obvious that the coup d'état had failed. The provinces generally go, in the changes they make, from order to disorder and then pass again from disorder to order, for worldly things are not allowed by nature to stand still. Machiavelli, Florentine Histories. Interregnum. The failure of the U.S. unilateral project leads many analysts to search about for successor candidates to global hegemony. Will a new caliphate emerge that can order large parts of the globe on the basis of Muslim unity under theocratic control? Will Europe now united reclaim its dominant position and dictate global affairs? Or is the rest of the world just waiting for the moment when China is ready to exert its unilateral hegemony? We find all these notions of new pretenders to the throne implausible, however, because they are based on the assumption that the form of global order remains imperialist and that, although the United States is incapable of achieving unilateral hegemony, some other nation-state or sovereign power is. The breakdown of U.S. unilateralism demonstrates, in our view, the failure not only of a U.S. project but also, and more important, of unilateralism itself. The form of global order has irreversibly shifted. We are living today in a period of transition, an interregnum in which the old imperialism is dead and the new empire is still emerging. Giovanni Arrighi offers one of the most trenchant and astute analyses of the waning of U.S. hegemony, the rising period of a hegemonic power in the global economic system. According to GHI's reading, of cycles of accumulation is characterized by steady investment in new productive processes, whereas the shift from production to finance is a symptom of decline. Financialization of the U.S. economy since the 1970s thus signals an autumnal phase, parallel in his view to the period of diminishing British economic hegemony almost a century earlier. The military failures of the United States, coordinated with its retreating economic hegemony, are further evidence of decline for Arrighi, such that the Vietnam War, not long after the decoupling of the dollar from the gold standard and the first oil crisis, marked its signal crisis, and the occupation of Iraq its terminal crisis. Arrighi thus hypothesizes that the U.S.-led cycle of global accumulation will be succeeded by a new cycle centered in East Asia, with Japan seen at the helm in his earlier work and China in his more recent. It is a mistake, however, to read Arrighi's argument, even though some elements in his work do point in this direction, as projecting that China or any other nation-state will repeat the form of U.S. hegemony, which itself repeated the British, and further back the Dutch, the Genoese, and the Venetian. Instead, the new cycle of accumulation requires a new global political order and a reorganization of the geography and mode of operation of world capital. China will not be the new imperialist power, in other words, and neither will there emerge a global megastate that repeats the features of nation-state hegemony on a larger scale. The most innovative aspect of Arrighi's analysis, in fact, is his proposal of an emerging world market society based on greater equality among the world's civilizations, which he articulates through a creative and attentive reading of Adam Smith. He views the ascent of China most significantly as one piece of the general rise of the subordinated nations as a whole with respect to the dominant, inaugurating a fundamentally new form of accumulation not based on the hegemony of a single nation-state. An important consequence of Arrighi's argument, then, is that the decline of U.S. hegemony marks the end of hegemony based on a single nation-state in imperialist, unilateralist, and all other forms over the global economic and political system. The global order that emerges now must take a fundamentally novel form to one the theorists and policymakers previously dedicated to U.S. hegemony who are intelligent enough to recognize this shift are now forced to find another paradigm of global order and confront the threat of global disorder. Their imaginations are so limited, though, that with the collapse of unilateralism to solve the problem of global order, they run quickly back to multilateralism, that is, an international order directed by a limited group of dominant nation-states in collaboration. Henry Kissinger declares it openly: the world resembles Europe of the 17th century, it needs to become Europe of the 19th century too. In 17th century Europe, before the 30 Years' War, the world was chaotic. Only the Peace of Westphalia, which brought the war to an end, created a European order, the organizing principle of which was religion and absolute sovereignty. There was thus no international order outside of the agreements among sovereign powers and no structure that exercised power outside of the nation-states. By the 19th century, the Westphalian political world had reached its perfection, in Kissinger's view. The only difference desirable today, he adds, would be the disappearance of religion in favor of ideology, and thus the renovation of the plural concert of sovereign states. Even Kissinger recognizes that the 16th century European principle quis regio, eius religio, which links political rule to religious authority, cannot today serve as the foundation of planetary order. He focuses not on any clash of civilizations but on the multilateral concert among nation-states. Francis Fukuyama, having renounced neoconservative, unilateralist dreams, echoes Kissinger in his call for a multilateral order based on the collaboration of strong states. Fukuyama and Kissinger both, however, imagine a multilateral arrangement of states that does not rely on international institutions for support. 2-3 That is perhaps why Kissinger's imagination goes back to the 19th century to describe such an order. The international system that could sustain a multilateral order has, in fact, completely fallen apart. The international and supra-national institutions constructed after 1945 to support the post-war order are in crisis. The creation of the United Nations, to take just one of those, it was thought that a juridical solon, could be constructed internationally and imposed by a concert of nation-states. Today, however, multilateralist moral obligation has lost its power. This is not to say that at the foundation of the United Nations the effort to constitutionalize fundamental aspects of the international order was in vain. Despite the injustices that it covered over and its frequent manipulation by the dominant powers, the United Nations did succeed at times in imposing a minimal standard of peace. Consider simply some of the many disasters that the juridical order of the United Nations dealt with during the Cold War, and the two great crises of 1956, for instance, at Suez and in Hungary. The United Nations' realistic political orientation helped avoid much more destructive world explosions. The UN order was not a Holy Alliance or an imperial dictatorship but rather an international system of law, contradictory and always open to breakdowns but solid, in the end, and realistically active. Its beginnings are rooted not really in the 19th century but rather in the 20th century defeat of fascism, which unleashed so many democratic aspirations. But its conditions of effectiveness have been exhausted. The letter and the spirit of the United Nations Charter are now undone. In short, a multilateral order, a new Westphalia capable of orchestrating international agreement and collaboration, is impossible today in large part because the institutional order on which it would rest from the United Nations to the Bretton Woods institutions is no longer effective. The failure of unilateralism, then, cannot lead to the resurgence of what seemed for a period its primary competitor, multilateralism. In effect, the international system could not survive the United States' attempted coup d'état. In defeat, Sampson pulled his enemies down with him. But really the international institutions necessary to support a multilateral order were already tottering before unilateralism dealt the decisive blow. In any case, with unilateralism defeated, multilateralism and its international structures are not able to respond on the military, economic, ideological, or legal terrain to the contemporary challenges. In this context, it is thus not even possible to heed Kissinger's call for a return to Westphalia. Imperial governance. For those whose political imagination is populated only by previously existing forms of global order, once unilateralism has failed and multilateralism has been revealed as impossible, all that is left is disorder, a war of all against all with a kind of law of the jungle prevailing in global markets. It should be clear, however, that even in a situation of weakened unilateral and multilateral controls, globalization continues. We need to recognize the new forms of management, regulation, and control that are emerging to order the global system. Once we adopt a new perspective, in fact, we can begin to see that there already exists a complex network of global norms, structures, and authorities, which is partial, incomplete, and in some respects fragile but nonetheless real and effective. Saskia Sassen's precise analyses of the emerging institutional forms of economic and political control give us a firm basis for investigating this new global order. She definitively puts to rest all of those useless debates that pit the continuing importance of nation-states against the processes of globalization as if the two were mutually exclusive. The emerging global order, she argues, is forming not only outside of nation-states but also, and more important, within them, initiating a process of the denationalization of certain components of the nation-state that makes them increasingly oriented toward global agendas and systems. The global is within the national, in other words, just as much as the national is within the global. Sassen thus proposes reading the emergent global political and institutional order in terms of assemblages in which the nation-state and interstate system remain critical building blocks, but they are not alone, and are profoundly altered from the inside out too. For she demonstrates how the conditions of global order have changed such that, on the one hand, neither the United States nor any other pretender to the throne can exercise unilateral control and successfully conduct imperialist projects, and on the other, no multilateral interstate institutional structure can on its own manage and regulate the global system. The assemblages that she sees determining global order are constituted by a mixture of supranational, national, and non-national institutions and authorities. A wide variety of authors employ governance, in contrast to government, to explore the novelty of these authorities and assemblages forming within and outside the nation-state. The term global governance is generally used to refer to regulatory structures that function and produce norms, often in an ad hoc and variable fashion, in the absence of an overarching political authority, such as a hegemonic power or the international system. 2.5 The two most significant genealogies of the term coincide in some respects but inflect discussions very differently. First, governance derives from corporate discourse, where it highlights the structures of authority and the mechanisms of management and accountability typical of capitalist corporations in contrast to state structures. The allusion to corporate management serves, at the minimum, as a means to conceive of global order in a way not limited to state actors, as a hybrid system containing state, corporate, and other ruling bodies. 26 Second, the notion of governance also derives from a philosophical discourse, in particular the work of Michel Foucault and Nicholas Luhmann, who, in very different ways, investigate the genealogy of a new concept of government, focusing attention on the creativity determined by the relationship between actors, regulation, and normativity in administrative processes. Luhmann and Foucault both attempt to transcribe traditional concepts of sovereignty and its power of dictation into more flexible structures of decision-making and more open processes of negotiation. Governance marks, in this context, an inversion of the direction of political communication. A bottom-up process is substituted for a top-down one, and an inductive procedure replaces the deductive one, as the system's center of gravity shifts toward greater collaboration between state and non-state actors within the decision-making networks at multiple levels. 27. These two primary genealogies of the concept of governance, the corporate and the philosophical, both help to open a new perspective from which to analyze the contemporary situation. Global governance is not a management model based on the unity of command and legitimation, deriving from a single center of power. It is rather a process of continual negotiation, an arrangement of instruments for consensual planning and coordination in which a multiplicity of state and non-state actors with vastly unequal powers work together. Only the collaboration among these actors can determine the processes of policy making on the global terrain. The global order today is defined by a varied set of norms, customs, statutes, and laws that constitute a heterogeneous ensemble of demands and powers on the global horizon. Different scholars develop the notion of governance to construct significantly different models of global order. One model, which derives primarily from economics and finance, focuses on market values as the measure of effectiveness in governance. The concrete institutional figures of this continuous activity are those that construct and manage the rules of international economic and social relations. This model conceives of governance as a polycentric and distributed mechanism of regulation enacted by state and non-state institutions, but, since it derives primarily from the corporate notion, it generally understands the functions and structures of authority and rule only insofar as they facilitate and support commerce and profits. 28 A second model, which derives from the neo-institutional liberal tradition, conceives governance as a machine that can construct, within the relations of interests and jurisdictions, post-sovereign forms of global government. This model should be understood as a departure from, but still closely related to, the realist tradition international relations, which focuses on states as the primary actors, thus highlighting the ways in which state and interstate institutions continue to function, sometimes transformed, in the new global context. This model proves useful, for example, in the innumerable fields of confrontation and negotiation that are open domestically and internationally to resolve and regulate local conflicts. Neo-institutional governance is not limited, though, to such activity but also has recourse to preventive police forces and ad hoc tribunals, and in this way creates a network of effective mechanisms for integrating and deploying governmental structures. 29 A third model of governance draws on the neo-corporative instruments of labor union institutions to manage directly collective interests, which cannot be treated effectively by procedures based at the individual level. Governance here is defined as a process of the self-regulation of exchanges among interests, driven by actors who consent to a plural and polyarchic jurisdiction, constraining states and governmental institutions to recede from the terrain of normative production to that of the production of shared rules, trying to construct, progressively, a single forum for a stable juridical order. 30 This model gives us a much more relevant view than the others for understanding the governance of empire, which brings together an oligarchy of diverse political and economic bodies, including international institutions, the dominant nation-states, multinational corporations, continental and regional alliances, and so forth, which collaborate to create an open, constituent process. In effect, in light of this model, global capital seems to mix eclectic UI, the Anglo-Saxon Gothic regime, and the Germanic Pufendorf model to construct a regulatory structure that articulates capitalist interests and the forces of organized labor with instruments of general mediation. Trutina statuum is what the Duke of Rohan called it in the 17th century, a balance of states, or, really, a mechanism that composes and decomposes the regulatory assemblages of state and non-state actors. 3.1 This is a far cry from the Hegelian state, which, in the philosophy of absolute spirit, dictates the unified march of history. The contemporary practices and structures of global governance provide instead an extraordinarily plural and flexible process. All these models propose the idea of governance as a form of pluralistic regulation, which builds from below and is established in a network configured by a variable, multilevel, and/or polycentric geometry. Certainly states, some more than others, continue zero strategic sites where the connections among the diverse infrastructures of global policy making are achieved just as the major corporations and multinational firms at times offer, and impose, linear governance standards of redistribution and social parity, which have to enact. The various notions of governance thus share in of the deconstitutionalization and the governmentalization oi positifs of the production of law that takes command away from arranty, makes it adequate to the market, and distributes it amc variety of actors. 3.2 should confuse this governance, however, with democracy. Yes, it is composed of plural actors, it is relatively fle and open, and it is formed from below, at least with respect to structures of state sovereignty. But its multiplicity is highly restricted to only a privileged set, an oligarchy of powers hierarchically read to one another, and its openness is severely limited by the FEI power and property. Its plurality and openness, in fact, might be understood in relation to the structures and practices of marked changes. Global governance is in this sense thoroughly permed by post-democratic practices of command. These analyses of global governance should make clear, very least, that the ineffectiveness of unilateralist and multilateral structures does not necessarily leave a power vacuum, and certain respects, after the failure of the US coup d'état, Kali capital has taken the reins of managing the economic, social, fiscal, and military crisis. It is easy to understand at this point how empire emerging today might appear to some as a non-polar, to use the term we cited earlier. But once we put on a new glasses, we can see there is, in fact, a plurality of poles and a flu activity constructing assemblages of state and non-state actors, lishing new forms of authority, and determining new norm practices of regulation and management. In this sense we make that Davos, site of the annual World Economic Forum, is more important than Washington. The global system is crisis in that its structures of authority and mechanisms of regi are partial, often ineffective, and unevenly applied, but this crisis simply marks the interregnum in which the processes of global governance are constituting the infrastructure of the new empire in formation. The new scramble for Africa. Recognizing that imperialism is over and a new imperial order is materializing does not in any way imply the end or even a lessening of division and hierarchy between and within societies. The claim by some proponents of capitalist globalization that the world is becoming flat, that the global economy is becoming one smooth space and the conditions of economic opportunity and production are becoming more equal across the globe, is pure ideological mystification. The continuing and the new global divisions of labor and power may at times not be located along national boundaries dividing China from Vietnam, for instance, France from Algeria, or Britain from Nigeria, but in fact the state-centered view of difference and hierarchy proved faulty too in many cases in the past. The important point is that divisions do not decline in the emerging imperial formation but in many cases become more severe. Numerous scholars, anthropologists, and geographers, foremost among them, demonstrate how the globalizing world is not flat but dramatically uneven, striated by old and new lines of difference and hierarchy. 3 Most significant with regard to our analysis are the ways that divisions of labor and power serve as mechanisms of social control. Geographical unevenness and divisions still function, as they did in the imperialist era, to preserve hierarchies and displace, and thereby control, social antagonisms. The great imperialist Cecil Rhodes understood these functions well. My cherished idea is a solution for the social problem, i.e., in order to save the 40 million inhabitants of the United Kingdom from a bloody civil war, we colonial statesmen must acquire new lands to settle the surplus population, to provide new markets for the goods produced by them in the factories and the mines. The empire, as I have always said, is a bread and butter question. If you want to avoid civil war, you must become Realists 3. For there are no longer, of course, colonial administrations and colonial territories to maintain these geographical divisions, but the divisions are nonetheless still necessary for capital and its mechanisms of global governance as means to maintain hierarchy and displace social conflict. Sometimes today the unevenness is fit into much more compact areas, traversing the terrain of a single city. Geographical divisions, for example, particularly in Europe, between wealthy white urban centers and poor dark peripheries have developed into one model for creating and maintaining unevenness. The large cities of the Americas, from Los Angeles to Rio, present a different model, with a geographical pattern of divisions less concentrically defined. The sprawling megalopolises of Lagos and Jakarta pose still other patterns of distribution and division. Divisions of labor and power also function at other scales, up to tracing transnational and intercontinental lines running north-south, east-west, and diagonally too. We do not intend to explore here the cartographies of these uneven developments, although that is an extremely important task. Our point is simply that these divisions remain in the formation of empire, at times radically reorganized on different scales and often intensified, and that they are still necessary to maintain control, as Rhodes understood, by preserving hierarchy and displacing social conflict. Recognizing how the present situation differs from Marx's analysis of the gradual historical shift from the formal subsumption of labor under capital to its real subsumption, corresponding to the processes of capitalist globalization, might clarify this point. For Marx, subsumption remains when labor practices and relations created outside of capitalist production are imported intact under its rule. Consider, for instance, how methods of craft production are preserved and brought into manufacturing establishments, or how non-capitalist agricultural practices are preserved in forms of capitalist agriculture. The formal subsumption, then, designates phenomena that are both inside and outside of capital. This subsumption becomes real, however, when capital creates new labor processes no longer tied to the non-capitalist forms and thus properly capitalist. The forms of industrial labor produced in the factory are, for Marx, the prime example of real subsumption. Really subsumed labor is no longer at the border between outside and inside capital but wholly inside. Some of the great 20th century theorists of imperialism, such as Rosa Luxemburg, extend Marx's analysis beyond a single society to analyze imperialism as a process of the formal subsumption of non-capitalist economies under the dominant, capitalist economies. Formal subsumption, in this view, marks the borderline between capital and its outside, a division that imperialists use to maintain hierarchies and displace social conflicts. The process of globalization thus involves a general passage from formal to real subsumption, according to this view, pulling all societies within the circuits of capitalist production. Capital compels all nations, as Marx and Engels famously declare, to adopt on pain of extinction the capitalist mode of production, creating a world in its own image. Imagining the entire world in the stage of the real subsumption, a single capitalist whole, however, might lead easily to those visions of a flat or smooth world without geographical divisions of labor and power. We need, in fact, to recognize a reciprocal movement also underway in the process of globalization, from the real subsumption to the formal, creating not new outsides to capital but severe divisions and hierarchies within the capitalist globe. This does not, however, mark a return to the past, movements toward formal and real subsumption coexist in the globalizing capitalist world whose geography is striated by old and new boundaries and cleavages. 35. The return movement from real to formal subsumption corresponds, in certain respects, to the recent reappearance of many antiquated, parasitical forms of capitalist appropriation. If there is any return to the 19th century international arrangement, as Kissinger imagines, it is in that we are witnessing today a new scramble for Africa, in which European nation-states in the final decades of that century vied for imperialist control over territory, carving the continent into colonies. 19th century Europeans were primarily dreaming of forms of wealth they could extract from Africa, such as ivory and gold. Today there is a renewed prominence of a similar kind of extraction from areas all over the world, which David Harvey calls accumulation by dispossession, a form of appropriation that involves not primarily the generation of wealth but rather taking possession of existing wealth, usually from the poor or the public sector, through legal or illegal means, and most often in situations where the limits of legality are unclear. 360 elements of the formal subsumption clearly reappear in this general competition among the powerful to accumulate by dispossessing others. This scramble to appropriate is constantly supported and facilitated, of course, by extra-economic violence. Naomi Klein names disaster capitalism the paradigm in which accumulation by dispossession and the imposition of neoliberal economic policies are initiated by some form of shock, which can range from a military coup or invasion to an ecological disaster. Capital, of course, has always found ways to profit from catastrophes, using them most often as a lever for the concentration of wealth and production. Klein maintains, though, that since the 1970s, and increasingly during the current period of interregnum and its disorders, economic transformation via disaster and appropriation by dispossession have come to constitute the dominant model. 37 What we are calling here a new scramble for Africa is occurring, obviously, all over the world, but it does take particularly intense, brutal forms in Africa. From the diamond mines of Sierra Leone to the oil fields of Uganda, forms of mineral extraction capitalism, often in the hands of foreign corporations and under the protection of informal militias, has come to dominate local economies. James Ferguson points out that, contrary to the standard narrative, stability, peace, and the rule of law do not correspond to economic growth in this context. Rather, he observes, the countries that, in the terms of World Bank and IMF reformers, are the biggest failures have been among the most successful at attracting foreign investment capital. 8 Whereas European states led the scramble a century ago, today it is primarily corporations dividing up the spoils under the cover of complex forms of global governance. It should perhaps come as no surprise in this context that some old, seemingly outdated terms make a comeback to describe the unevenness and differences of the processes of capitalist globalization. One striking example is how some prominent Chinese historians return to Marx's notion of an Asiatic mode of production beginning in the 1980s. Marx uses the term, borrowing heavily from Hegel's theory of history, to designate an immobile and thus a historical apparatus of social production centered on a despotic state that appropriates surplus from self-sufficient village communities, which he contrasts to the dynamism of capitalist development in Europe. The notion of an Asiatic mode of production, as we noted in Part 2, has been thoroughly criticized by Marxists and non-Marxists alike for both historical inaccuracy and Eurocentrism. The Chinese historians who resurrected the term in the post-Mao era, however, Rebecca Karl explains, do so not to subordinate Asia in any new notion of general world history but rather to identify China's exceptional position in the global capitalist system. They conceive the eternal standstill of the Asian mode of production as a strength. The stability of Chinese rule over thousands of years affirms its model of state-centered capitalist development. 3.9 Leaving aside the utility of the concept of an Asiatic mode of production, which seems very questionable to us, the differences these historians point to are very real. We locate them, however, as marking not an outside but rather lines of division and hierarchy within the emerging global imperial formation. The disorder and complexity of the current global situation with the reappearance of a wide variety of outdated forms of violence, economic appropriation, political domination, and so forth lead many to look to old models, such as unilateralist hegemony and multilateralist collaboration, to understand the terms of global order. Even though ghosts of the past continually spring up in this period of interregnum, however, we insist that the emerging world order has to be read in terms that are fundamentally new. The hegemonic baton will likely be passed, maintains William Robinson, with an eye to this novelty, from the United States, not to a new hegemonic nation-state or even to a regional bloc, but to a transnational configuration 40. Once we focus on the assemblages and authorities being formed in the context of global governance, we can see that a new imperial formation is emerging that can function only through the collaboration of a variety of national, supranational, and non-national powers. Our future politics will have to be cast in relation to this empire. I hate the crowd, the herd. It always seems to me stupid or guilty of vile atrocities. I have never liked the crowd except on days of riot, if even then. And those days there is a great breath in the air, one feels intoxicated by a human poetry as large as that of nature, but more ardent. Gustave Flaubert to Louise Collet, March 31, 1853. Revolt breathes life into history. In the course of this chapter we have outlined the major features of the emerging empire, its composition of state and non-state powers, its assemblages of governance, its internal contradictions, its geographical hierarchies, and its divisions of power and labor. We should begin to suspect, though, when we keep hearing about the instability and uncertainty of the present global order, that maybe these are not just objective conditions but rather the result of conflicts and antagonisms that are not readily visible, at least not from the standpoint of the powerful. In fact, if we are to make any further headway in understanding the global order, we will have to approach it from the other side, from the standpoint of resistance and revolt. This brings us back to the methodological principle we explored in Part 2, the axiom of freedom, which can be summarized in the following way. Power can be exercised only over free subjects, and thus the resistance of those subjects is not really posterior to power but an expression of their freedom, which is prior. Revolt as an exercise of freedom not only precedes but also prefigures the forms that power will take in reaction. If we are to understand better the nature of the emerging empire, then, we need to investigate the antagonisms, revolts, and rebellions that press against it. These struggles for freedom determine the entire development of the structures of power. For one, from this principle it follows too that an empire also falls primarily from internal developments. The Roman Empire fell, for example, not really from the barbarian invasions but from the internal decline of its legitimacy and the rise of class struggle and forces counter to imperial command. Similarly, the collapse of the Soviet Union resulted primarily not from Cold War military and political pressures but from the internal revolt against unfreedom and, in particular, the contradiction between the socialist management of large-scale industry with extreme forms of discipline and the autonomy required by emerging forms of biopolitical production. Our task, then, is to investigate the organizational framework of antagonistic subjectivities that arise from below, based on the indignation expressed by subjects in the face of the unfreedoms and injustices of power, the severe forms of control and hierarchy, and the cruel forms of exploitation and expropriation in the disordered world of global governance. Indignation, as Spinoza notes, is the ground zero, the basic material from which movements of revolt and rebellion develop. Why, you might ask, should we go all the way back to the beginning? There are well-established oppositional parties and even some leftist governments that combat militarism, capitalist globalization, and various other injustices in countries throughout the world. There are trade unions that have negotiated in the name of workers for over a century, and there are non-governmental organizations of every stripe that strive to serve and protect those in need of the basic necessities. Why should we try to reinvent the wheel? Why not? At this point in our analysis, simply investigate the established institutional forms of resistance. This certainly is an important task, and in our previous work we dedicated considerable energy to developing an extensive catalogue of the existing movements of the multitude against contemporary imperial command, highlighting how traditional models of contestation and rebellion have to be changed and are being changed in the current situation, how, for example, trade unions in the context of biopolitical production have to develop new strategies to include the poor and those with precarious employment, how social movements have to construct networks across national boundaries, and so forth. For 3 in earlier chapters of this book, 2, we examined movements of the multitude in alter-modernity, for example, bringing together race and labor struggles. Here instead we want to approach the question from a more philosophical standpoint, starting from the most basic, abstract point and building logically to arrive back with a fresh perspective at the formation of the multitude. Consider this more philosophical approach a complement to empirical investigations. Let us begin with indignation, then, as the raw material of revolt and rebellion. In indignation, as Spinoza reminds us, we discover our power to act against oppression and challenge the causes of our collective suffering. In the expression of indignation our very existence rebels. For indignation thus includes a certain amount of violence. This relates closely to the fact, which we touched on earlier, that the resistance to power, the expression of freedom against the violence of power, always involves a dimension of force when the worker confronts the boss, the colonized faces off against the colonizer, the citizen the state, and so forth. The force and resistance that arise from indignation against the abuses and dictates of power, however, can appear immediate or spontaneous and thus naive, though not for that reason any less powerful. Indignation is born always as a singular phenomenon, in response to a specific obstacle or violation. Is it possible, then, for there to be a strategy of indignation? Can indignation lead to a process of political self-determination? 4-5 In the history of modern political movements the great examples of self-organized rebellion based on indignation have often been called Jacqueries, from the ferocious 16th and 17th century European peasant uprisings to the spontaneous worker revolts of the 19th and 20th centuries, from anti-colonial insurgencies to race riots, various forms of urban rebellion, food riots, and so forth. Normally such events are portrayed negatively in political histories. Yes, sir. Tamely, the standard version goes, these people are suffering and have just cause, but the spontaneity of their actions leads down the wrong path. The violence of the Jacquerie, on the one hand, overflows reasonable measure and destroys the objects of its wrath seemingly discriminately. Think of the tales of white colonists killed by revolting slaves in Haiti or the images of Detroit in flames during the riots of summer 1967. The spontaneity of the Jacquerie, on the other hand, according to the standard narrative, leaves behind no organizational structure, no legitimate institution that can serve as an alternative to the power overthrown. The Jacquerie burns out in a flash and is gone. The great poetry of François Villon is full of the brief adventures and tragic destinies of the Jacqueries. And yet we have to recognize what some call the epidemic spread and constant presence of such uprisings punctuating modern history, from Europe and Russia to India and China, from Africa to the Americas and beyond. 4-6 Despite their brevity and discontinuity, the constant reappearance of these Jacqueries profoundly determines not only the mechanisms of repression but also the structures of power itself. Before addressing the political problem that Jacqueries raise, we should observe that they are strongly characterized by the relations of production against which they strike. Riots are, from this perspective, much less generic and more intelligent than is often assumed. A Jacquerie can be zweckadequat, in Max Weber's terms, that is, adequate to its goal and thus somewhat organized in its spontaneity. Peasant revolts throughout modernity rise up against the institutions of rent, recognizing and destroying the symbolic sites of aristocratic and colonial power. Industrial worker rebellions instead develop essentially through the sabotage of fixed capital and machinery. And most interestingly for us, struggles against the biopolitical regime of social production, such as the November 2005 events centered in the Paris suburbs, demonstrate a new intelligence by focusing on schools and public and private means of transportation, that is, the conditions of social mobility and division that are essential for the metropolitan exploitation of the social labor force. 4-7 Revolt, the destruction of wealth, and social sabotage of the structures of power have in fact always been schools of organization. The terror of the Jacques corresponds to the drive for liberation contained within them against feudal lords, colonial powers, racist regimes, and so forth. Although in Jacques organization arises as a set of singular demands, there is always a pressure to make common the action of the multitude, and this organizational initiative most often takes the form of the construction and reproduction of informal networks. In the past, the organizations that arise from Jacques were generally seen as insurrectional in the cities and nomadic in the countryside. In European history, for example, from the revolt of the Siampi in 14th century Florence to the Mazzaniello revolt in 17th century Naples, and from the 16th century German peasant rebellions to all of those that arose against the Ancien regime in France. The Russian Revolution might be considered in this respect a model of urban Jacquerie, with coordinated activities also in the countryside, and the Chinese Revolution a model of nomadic, rural Jacquerie all the way through the Long March. We will find as we go forward in our analysis, however, that today's Jacques, particularly with respect to metropolitan terrain, combine these two characteristics in a new organizational figure. We should note at this point that reactionary theorists, particularly those in the great Spanish and German counter-revolutionary traditions, such as Carl Schmitt, also focus on Jacques but attribute to them an opposite meaning, reading them as conservative events that legitimate and defend established powers against the transformations promoted by revolutionary movements. 481 Limit of these analyses, though, which in our view proves essential, is that they see only how Jacques give popular legitimacy to a traditional ruling structure but are blind to the more profound legitimacy they give to a creative and nomadic power. Jacques, in their way, always express a double power, new power opposed to the ruling power, a form of life against a structure of exploitation, a project of liberation against a figure of command. The more the urban and rural models of Jacques mix and overlap in the contemporary world, the more this double power emerges. Often in our analyses, in this book and others, we focus on the rupture of the constituted order enacted by the refusal of relations of production by the producers and their organization of the material conditions of overturning them. Indeed, the Marxist and communist revolutionary traditions, which constitute one of the primary points of departure for our work, understand the revolutionary process as taking place primarily within the field of economic production. Today, even for those who want to remain part of these traditions, the perspective of revolutionary action has to be conceived much more broadly, on the biopolitical horizon. As we insisted at length in Part 3, the sites of economic production have spread throughout the social terrain, and the production of economic value is increasingly indistinguishable from the production of social relations and forms of life. A worker revolution is no longer sufficient, a revolution in life, of life, is needed. Georges Sorel seems to intuit this shift but cannot conceive the material connection between the struggle against exploitation and the expressions of indignation against the corruption of the social order. Sorel formulates Le Grand Soir as a myth, a necessary myth, he believes. What is really necessary instead, as Lenin rightly insists, is the link between ethico-political indignation and the unstoppable sequence of acts of violence, expropriation, and sabotage against the symbols and institutional realities of power that the Jacques express. 4-9 The central problem, though, adds Lenin, and we fundamentally agree, is how to translate every moment of insurgency into a moment of government, how to make insurrection lasting and stable, that is, how to make the Jacquerie effective. For factory workers in many periods and in many parts of the world, the stabilization of the antagonistic relationship was achieved by translating it, through class struggle, into a wage issue, at both the individual and social levels, including welfare, social services, and the like. In the context of biopolitical production, however, it is increasingly impossible to translate the struggle over exploitation, welfare, and survival into monetary and wage issues. How can insurrectional action on the biopolitical horizon, then, be stabilized? The old socialist and communist responses have no place here. To explore new responses to this question, we turn now to a political anthropology of resistance. We remain convinced that the expression of indignation and revolt in Jacques Ries is essential for a process of transformation, but that without organization they cannot achieve it. Jacques Ries are not sufficient, in other words, but they are necessary. Anthropology of resistance. At this point we need to develop a theory of revolutionary biopolitics, or rather revolution in the biopolitical context, and to explore its bases we must begin by exploring the anthropological structures of politics today, that is, the conditions of obedience and resistance. In the intermezzo we criticized the pessimistic tradition of political anthropology from Hobbes to Schmitt. To complete the scene we should add a critique of the liberal tradition from Locke to Kant, which constitutes an effective apology for the capitalist social order by planting its feet in an assumption of possessive individualism while its head seeks legitimacy in transcendental schema, but really the young Marx and C. B. Macpherson already critiqued this effectively. 50. It is perhaps more useful for us here to point out how the political anthropology implicit in contemporary neoliberal and neoconservative ideologies combine these two traditions. This amounts to an unlimited possessive individualism situated in a life world of generalized insecurity and fear, an extraordinary mystification of a thoroughly capitalist society under the absolute rule of biopower. 5.1 Against these mystifications we have to recognize that exploitation remains the foundation of this society, that therefore living labor is required to sustain it, and that the multitude has to consent to capitalist authority. This is the sovereign against which indignation arises and revolt must be directed. If an entirely capitalist form of biopower constitutes the fundamental basis of all the anthropological conditions in contemporary society, then it is not hard to deduce that the forms of disobedience, revolt, and insurrection will similarly be biopolitical, that is, as singular expressions immersed in the reality of the common. Indignation, according to Spinoza's definition, is hatred towards someone who has injured another. 5.2 This is how a revolt is grounded in the common. Indignation, disobedience, revolt, and rebellion constitute figures of rupture in the anthropological fabric of society, but, paradoxically, also continuity. They constantly reappear, as we saw in the contexts of Jacques Ries, and moreover they pose the conditions for lasting social organization. Michel Foucault insists on both the singular, local nature of revolt and the continuity of its lasting effects. One has the right to say, revolt for me, it will contribute to the liberation of all humanity. But I don't agree with those who say, it is useless to revolt, it will always be the same. One shouldn't moralize with those who risk their lives against power. It is right or not to revolt. Let's leave the question open. People rise up, it's a fact. That is how subjectivity, not that of great men but of whoever, is introduced into history and gives it its breath. 5.3 Not only is the rupture of revolt anthropologically continuous, people rise up, it's a fact, but moreover revolt is how the multitude makes history, how it breathes life into what would otherwise be dead. In the revolutionary industrial workers' movement, within and against constituted the imaginary of worker action, within the factory and against capital. From the era of the professional industrial worker to that of the mass worker, this relation of variable capital within and against constant capital took various forms in relation to the technical composition of labor and the political composition of the organized proletariat. Today, in the context of biopolitical production, when the factory is no longer the primary site of the production of capital, this imaginary continues, but transformed, the proletariat is within society as a whole and produces there, and it is against this same social totality. This marks another anthropological condition of politics and revolt. The refusal of exploitation and alienation now more clearly is directed against the society of capital in its entirety, and thus designates a process of exodus, a kind of anthropological, and ontological, separation from the domination of capital. The political anthropology of resistance today is also characterized by a new temporality that reorganizes the relation of past, present, and future. We get a first approximation of this shift by looking at how the temporalities of labor and capitalist exploitation have changed. Marx and the Marxist tradition focus on two primary temporal divisions: the division between necessary labor time, in which the value necessary to reproduce the worker is produced, and surplus labor time, in which the value expropriated by the capitalist is produced, and the division between work time and lifetime. As we argued in Part 3, in biopolitical production, both of these temporal divisions are breaking down. Necessary labor time and surplus labor time must today increasingly be conceived not in sequence but simultaneously, and similarly work time tends to spread throughout lifetime, investing it with its logics of exploitation and command. The capitalist temporality of valorization and expropriation, then, has to be understood no longer in terms of the succession of measured units of time, but rather in a kind of simultaneity that constantly appears as an exception to linear temporality. Our earlier analyses of biopolitical production repeatedly returned to the figure of the poor to understand this progressive breakdown of the traditional capitalist divisions of time, this overlapping of production and exploitation, work and life. From the standpoint of the poor, we recognize a different character of this new temporality. The biopolitical productivity of the poor always exceeds all measure that is imposed on it, always overflows the mechanisms of capitalist exploitation. What we really confront here, then, are two temporalities, which both move beyond the old measures of time, the capitalist temporality of exception and the multitudinous temporality of exceeding. Previously, capital and labor conflicted with asymmetric, non-synchronic temporalities with capitalist temporality well planted in the present, as Ernst Bloch says, and proletarian temporality oriented toward the future, but now they pose two alternatives on the same temporal horizon. 5. For today, in fact, revolution is no longer imaginable as an event separated from us in the future, but has to live in the present, an exceeding present that in some sense already contains the future within it. Revolutionary movement resides on the same horizon of temporality with capitalist control, and its position of being within and against is manifest through a movement of exodus, which poses the exceeding productivity of the multitude against the exceptionality of capitalist command. The struggles of 1968 probably revealed for the first time this coincidence of planes and temporalities on which capitalist development and social revolution conflict. In 1968, in fact, the socialist workers' movement entered the final stage of its history, since it is situated and moves according to a dialectical relation of exploitation and the contractual labor institutions. This dialectical duality was destroyed. A labor union separated from the labor process no longer makes sense, and neither does a boss separated from the common social intelligence that characterizes production. Hence the bourgeois hatred for the events of 1968. And the dialectical conditions of the labor movement were taken away, so too were removed the institutional mechanisms of mediation on which capital relies. This is the situation to which capitalist governance has to bring order, a difficult and perhaps impossible task. The structures of rule, as we argued earlier, can no longer stand above the social field to dictate the processes of exploitation, but must reside, so to speak, within it. This is why the global order of governance is necessarily characterized by instability and insecurity. This is also the situation in which we have to rethink the Jacquerie. What can the Jacquerie express when situated in this new anthropological condition, in light of its common ontological basis and its tendency toward exodus? How can the furor of indignation in revolt, its urgency and aggressiveness, be organized? What is the path from spontaneity to organization in this context? The anthropological conditions of resistance are in fact completely changed here. It is interesting that whereas in our other works we have often taken great pains to distinguish the multitude from the crowd, the mob, and the masses, here we see the possibility of recuperating these social formations when their indignation and revolt are directed and organized. This recomposition of all the subordinated classes, in fact, the enslaved, the oppressed, the exploited, has always been the work of class struggle. We might say, then, along with Flaubert in the epigraph to this section, that we hate the crowd except in its days of rebellion, when it achieves a kind of human poetry. This poetry of the future is what has to be composed to make the multitude. Geographies of rebellion. After having analyzed some of the temporal dimensions of the biopolitical transformations of labor, we need now to examine their spatial dimensions. We can begin from the claim we arrived at in Part 3 that the metropolis has become the primary locus of biopolitical production. By this we mean that the production of capital is no longer limited to the factory or any other separated site but rather spreads throughout the entire social territory. The qualities traditionally associated with the metropolis, such as communication, unexpected encounters with social difference, access to the common, and the production of collective forms of life today increasingly characterize both urban and rural environments, and moreover these qualities are the central factors in biopolitical production. In this metropolitan territory, social life produces and is produced. The flexibility and mobility imposed on biopolitical labor power along with migration pressures create an extraordinary dynamic of deterritorialization. When we talk about the breakdown of borders and nomadism, we should be clear that the breakdown of borders does not determine nomadism but instead nomadism itself breaks down borders and threatens the territorial stability of capitalist control. 5. The old development plan typical of industrial capital managed to link together urbanization, industrialization, and state formations, but biopolitical production breaks up this process. Collective capital is increasingly faced with a mobile and flexible multitude. From the perspective of command and exploitation, this can only appear chaotic and disordered. The task facing capital is thus constantly to rebuild borders, re-territorialize the laboring populations, and reconstruct the fixed dimensions of social space. Capital must pursue, in other words, ever new definitions of localized social hierarchies to rebuild the borders necessary for its order and command. This creation of new lines of division and hierarchy is an example of the general process we described earlier that inverts the movement Marx indicated from formal to real subsumption. It should be clear, though, that the construction of borders and the movement to formal subsumption do not simply mark a return to old hierarchies, as if the division between peasant or craft labor and industrial labor or that between capitalist societies and colonial territories had reappeared. It is not a regression of an evolutionary process but rather a historical innovation. 5-6 This holds true also for figures of political authority and domination, even when it seems that outdated figures are reappearing, they are really new. But the difference here is that the figures of political rule are results, not causes, of the process of transformation. The political structures, which we used to call superstructural, maintain a relative independence with respect to the rhythms and the qualities of the social transformations. We will return to examine these new political structures in the remaining parts of the book. The central characteristic of labor that results from the flexibility and mobility imposed on it in biopolitical production is its precarious nature, that is, its lack of guaranteed contracts, stable schedules, and secure employment, in which work time and lifetime blend together in the tasks and challenges of informal and changing jobs. The emblematic space of the precarious worker in the European context is the poor metropolitan periphery, the banlieue. The banlieusards traverse all the frontiers of the city just to make a living every day, and a large number of them participate during their lifetime in massive continental and intercontinental migrations, and yet their movement is subject constantly to a complex set of obstacles, stopped by police and the hierarchies of property on the subway, in the streets and the shopping centers, and throughout the city. The banlieusards are socially excluded at the same time that they are completely within the processes of economic and social production, and thus they serve as an adequate emblem for the modes of exploitation and control of precarious labor. 5.7 In this world of precarious labor that continually breaks down the boundaries between inside and outside, there is clearly no longer any place for a political vanguard that would seek to lead or represent the masses. There is only the network of the laboring subjectivities that cooperate and communicate. This network often contains contradictory elements, of course, especially when the political centrality of the banlieue or the ghetto reappears not simply as a phenomenological element but as a political dispositif. 5** We said earlier that the structures of exploitation today require a reformulation of space and a continuous reconstruction of borders, maintaining the poverty and precariousness of social labor power. And yet in the passage through these diverse hierarchies there is a moment when indignation and its expression Jacques rise become essential. The political problem arises here when the poor, the precarious, and the exploited want to reappropriate the time and space of the metropolis. The central program must move from resistance to proposition and from jacquerie to organization, but that is an extremely difficult task, whose obstacles we must face head-on. Both the temporality and the spatiality of biopolitical production and its networks are thus contradictory, but that contradictory nature at least indicates an opening, a potential. Is it possible that, through these networks, we pass from resistance to the defense of propositions allowing productive subjectivities to accumulate force? The question is not so much how to facilitate and extend the moments of revolt but rather how to identify the bases of the accumulation of power and the maturation of struggles. And yet the diverse temporalities explode in the event and the diverse spatial figures link up in the jacquerie. Like capitalist governance, the jacquerie reformulates social space, but it does so from the other side, destroying hierarchies, opening new paths of movement, and creating new territorial relations. Can this event of recomposition come about? Can such force become the soul of a social project, articulating the love that nourishes indignation? We should note that struggles over social reproduction, income, welfare, and the exercise of the rights of citizenship often take the form of reappropriating the lifetime and life space of the multitude. That is not sufficient to define an organizational program, but it is nonetheless a positive determination, an index of power. Economic political demands are woven tightly together with the exercise of force by the multitude and successfully determine an event, that is when the force of rebellion engages with history and the rebirth of a revolutionary program begins to appear. Against this development and even against its potential is deployed terror against every form of resistance, which, paradoxically, is labeled terrorist. Jacques rise, struggles of reappropriation, and metropolitan uprisings become the essential enemy of capitalist biopower. And yet these are only the social revolts born on the terrain of biopolitical production, which stand in relation to the metropolis just as the struggles of the industrial working class stood in relation to the factory. And as in the factory, here too there is a double relation. The banlieusards, standing within and against, want both to reappropriate and to destroy the metropolis, reappropriate its wealth, its networks of communication and cooperation, and destroy its hierarchies, division, and structures of command. This is a stubborn, fundamental contradiction. The proposition of any solution and the definition of any program in this situation must be given within a global social space. The national sovereignties on their own, as we saw, are not able to organize global social space, and neither are the international institutions or the corporations or the NGOs. Even the hybrid assemblages of these different powers in regimes of global governance cannot succeed in determining global spatial arrangements. The only possible basis resides in the global movements of populations and their refusal of the global norms and rules of exploitation. Carrying rebellion onto the terrain of global social space on a cosmopolitical level means passing through the deepening of local resistances in the productive social networks, in the banlieue, the metropolises, and all the networks that connect the proletariat in its process of making the multitude. Constructing global public space requires that the multitude, in its exodus, create the institutions that can consolidate and fortify the anthropological conditions of the resistance of the poor. In parts 5 and 6 we will have to investigate political organization and revolution in terms much more concrete than we have used thus far. Before arriving at that point, however, we must work through the critique of political economy in the current situation and then develop a theory of political institutions. But we should remember here, before leaving this theme, that without the rebellion of the exploited and the Jacques rise of the poor, there is no possibility of critical thought or a project for organization. I will make inseparable cities with their arms about each other's necks. By the love of comrades, by the manly love of comrades. Walt Whitman, For You Zero Democracy. The metropolis might be considered first the skeleton and spinal cord of the multitude, that is, the built environment that supports its activity, and the social environment that constitutes a repository and skill set of affects, social relations, habits, desires, knowledges, and cultural circuits. The metropolis not only inscribes and reactivates the multitudes past its subordinations, suffering, and struggles but also poses the conditions, positive and negative, for its future. Such organic metaphors, however, can be misleading since they are so often understood to imply functionalist and hierarchical relations, the head commands, the hand obeys, and so forth. We understand the metropolis instead as the inorganic body, that is, the body without organs of the multitude. Nature, Marx writes, in a passage that inspired Deleuze and Guattari, is man's inorganic body, that is to say, nature insofar as it is not the human body. 5.9 Nature constitutes the wealth of the common that is the basis of creative human activity, Marx explains, and in turn, past human activity is inscribed, registered in nature. In the era of biopolitical production the metropolis increasingly fulfills this role as the inorganic body of the multitude. When we focus on production, in fact, we arrive at a more precise and suggestive analogy. The metropolis is to the multitude what the factory was to the industrial working class. The factory constituted in the previous era the primary site and posed the conditions for three central activities of the industrial working class: its production, its internal encounters and organization, and its expressions of antagonism and rebellion. The contemporary productive activities of the multitude, however, overflow the factory walls to permeate the entire metropolis, and in the process the qualities and potential of those activities are transformed fundamentally. We begin tracking down these changes by considering in turn the activities of the multitude in each of these domains: production, encounter, and antagonism. The metropolis is the site of biopolitical production because it is the space of the common, of people living together, sharing resources, communicating, exchanging goods and ideas. Contemporary Italian, in fact, preserves the medieval Latin usage whereby the common il commune in Italian is the word for city. The common that serves as basis for biopolitical production, as we discovered in Part 3, is not so much the natural common embedded in the material elements of land, minerals, water, and gas, but the artificial common that resides in languages, images, knowledges, effects, codes, habits, and practices. This artificial common runs throughout metropolitan territory and constitutes the metropolis. The metropolis, then, is entirely inserted in and integral to the cycle of biopolitical production. Access to the reserve of the common embedded in it is the basis of production, and the results of production are in turn newly inscribed in the metropolis, reconstituting and transforming it. The metropolis is a factory for the production of the common. In contrast to large-scale industry, however, this cycle of biopolitical production is increasingly autonomous from capital, since its schemas of cooperation are generated in the productive process itself and any imposition of command poses an obstacle to productivity. Whereas the industrial factory generates profit, then, since its productivity depends on the schema of cooperation and the command of the capitalist, the metropolis primarily generates rent, which is the only means by which capital can capture the wealth created autonomously. Urban real estate values are thus in large part expressions of the common, or what economists call the externalities embedded in the surrounding metropolitan terrain. We explored these aspects of biopolitical production in Part 3, but now we can understand better how they are situated in the metropolis. Biopolitical production is transforming the city, creating a new metropolitan form. One standard periodization of the city among architects and urban historians marks its changes in line with the shifts of its economic function. In societies dominated by agricultural production, and in pre-capitalist societies generally, cities provide a site for exchange. The commercial city is separate from production, since goods are primarily produced elsewhere, mined in the hills or grown in the fields. The formation of the great industrial cities from the 18th century on concentrates workers in the urban territory and brings into proximity a variety of industries: coke smelters with steel mills with auto plants. The industrial city is one of the primary levers that make possible the rise of capitalist production. There has always been some production within the city, of course, such as craft labor and manufacture, but the factory transfers there the economy's hegemonic instance of production. Although the space of the factory is within the city, it is still, however, separated. The industrial working class produces in the factory and then passes out through its wall into the city for its other life activities. Today, finally, the biopolitical city is emerging. The passage to the hegemony of biopolitical production, the space of economic production and the space of the city tend to overlap. There is no longer a factory wall that divides the one from the other, and externalities are no longer external to the site of production that valorizes them. Workers produce throughout the metropolis, in its every crack and crevice. In fact, production of the common is becoming nothing but the life of the city itself. 60. In addition to the immersion in the common produced by and productive of social life, another quality defines the metropolis. 252 EMPIRERETURNS. The unpredictable, aleatory encounter, or, rather, the encounter with alterity. The great European modernist literary representations of the metropolis, from Charles Baudelaire to Virginia Woolf and from James Joyce to Robert Musil and Fyodor Dostoevsky, emphasize this relation between the common and the encounter. Village life is portrayed as a monotonous repetition of the same. You know everyone in your village, and the arrival of a stranger is a startling event. The metropolis, in contrast, is a place of unpredictable encounters among singularities, with not only those you do not know but also those who come from elsewhere, with different cultures, languages, knowledges, mentalities. Baudelaire, for example, conceives of entering the metropolis as bathing in the multitude, prendre un bain de multitude, which elicits the drunkenness of universal communion when one gives oneself completely to encounters, to the unforeseen that arises, the unknown person who passes, I imprévu qui se monteur, I inconnu qui passe. 61. Although at first sight the common might seem to conflict or even contradict with multiplicity and encounters of singularities, actually, as we saw earlier in the context of biopolitical production, the common, in contrast to sameness, is entirely compatible. As Baudelaire demonstrates in the context of the metropolis, the common and unforeseen encounters are mutually necessary. Once we define the metropolis by these qualities embedded in the common and open to aleatory encounters, it becomes apparent that metropolitan life is becoming a general planetary condition. In quantitative terms, this corresponds to the fact that world history has recently crossed a threshold. For the first time the majority of the planet's population lives in urban areas. But this quantitative view of urban space and world population does not grasp very well the transformation we want to highlight. Our qualitative standpoint gives a different view on how the traditional divisions between city and country, urban and rural have broken down and been reorganized. When Marx analyzes the political landscape of 19th century France, for example, and distinguishes the political capacities of the urban proletariat from those of the peasantry. His reasoning turns on communication and cooperation. The proletariat not only has access to news and information but also has the ability to communicate internally, creating circuits of exchange and debate among proletarians. The urban proletariat has ready-made practices of cooperation in the factory, working side by side. The 19th century French peasantry, however, at least in Marx's estimation, was incommunicative in the sense that peasants were isolated in family or small community units scattered across the countryside, without a fabric of human relation and society. Or, to put it differently, Marx sees peasants embedded in the natural common and proletarians in the artificial common, which he deems necessary for political action. Today, however, the circuits of communication and social cooperation are becoming generalized across the planet. Rural life is no longer characterized by isolation and communicability. There are, of course, different intensities of the common, but the lines of division have increasingly less relation to urban or rural environments. 6.2 We note the metropolitanization of the world. We in no way mean to imply that all places are becoming the same, but rather that they should be distinguished by different qualities of the mon and the encounters they present. As we saw earlier in the context of economic externalities, the common can be positive or negative. Dynamic local cultural circuits in a metropolis are a positive form of the common, whereas pollution, traffic, social conflicts, and the like are negative forms. Similarly, encounters can be beneficial or detrimental. When architects and architectural historians lament the rise of the megalopolis in the United States, the unregulated, formless sprawl that is replacing the classic, concentrated metropolitan forms typical of 1930s Berlin, New York, and Shanghai, they are protesting the dilution of the common and the increasing obstruction of the encounters among singularities. What the megalopolis most significantly lacks, they explain, is dense differentiation of culture. 6.3 Similarly, when Mike Davis uses the term slum to define the increasingly general planetary condition, he does so to emphasize not so much the poverty of those who reside. 254 EMPIRERETURNS to CORPORE2, METROPOLIS 255. They're but the negative forms of the common that's around them and the detrimental encounters to which they are subject. 6.4 All of these formations are metropolises, in our view, differentiated by degrees of intensity and qualities of the common and the encounters they present. A series of recent studies investigate the specificity of African urban forms, the Afropolis, from Lagos and Kinshasa to Johannesburg. It is not sufficient, these scholars insist, simply to see them as slums or failed cities, although many are characterized by extreme deprivation and poverty. From an external standpoint, it is clear that urban planning has been largely absent or ineffective in most African metropolises. But these scholars focus on the fact that, despite crumbling infrastructure and destitute populations, the metropolises actually work most often through informal networks of communication, mobility, employment, exchange, and cooperation that are largely invisible to outsiders. The multitude of the poor, in other words, invents strategies for survival, finding shelter, and producing forms of social life, constantly discovering and creating resources of the common through expansive circuits of encounter. That is not to say, of course, don't worry about the poor, their life is lovely. All cities should be like these. The importance of these studies is to demonstrate, even in conditions of extreme adversity, what the poor can do, they can produce the common and organize encounters. 6.5. The concept of encounter we have used thus far as characteristic of the metropolis, however, is merely passive and spontaneous. In order for the metropolis to be for the multitude what the factory was for the industrial working class, it must be a site not only of encounter but also of organization and politics. This could be a definition of the Greek concept of polis, the place where encounters among singularities are organized politically. The great wealth of the metropolis is revealed when the felicitous encounter results in a new production of the common when, for instance, people communicate their different knowledges, different capacities to form cooperatively something new. The felicitous encounter, in effect, produces a new social body that is more capable than either of the single bodies was alone. Not every encounter, of course, is a joyful one. The majority of spontaneous encounters with others in the metropolis are conflictive and destructive, producing noxious forms of the common, when your neighbor's noise keeps you up at night or you smell their garbage or, more generally, when the traffic congestion and air pollution of the metropolis degrade the life of all the residents. It is not easy to form with others a new relationship that promotes communication and cooperation, that creates a new, stronger social body and generates a more joyful common life. Infelicitous, conflictive encounters instead decompose the social body and corrupt the common life of the multitude. Often, in fact, since so many chance encounters are harmful, residents of the metropolis close themselves off to avoid encounters with others, walk silently past without seeing one another, erecting invisible walls in a common space, hardened to contact as if the skin had become callous, numb, mortified. The privileged close themselves off in enclaves so that, even though they live near people radically different from them, they manage to interact only with those who are the same. This is when the defining characteristics of the metropolis degenerate, when it becomes no longer a space of the common and the encounter with the other, no longer the site of communication and cooperation. 6.6. The politics of the metropolis is the organization of encounters. Its task is to promote joyful encounters, make them repeat, and minimize infelicitous encounters. This requires, first, an openness to alterity and the capacity to form relationships with others, to generate joyful encounters and thus create social bodies with ever greater capacities. Second, and perhaps more important, it requires learning how to withdraw from conflictive, destructive relationships and to decompose the pernicious social bodies that result from them. Finally, since so many of the spontaneous encounters are not immediately joyful, this politics of the metropolis requires discovering how to transform conflictive encounters, as much as possible, into joyful and productive ones. 6.7. It should be clear at this point that the organization of encounters in the metropolis is not only a political matter but also immediately an economic one. Joyful encounters are economically significant acts and, in fact, are in many respects the pinnacle of the biopolitical economy. In them the common is discovered and the common is produced. This gives us a new view of the slogan we proposed earlier: the metropolis is to the multitude what the factory was to the industrial working class. The organization of the joyful encounters of the multitude corresponds to the productive deployment of workers on the factory floor, in cooperative teams, clustered around specific machines, or coordinated in the sequences of the assembly line, but the biopolitical production of wealth, and here is the central point, must be grasped from the other side, not from the perspective of capital but rather from that of the multitude. Capital, in fact, is not able to organize joyful encounters in the metropolis but can only capture or expropriate the Commonwealth produced. The multitude must organize these encounters autonomously and put into play the kind of training required for a politics of the metropolis. In the mid-1960s, in the context of the Black Power movement, when the major U.S. cities were becoming predominantly black, Grace and James Boggs proposed a similar politics of autonomous organization of the metropolis with the slogan "The city is the black man's land." 6.8 Urban revolts under the banner of autonomy, in fact, were a prime motor leading to the crisis of the industrial city along with, eventually, the crisis of U.S. hegemony. But today urban revolts, though still strongly defined by race, are no longer led by those industrial figures. WHEN metropolitan production is embedded in capitalist valorization. Urban uprisings present original elements that herald new forms of organization, just like the first industrial workers' strikes, which set off epidemics of sabotage against factories and their machines. The multitude, however, is never allowed freely and peacefully to manage the organization of the metropolis. In addition to the common and encounters, the metropolis is defined also and perhaps most significantly by antagonism and violence. One last etymology highlights this phase. In ancient Greek, metropolis is the mother city that dominates and controls the colonies. This too is how the French term was used during the imperialist era. Metropolitan France distinguished the European territory from the French colonies in Africa, Asia, the Pacific, and the Caribbean. Today metropolis still marks hierarchy, but its geography has shifted and become more complex. It is true, of course, that in general terms there remain significant inequalities among contemporary metropolises that echo colonial relations, between New York and Mexico City, for example, London and Mumbai, Paris and Dakar, Shanghai and Chengdu. In addition to these hierarchies, however, we need also to see those that exist within every metropolis, sometimes in extremely close proximity, among different neighborhoods and within each. This is a geography of intensities and thresholds, like those maps of the heat of the Earth's surface as seen from space. All contemporary metropolises are pathological in the sense that their hierarchies and divisions corrupt the common and block beneficial encounters through institutionalized racisms, segregations of rich and poor, and various other structures of exclusion and subordination. To say that Sao Paulo is a city of walls, for example, is to diagnose its illness. 69 and the pathology is that it not only prevents positive encounters but also bombards you with negative ones. In many dominant parts of the world, if you are poor and dark-skinned you cannot ride the subway or drive your car without being stopped by the police. In subordinated parts of the world your neighborhood is likely to be plagued by crime and diseases from lack of clean water and adequate sewage. The metropolis is a jungle, and the forms of the common and encounter it presents are ones you should run from. The divisions of the metropolis are constantly produced and enforced economically by rent and real estate values. Gentrification is one weapon that creates and maintains social divisions, reproducing in every metropolis on a smaller scale the global hierarchies and inequalities. As we argued in Part 3, rent and real estate values derive directly from the common, what economists call the positive and negative externalities of the surrounding metropolis. The relation of rent to the common, however, is not purely passive, parasitical. Certainly, in contrast to forms of industrial capital that generate profit, rent does not have a direct relation to the organization of production, but the capture and redistribution of wealth, preserving and extending class divisions, nonetheless involves social production and, specifically, the organization of the productivity of immaterial labor power. This helps explain why rent has become the paradigmatic economic instrument of neoliberalism and its regimes of financialization, which, as we will see in Part 5, are dedicated to the production of services and immaterial goods, as well as redistributing wealth along class lines. Rent operates through a deserialization of the common, privatizing in the hands of the rich the Commonwealth produced and consolidated in the metropolis. The clear VI, Sewell lines of Haussmann's Parisian avenues are not necessary for this deployment of power. Rent and real estate are omnipresent apparatuses of segmentation and control that extend fluidly throughout the urban landscape and configure the dispositives of social exploitation. The very fabric of the contemporary metropolis wields a silent economic control that is as vicious and brutal as any other form of violence. 70. This gives a third and final sense in which the metropolis is to the multitude what the factory was to the industrial working class. The metropolis, like the factory, is the site of hierarchy and exploitation, violence and suffering, fear and pain. For generations of workers the factory is where their bodies are broken, where they are poisoned by industrial chemicals and killed by dangerous machinery. The metropolis is a dangerous and noxious place, especially for the poor. But precisely because of this, the metropolis is also, like the factory, the site of antagonism and rebellion. Since biopolitical production requires autonomy, as we saw earlier, capital becomes increasingly external to the productive process, and thus all of its means to expropriate value pose obstacles and destroy or corrupt the common. Capital becomes, perhaps paradoxically, a barrier to the production of wealth. The indignation and antagonism of the multitude is thus directed not only against the violence of hierarchy and control but also in defense of the productivity of the common and the freedom of encounters. But where exactly can this productive multitude rebel? For the industrial workers the factory provides the obvious site, the boss is in your face, the machines can be sabotaged, the plant occupied, production interrupted, and so forth. It seems that the multitude in the metropolis has no comparable site for its rebellion and thus risks venting its rage in a void, but in recent years we have witnessed a series of metropolitan jacqueries that experiment with solutions to this problem. The piqueteros in Argentina beginning in 2001, for example, develop in literal terms our analogy between the factory and the metropolis. Unemployed workers, who have no factory gates to block, decide instead to picket the city, blocking streets, obstructing traffic, bringing the metropolis to a halt. The piqueteros tested, in other words, a kind of wildcat strike against the metropolis. The Bolivian battles over water and gas in 2000 and 2003, which we analyzed in Part 2, developed similar tactics, frequently blocking the highway that links the major cities. At the peak of the struggle in 2003, the rebellious multitude descended from El Alto, the poor, predominantly indigenous suburb that encircles La Paz, and occupied the city center and its exclusive white neighborhoods, overflowing the barriers of racial segregation and wealth, creating panic among the elites. The 2005 rebellion born in the Paris suburbs similarly attacked racial and wealth hierarchies by blocking the mobility of the metropolis, burning cars and educational structures, both of which the Banlieusards recognize as instruments of social mobility denied them. And like Bolivia, too, the French Revolt combined race and labor antagonisms in a protest against the expropriation of the common and the impediments to encounters. These rebellions are not just in the metropolis but also against it, that is, against the form of the metropolis, its pathologies and corruptions. 7.1. Jacquerie and spontaneous rebellions, however, as we argued earlier, are not necessarily beneficial and can often be self-destructive. The third task for the politics of the multitude in the metropolis, then, which must in most cases, in fact, come before promoting the production of the common and joyful encounter, is to organize antagonisms against the hierarchies and divisions of the metropolis, funnel the hatred and rage against its violence. There is joy also in destruction, attacking what you hate, the source of your suffering. The metropolitanization of the world does not necessarily just mean a generalization of structures of hierarchy and exploitation. It can also mean a generalization of rebellion and then, possibly, the growth of networks of cooperation and communication, the increased intensity of the common and encounters among singularities. This is where the multitude is finding its home. The decadent international but individualistic capitalism, in the hands of which we found ourselves after the war, is not a success. It is not intelligent, it is not beautiful, it is not just, it is not virtuous, and it doesn't deliver the goods. In short, we dislike it, and we are beginning to despise it. But when we wonder what to put in its place, we are extremely perplexed. John Maynard Keynes, National Self-Sufficiency. When the house is on fire one forgets even the dinner, yes, but one recovers it from among the ashes. Friedrich Nietzsche, Beyond Good and Evil. Neoliberal Zombies. The marriage between U.S. unilateralism and economic neoliberalism is a relatively recent union. The courtship may have begun with the 1973 Chilean coup d'état led by Augusto Pinochet, which was supported by the CIA and put into practice an economic plan authored by Milton Friedman and the Chicago Boys. Things got serious with Margaret Thatcher's election as UK Prime Minister in 1979. But the union was only consummated with Ronald Reagan in the White House in the 1980s. At that point it began to seem natural and inevitable that an economic policy of radical privatization of public goods and industries, unrelenting attack on labor organizations, and an ideology of free trade should go hand in hand with U.S. dominance of global political and military affairs. Reagan tore down the Berlin Wall, the myth goes, and vanquished not only the Soviet Union but also socialism itself, such that now there is no alternative throughout the world to neoliberal economic policy supported by U.S. power. There were alternatives, of course, despite all the rhetoric to the contrary. In particular, as we saw in Part 4, various multilateralist arrangements of global power, most often involving a concert among the dominant European nation-states, competed with U.S. unilateralism throughout this period. The multilateralist options were not anti-capitalist, of course, but they presented different mixtures of state control and privatization, welfare structures, and free markets. In fact, this competition was based, one might say, on which political arrangement can better guarantee the profits and continuity of the global capitalist system. The political decision for the union between neoliberalism and U.S. unilateralism, a decision, of course, that was not made in one boardroom or government office but across a wide spectrum of actors, elevated and centralized capitalist command in order to control the global economic transition, from Fordism to post-Fordism, as some economists say, or from a paradigm centered on industrial production to one centered on biopolitical production. This was an extreme decision, especially viewed in retrospect, but that extremity is an indication of the immensity of the task it was meant to fulfill and the difficulty of managing the transition. The collapse of U.S. unilateralism, the marriage fell apart. The political and military armory of unilateralism proved incapable of managing the capitalist transition, and lately, through a decade or more of seemingly endless global war, economic disorder has only increased. The inadequacies came into plain view with the U.S. financial meltdown and the subsequent global economic crisis. It is obvious, in fact, when we look at the nature of the crisis and the transition of capital, that the weapons of unilateralism are completely unsuited to address the challenges facing neoliberalism. The crisis is caused, to put it in the most synthetic terms, by the new ontology of biopolitical labor. Forms of intellectual, affective, and cognitive labor that are emerging in the central role in the contemporary economy cannot be controlled by the forms of discipline and command developed in the era of the factory society. We have argued elsewhere, in fact, that this transition toward the hegemony of biopolitical production was set in motion by the accumulation of struggles across the globe in the 1960s and 1970s against that imperialist and industrial disciplinary model of capitalist control. The transition was a response to the defeat of a form of capitalist production and command by workers' movements and social struggles. To recourse to U.S. unilateralism, with its imperialist imaginary, to manage this transition was really an attempt to treat a new disease with old remedies. In the final analysis, the primary responsibility for this decision to link capitalist economic strategy to unilateralism resides not so much in the U.S. government but in the world's jittery stock markets and the panicky souls of the wealthy. Beware bourgeois insecurity. It is not the first time, of course, that capital has looked to a strong central political authority to calm the markets and provide stability for profits. But it turns out that the nature of this transition and the conditions necessary for biopolitical production are inimical to those outdated forms of discipline and control. And the failures of unilateralism become apparent, as we saw in political and military terms in Part 4. The major commentators and politicians unerringly run to multilateralism as the political support for neoliberalism. This has always been the official ideology, for example, of the World Economic Forum meetings, which bring together in Davos, Switzerland, government and corporate leaders from around the world. An ever more global world, the logic goes, needs increasingly to rely on a multilateral system of power, but such multilateral support is nowhere to be found. Unilateralism defeated multilateralism. The United States may have been too weak to rule on its own, but it was strong enough to block multilateral arrangements. That does not mean, though, that once unilateralism fails, multilateralism can take over. No, the foundations of multilateralism were already rotting before unilateralism gave it the coup de grace. Neither unilateralism nor multilateralism is capable of supporting a neoliberal economic project. It may be useless, in fact, to search for a political form capable of supporting neoliberalism. Like those partisans of the autonomy of the political, we do not believe that a political power can independently configure and maintain an economic system. The problem here is not only the lack of political support but also, and more important, the incapacities of neoliberalism itself. To understand how neoliberalism has failed and, in fact, how it was never capable of being a program for capitalist production, we need to shift perspective and focus on the biopolitical terrain. Of the primary characteristics of neoliberal policy: strong private property rights and weak labor rights, privatization of common and public goods, free markets and free trade are focused on commerce and the redistribution of wealth. The main substantive achievement of neoliberalization, David Harvey rightly claims, has been to redistribute, rather than generate, wealth and income, primarily thanks to strategies of accumulation for the wealthy through dispossession of the public and the poor. In this sense, Harvey continues, neoliberalism is at base a project to restore class power. 3. Der neoliberal policies: the wealthy have indeed grown much more wealthy and the poor correspondingly poorer within each nation and globally. Extraction processes, oil, gas, and minerals are the paradigmatic industries of neoliberalism. But a large portion of the generation of wealth under neoliberalism has been achieved merely by feeding off the corpse of socialism, in the former Second World as well as the First and Third, transferring to private hands the wealth that had been consolidated in public property, industries, and institutions. Keep in mind that the essence of the capitalist mode of production is and must be to produce wealth, but this is exactly neoliberalism's weakness. The crisis of neoliberalism, then, is due not so much to the failure of unilateralism or multilateralism to provide an effective supporting political arrangement and guarantee its redistributions of property, but rather to the incapacity of neoliberalism to present a schema for stimulating and organizing production. No capitalist strategy can survive long without that. The illusion that neoliberalism could be a sustainable economic program is testament to how difficult it is for many to recognize the nature of production in a post-industrial economy. It is easy, of course, to see and count the automobiles, steel beams, and refrigerators that roll out the factory gates or the tons of grain from the farm, but how can you put your finger on the immaterial products that become predominant in the biopolitical economy: the images, codes, knowledges, effects, and even social relations and forms of life? To appreciate the novelty of this situation, consider, for example, a thumbnail sketch of the productive role of knowledge in capitalist economic history. Economic historians have insisted at length on the fact that knowledge, developed through practice and labor, was already a productive force in the mercantilist era. For in industrial capitalism knowledge remained a fundamental force of development, but increasingly, as the industrial paradigm took shape, its importance was not so much as an internal element, incarnated in the practice of workers and consolidated in their skills and know-how, but rather as an external one, independent of the workers and thus capable of controlling them. As industrial capitalism matured, knowledge became fundamental but completely absorbed within the system of command. In today's economy, in contrast, knowledge that is widespread across society, mass intellectuality, is becoming a central productive force, out of reach of the system of control, and this shift undermines the industrial paradigm. The crisis of industrial capitalism, writes Carlo Vercellone. is in large measure the result of a social transformation that had already configured a model of alternative development structured on two principal axes, the reappropriation and socialization of knowledges that went well beyond the so-called scientific organization of labor, creating alternative forms of labor that reject productivism, and the expansion of the collective services of the welfare state, health, education, research, and so forth, as sectors and motors of a non-productivist mode of development, based not on commodities but on intensive productions of knowledge aimed at the production of man by man and the reproduction of widespread intellectual capacities. 5. Production, in other words, is becoming anthropogenetic, generating forms of life. From this trajectory of knowledge within economic production, two important facts follow. First, knowledge is no longer merely a means to the creation of value, in the commodity form, but rather the production of knowledge is itself value creation. 6. Not only is this knowledge no longer a weapon of capitalist control, but also capital is in fact confronted with a paradoxical situation: the more it is forced to pursue valorization through knowledge production, the more that knowledge escapes its control. Here we are touching on a dilemma that, in the era of biopolitical production, faces capital as such, not just its neoliberal forms. We will explore its consequences in more detail, but for the moment it is sufficient to recognize that neoliberalism has not gone into crisis only because it was tethered to unilateralism and is sinking along with it. Neoliberalism was already dead, in effect, because it fails to grasp and engage the biopolitical productive forces. It cannot provide a schema to foster production and increase the generation of wealth. Biopolitical production poses a problem for capital, in other words, and neoliberalism has no answer. Socialist illusions. Just as when the failure of unilateralism becomes evident, the major commentators and politicians run back to multilateralism, without recognizing that it is already dead, so too when the failure of neoliberalism becomes clear, the same figures turn to socialism or some form of government management and control of the economy, without understanding that its powers have already been completely exhausted. These two ideologies, neoliberalism and socialism, seem to be the only poles of the contemporary economic imaginary. And yet neither is able to control and stimulate production in the biopolitical economy. Socialism did present a powerful model of economic production throughout the 20th century on both sides of the Cold War divide. It is important to understand that socialism and capitalism never were opposites, but rather, as many critical analysts of the Soviet Union claimed, socialism is a regime for the state management of capitalist production. Strong socialist elements, bureaucratic planning and regulation of the economy, state-run industries and public services, coordinated state regulation of capital and organized labor, and so forth were also common throughout the capitalist countries. The various forms of developmentalism that dominated the economic ideology of the subordinated countries in the latter half of the century, equally in countries aligned with the United States or the Soviet Union, were focused similarly on the increase of productive capacities through state intervention and bureaucratic planning. Programs of import substitution industrialization, closely linked to dependency theories, were likewise centrally reliant on state control of markets and tariffs and intervention in the formation and regulation of national industries. 7. Socialism, in the final analysis, is a regime for the promotion and regulation of industrial capital, a regime of work discipline imposed through government and bureaucratic institutions. With the passage from the industrial to the biopolitical economy, however, socialist management and regulation lose all their effectiveness. The incapacity of socialist ideology and rule to move beyond the industrial paradigm is one important element, for example, that led to the collapse of the Soviet Union. Standard narratives about the costs of the arms race, the military defeat in Afghanistan, and even the popular desire for commodities all have some explanatory power, but it is much more important, in our view, to look at the internal social dynamic and the obstacles to social production in the last decades of the Soviet Union. Alexei Yurchik demonstrates in a wonderful ethnographic study of late socialism, the period from the 1960s to the 1980s, that Soviet society was far from the desert that Cold War theorists of totalitarianism claimed, but rather an extraordinarily dynamic cultural and ideological environment. This dynamism, of course, was not promoted or fostered by the socialist regime. On the contrary, the regime presented unending obstacles to social and cultural creativity, resulting in a profound stagnation. Those who lived through the collapse, therefore, according to Yurchik's suggestive formulation, found it both utterly unexpected and completely unsurprising. The power of the socialist regime seemed to them as if it would go on forever, but at the same time they knew it could no longer survive. 8. The socialist regime efficiently imposed discipline over an industrial society, but once the transition to bio-political production began to emerge, socialist discipline became only a fetter to the social autonomy and cultural creativity that it required. The incompatibility of socialism and biopolitical production goes for all forms of socialism, bureaucratic planning, state regulation, and so forth, not just the Soviet model. At the most fundamental and thus most abstract level, the two primary aspects of socialism, as we conceive it, public management of economic activity and a disciplinary work regime, directly conflict with biopolitical production. Earlier we argued that biopolitical labor is increasingly autonomous from capitalist control since its schema of cooperation is no longer provided externally, by capital, as it is in the factory, but generated within the productive process. Autonomy is equally required from state control and government forms of discipline. Perhaps you can think on command or create effective relations to order, but the results will pale compared to what is accomplished through autonomous social activity. Furthermore, the results of biopolitical production, including social subjectivities and relations, forms of life, have an immediately ontological dimension. Value is generated in this process, but it is immeasurable, or rather it constantly exceeds the units of any accounting scheme. It overflows the corporation's double-entry ledgers and confounds the public balance sheets of the nation-state. How can you measure the value of an idea, an image, or a relationship? The autonomy of the biopolitical labor process and the immeasurable, overflowing nature of the value produced are two key elements of the current contradiction of capitalist command. To capture surplus value, capital must alienate the productive singularities, seize control of productive cooperation, neutralize the immaterial, exceeding character of the value, and expropriate the common that is produced, all of which pose obstacles to and undermine the production process itself. Government management and control produces the exact same contradiction. Whether the common is expropriated and its value corralled in private hands or by public means, under capitalist command or government control, the result is the same: the cycle of biopolitical production is stunted and corrupted. In order to investigate what political regime can both foster and control production today, we have to explore further in economic terms what social production and social wealth means. Many economists use the concept social capital to delve into this question and get beyond crude economistic notions of production. We are not societies of atomized individuals, they explain, but rather are connected by a social fabric consisting of networks of understanding and trust, shared knowledges and norms of behavior, languages and habits, and so forth. Without trust and sympathy, market exchanges would not take place. Without social knowledges and norms, workers would not be able to cooperate and produce together. Social capital is thus a supplementary concept. The various forms of community constitute a stock of wealth that makes possible the functioning of industrial capital, finance capital, merchant capital, and all others. 9. This conception of social capital does successfully focus attention on the economic role of immaterial, social relations, but it conceives them as only peripheral to the productive process proper. Social capital, in other words, is not itself productive capital. Since it is conceived as subsidiary to the primary forms of capital, economists are constantly trying to make it conform to their schemes, devising formulas to measure social capital and close it within the lines of industrial accounting schedules. Such notions of social capital, however, since they are really aimed at complementing and completing the industrial paradigm of capitalist production, remaining within its conceptual order of quantities and equilibriums, do not solve any of the paradoxes of regulation and control raised by the transition to biopolitical production, its autonomous productivity, and its exceeding measure. Traditional versions of social democracy continue today to be proposed as a just, humane, and sustainable politics to manage capitalist production and capitalist society, but these theories have no means to confront the challenges posed by biopolitical production, and end up completely disoriented in this new situation. The social democratic doctrine of establishing agreement and trust between big business and the institutional labor unions, mediating any possible conflicts, and achieving modest gains for workers, not only has become completely blocked in the dead end of corporatism but also is increasingly estranged from growing categories of workers. Like the theories of social capital, social democracy can at best grasp the new figures of biopolitical production as supplements or appendages to Fordist industry and its mode of accumulation. Therefore, the only figures of biopolitical labor that become politically relevant, from this perspective, are the ones that can be forced to fit into the traditional labor union structures. In effect, social democracy can see only the forms and relations of production that have continued from the past, and all the rest, from its perspective, simply do not exist. The third way social democracy, theorized by Anthony Giddens and practiced by Tony Blair, does represent an analytical advance over doctrinaire socialisms to the extent that it recognizes that the corporatist trade union politics of the Fordist era has been, at least ideologically, surpassed. This revised social democracy essentially accepts some of the key elements of neoliberal policy, deregulation, privatization, and so forth, and combines them with a greater understanding of the economic value created through the social and cooperative development of biopolitical labor power. What results is perhaps greater consciousness of biopolitical production and greater attempts to capture its results, making them available for capitalist profit and development, but still no means to solve the challenges it poses. An form of socialist regulation, even combined with elements of neoliberalism, can rationalize biopolitical production within its structures or promote its growth. Biopolitical production belongs to the common. Neither public nor private mechanisms can manage and contain it. One also hears today urgent, desperate appeals for socialism or some form of government control of the economy as a result of the crises and the devastation that neoliberalism and unregulated capitalism have wrought. Capital is indeed destroying the common in both its physical and social forms at alarming rates. Climate change, resource depletion, and other ecological disasters are ever-increasing threats. Extreme social inequality, barriers, and hierarchies of wealth, race, and nationality, crushing poverty, and a host of other menaces too are shattering social forms of the common. In the background of many accounts of the apocalyptic scenarios that face us, however, government management and regulation is the presumed solution. State regulation might at least avoid the worst scenarios of financial collapse. Surely some state control can save the planet, or at least slow down its ruin. At a minimum it can redistribute back to the poor some of the wealth that global elites have accumulated by dispossession. Socialism often functions as the default cure for the havoc wrought by unregulated capitalism. We agree wholeheartedly, of course, that governments have to stop the destruction of the planet and that it would be just and beneficial to redistribute wealth equitably across the globe. But the view of socialism that functions in these visions, much like that of neoliberalism that we critiqued earlier, sees it solely as a mechanism for the distribution of wealth, not its generation. Our primary point about the illusions of socialism, instead, is that, like neoliberalism, it cannot fulfill in the era of biopolitical production the task of promoting, managing, and regulating production. Before closing this brief reflection on socialism, we should remember the difference between socialism and communism, a difference that has been thoroughly obscured through the last century. In standard journalistic usage today, communism is likely to be used to mean centralized state control of the economy and society, a totalitarian form of government parallel to fascism. Sometimes when a concept has been so corrupted, it seems one ought to abandon it and find another way to name what we desire. But instead, in this case at least, we find it better to struggle over the concept and insist on its proper meaning. At a purely conceptual level, we could begin to define communism this way: what the private is to capitalism and what the public is to socialism, the common is to communism. 10 But what does that mean? What would be an institution and a government of the common? That is one of the questions we will have to investigate in the remainder of this book. The global aristocracy and imperial governance, all of the options on offer for political and economic global rule, seem to have been disqualified. When unilateralism demonstrates its definitive failure, multilateralism has already collapsed on its rotting foundations, and when neoliberalism proves incapable of managing capitalist production, all versions of socialism and state management have already displayed their incapacity to engage and develop biopolitical productive forces. And yet the global capitalist economy continues to function. HOW is production regulated and managed. HOW are profits maintained and guaranteed. There is no fully realized economic system in place to fill these needs. Just as the complex multilevel forms of imperial governance establish a form of rule during the current interregnum in terms of global power structures, so too an intricate patchwork of national and transnational legal and political structures together supports the functioning of the global economy during the current period of transition by regulating production, trade, finance, and property relations. The characteristics of imperial governance that we discussed earlier apply equally on this economic terrain. Here too the tired debates that pit the role of the nation-state against globalization are of no help. Confronting the increasing globalization of capital, or more precisely the intensification and taking root of global capital, it is clear, on the one hand, that national structures alone are not adequate to the task of regulation, and, on the other, that there is no global state to regulate global capital the way the nation-states regulated national capital. Instead, political interdependence defines the mechanisms of economic management, regulation, and control. This is of course an extraordinarily mixed terrain, composed of, among other things, coordinated national mechanisms, bilateral and multilateral agreements, international and supranational institutions. The mixture is fragile not only because of the eclecticism of elements but also because the major international economic institutions on which it heavily relies, most of which were developed in the previous multilateralist global framework, are themselves weak and unstable. Increasingly today we see how these institutions, one after another, prove unable to address the crises for which they were designed. The International Monetary Fund cannot solve a currency crisis. The World Bank cannot solve a crisis of poverty, the Food and Agriculture Organization of the United Nations, FAO, cannot solve a food crisis, the World Trade Organization cannot solve a trade crisis, and so on. These institutions are not entirely useless, of course, but they do not constitute a sufficient basis for a lasting, stable global economic order. Capitalist globalization, the world market, the distribution networks, the linked productive structures, and so forth has advanced far ahead of the structures of capitalist power. This is not to say that no one is minding the store, that is, that global capital is functioning without political, legal, and institutional regulation and support. The global structures of capitalist power are functioning, but they are provisional and ad hoc, stitched together across the different levels of the system. Elsewhere we explored some of the specific mechanisms being developed on the terrain of global economic management and regulation, such as new legal conventions that reinterpret the old lex mercatoria in order to govern contracts not addressed adequately by national legal systems. 11 Here we want instead to consider the problem of a global capitalist power structure and its legal framework from a broader perspective and in relation to the structures of imperial governance. What becomes immediately apparent from the perspective of imperial governance is the aristocratic nature of these global economic power structures. We describe the emerging empire, drawing somewhat ironically on Polybius' eulogy to ancient Rome, as having a mixed constitution defined by a pyramidal structure, combining a single monarch, a limited aristocracy, and a broader, pseudo-democratic base. 1-2 Joseph Nye presents the same pyramidal image of mixed empire with a more modern analogy. The agenda of world politics has become like a three-dimensional chess game, Nye explains, in which one can win only by playing vertically as well as horizontally. On the top board of classical interstate military issues, the United States is likely to remain the only superpower for years to come, and it makes sense to speak in traditional terms of unipolarity or hegemony. However, on the middle board of interstate economic issues, the distribution of power is already multipolar. The United States cannot obtain the outcomes it wants on trade, antitrust, or financial regulation issues without the agreement of the European Union, EU, Japan, and others. It makes little sense to call this distribution American hegemony. On the bottom board of transnational issues, power is widely distributed and chaotically organized among state and non-state actors. It makes no sense at all to call this a unipolar world or an American empire. 1-3. The middle board of Nye's power game is where the aristocracy rules, primarily concerned, as he says, with global economic management and regulation, the realm of multilateral state relations, multi- and transnational corporations, and global economic institutions. Many scholars have recently documented the formation of a transnational or global capitalist class, closely associated with the corporations and the various state and institutional figures who regulate them, which functions as a new global aristocracy. 1-4 Our primary concern here, though, is not the sociological definition of this aristocracy but a structural view of the aristocratic functions of global economic management and regulation within the pyramidal arrangement of the imperial system. One aspect to note first about this aristocratic level is that it is not composed of homogeneous, equal powers that collaborate peacefully. Aristocrats have always been a contentious bunch. When you look at the internal workings of the global aristocracy at the World Economic Forum meetings, for example, or in World Trade Organization negotiations, the hierarchies among powers are obvious, as well as the devious maneuverings, with dominant states imposing their will and excluding others, subordinated states ganging up to counter them, and various other strategies and power plays regarding trade, antitrust actions, financial regulation, property law, and the like. The dynamics between government regulatory structures and corporations, both nationally and internationally, is another field of contest within the aristocracy, which takes place inside and outside the courtroom. Reporting in the financial papers thus sometimes reads like the sports pages, when not the crime report. The aristocracy is organized, of course, according to very different models in different countries. The post-socialist aristocracies are perhaps the newest models. In Russia, an aristocracy has emerged composed of industrial and financial oligarchs together with mafia thugs and an array of government officials. In China instead, the post-socialist model of aristocracy is anchored more closely to the state and party with tightly controlled participation of entrepreneurs and business elites. What remains of socialism in these post-socialist aristocracies is mainly the mechanisms of bureaucratic and party privilege along with the centralized circuits of power. Equally significant or more so than the composition and internal dynamics of the aristocracy, however, are the complex relations of the global aristocracy considered as a whole with the other levels of the imperial structure. On one side we see constant conflict between the aristocracy and the monarch. Unilateralism, by which the monarch refused to listen to the pleading of the aristocrats, failed owing to not only the exhaustion of its military and political forces but also thousands of little aristocratic rebellions. The aristocratic complaints are loud and many. The other dominant nation-states as well as the subordinated ones want to participate in and reap the rewards of the global capitalist system. The corporations are aware that unilateralism with its endless wars is bad for business, and myriad others. As Nye says, it makes little sense to view the multipolar arrangement of this middle, aristocratic level of empire as defined by American hegemony. But these continual conflicts with the monarch should not fool us into thinking that the aristocracy is intent on putting an end to monarchy or siding with the multitude. 19th century French history is full of these ruses in which the aristocracy and the bourgeoisie trick the proletariat and the poor into fighting on the front lines, only to cut them off when the battle has been won and re-establish a new monarchical or imperial order. The global aristocracy needs the monarch, it needs a central military power in Washington, or Beijing, a central cultural power in Los Angeles, or Mumbai, a central financial power in New York, or Frankfurt, and so forth. The aristocracy simply struggles constantly to negotiate a more advantageous relationship, forcing the monarch to collaborate and ensuring for itself a large share of the profits. The global aristocracy must also negotiate and collaborate, on the other side, with those organisms and institutions that claim to represent the people on the third, lowest level of the imperial pyramid. In some instances the political elites of the subordinated nation-states masquerade as representatives of the global people, as do the various popes and imams of the major religions, but most often they are just poor cousins of the aristocracy trying to get their share of the loot. In others the various humanitarian NGOs and aid organizations are cast as representing the people, or at least their interests, and the dominant media, of course, are always happy to don the cloak of the voice of the people. This level of the imperial system is all smoke and mirrors, because in the end there is no adequate means of representation and no global people to represent. But the claims of representation nonetheless play an essential role. Specifically, with respect to the aristocracy, this third level affords mechanisms of mediation to contain the seething multitude. The one thing that unites all aristocrats and monarchs, after all, despite their constant bickering and competition, is fear of the plebs. Although the aristocracy is unable to engage and manage the multitude, its constant negotiations with the third level of the imperial system, even though they are conflictive, afford it some mechanisms of control and means to calm its fears. There is no question, then, of any aristocratic secession from the imperial system. The global aristocracy will continually conflict with both the monarchical level above it and the popular level below, in addition to being plagued constantly by internal battles, but this will never amount to more than jockeying for position, claiming a greater portion of power, and negotiating the distribution of profits. The three levels of the imperial constitution need one another and cannot function on their own. The real threat to the imperial system resides not in its internal conflicts and contradictions but in the resistances of the multitude. So the reason why in practice aristocratic government is not absolute, Spinoza writes, can only be this, that the multitude is an object of fear to the rulers, thereby maintaining some degree of freedom for itself, which it asserts and preserves, if not by express law, by tacit understanding. 1. 5. The multitude of the poor, the forces of altermodernity, and the biopolitical productive forces, as we analyzed in the first half of this book, are all increasingly autonomous and exceed the forms of measure and control that have previously contained them. We need to descend once again to the terrain of the common to continue our analysis and explore what alternatives are emerging to challenge and eventually replace imperial rule. But capitalist production begets, with the inexorability of a natural process, its own negation. This is the negation of the negation. It does not re-establish private property, but it does indeed establish individual property on the basis of the achievements of the capitalist era, namely cooperation and the possession in common of the land and the means of production produced by labor itself. Karl Marx, Capital. The biopolitical cycle of the common. The key to understanding economic production today is the common, both as productive force and as the form in which wealth is produced. But private property has made us stupid, as Marx says, so stupid that we are blind to the common. It seems that economists and politicians can only see the world as divided between private and public, either owned by capitalists or controlled by the state, as if the common did not exist. Economists do recognize the common, in fact, but cast it generally outside of properly economic relations, as external economies or simply externalities. In order to understand biopolitical production, however, we need to invert this perspective and internalize the productive externalities, bringing the mon to the center of economic life. The standpoint of the common reveals how, increasingly in the course of the present transition, the process of economic valorization becomes ever more internal to the structures of social life. 1.6. The concept of externality has a long history in economic thought. In the early 20th century, Alfred Marshall uses the term external economy to refer to economic activity and development that takes place outside the individual firm or industry, including knowledge and expertise that develop socially in industrial districts. 1.7. The term is used increasingly frequently in subsequent 20th century economics literature, but the meanings of the term are varied and often ambiguous. This should be no surprise, of course, since external economy is essentially a negative term, designating all that is outside the economy proper, outside the realm of exchanges of private property. For most economists, then, external economy simply names all that remains out there in the dark. In the 1950s, J.E. Mead illuminates some of what the term designates by distinguishing between two types of external economy or diseconomy: unpaid factors, in which he includes the activity of bees to pollinate fruit trees, and atmosphere, including the rainfall on the orchard. 1.8. It is easy to recognize, however, that each of these factors also has human, social components, unpaid human activities, such as domestic labor, and social atmospheres, including all those that affect the natural environment the way, for instance, excessive logging affects rainfall. Even for the production of apples we can easily see how these external factors, which point toward the common, are centrally important. The question gets all the more interesting when economists, realizing they can no longer just ignore all that is external to the market, go on the offensive against it. External economies, according to some economists, are missing markets or even indications of market failures. Nothing should be outside the market, and no productive goods should be unowned, these economists maintain, because such externalities would escape the mechanisms of efficiency imposed by the market. 1.9. The common has come into clearer view in recent years in large part thanks to the work not of economists but of lawyers and legal theorists. Debates about intellectual property make it impossible, in fact, not to focus on the common and its interaction with the public. The most important resource we govern as an open mons, writes J.K. Benkler, without which humanity could not be conceived, is all of pre-20th century knowledge and culture. Most scientific knowledge of the first half of the 20th century, and much of contemporary science and academic learning too. 0. This common knowledge and culture we have inherited diverges and often conflicts with both the private and the public. The conflict of the common with private property is most often the focus of attention. Patents and copyrights are the two mechanisms for making knowledge into private property that have played the most prominent roles in recent years. The relationship of the common to the public is equally significant but often obscured. It is important to keep conceptually separate the common such as common knowledge and culture and the public, institutional arrangements that attempt to regulate access to it. It is thus tempting to think of the relationships among the private, the public, and the common as triangular, but that too easily gives the impression that the three could constitute a closed system with the common between the other two. Instead, the common exists on a different plane from the private and the public, and is fundamentally autonomous from both. In the realm of the information economy and knowledge production, it is quite clear that freedom of the common is essential for production. As Internet and software practitioners and scholars often point out, access to the common in the network environment, common knowledges, common codes, common communication circuits is essential for creativity and growth. The privatization of knowledge and code through intellectual property rights, they argue, thwarts production and innovation by destroying the freedom of the common. 2.1 It is important to see that from the standpoint of the common, the standard narrative of economic freedom is completely inverted. According to that narrative, private property is the locus of freedom, as well as efficiency, discipline, and innovation, that stands against public control. NOW Instead, the common is the locus of freedom and innovation, free access, free use, free expression, free interaction that stands against private control, that is, the control exerted by private property, its legal structures, and its market forces. Freedom in this context can only be freedom of the common. In the age of biopolitical production, the common, which previously was cast as external, is becoming completely internalized. The common, in other words, in both its natural and artificial forms, is becoming the central and essential element in all sectors of economic production. Rather than seeing the common in the form of externalities as missing markets or market failures, then, we should instead see private property in terms of the missing common and see omen failures. Once one adopts the standpoint of the common, many of the central concepts of political economy have to be rethought. In this context, for instance, valorization and accumulation necessarily take on a social rather than an individual character. The common exists in and is put to work by broad, open social networks. The creation of value and the accumulation of the common, then, both refer to an expansion of social productive powers. Economic growth, in this sense, has to be understood as the growth of society. Social growth, however, may seem to be a concept too vague and abstract to be useful here. We can give this notion of accumulation more philosophical precision, recognizing, of course, that this will do little to satisfy the more economically minded by conceiving it in terms of the social sensorium. Accumulation of the common means not so much that we have more ideas, more images, more affects, and so forth, but, more important, that our powers and senses increase, our powers to think, to feel, to see, to relate to one another, to love. In terms closer to those of economics, then, this growth involves both an increasing stock of the common accessible in society and also an increased productive capacity based on the common. One of the facts that make us rethink such concepts of political economy in social terms is that biopolitical production is not constrained by the logic of scarcity. It has the unique characteristic that it does not destroy or diminish the raw materials from which it produces wealth. Biopolitical production puts bios to work without consuming it. Furthermore, its product is not exclusive. When I share an idea or image with you, my capacity to think with it is not lessened, on the contrary, our exchange of ideas and images increases my CA. Pacifies. The production of effects, circuits of communication, and modes of cooperation are immediately social and shared. The characteristics of biopolitical production also force us to rethink the concept of economic cycle. Understanding business cycles is the essence of any course in macroeconomics. Capitalist economies under the hegemony of industrial production move periodically through a repeated sequence: expansion, peak, downturn, recession, expansion, and so forth. Economists generally focus on the objective causes of the cycle, such as inflation, unemployment rates, and disequilibria between supply and demand, and thus prescribe fiscal and monetary solutions to moderate the boom and bust periods, seeking to maintain rates of growth and employment while curbing inflation. When analyzing industrial business cycles in our previous work, we found it more illuminating to highlight the subjective causes, specifically the organized refusal and resistance of workers against capitalist command. Worker insurgency, of course, is often behind many of the objective economic indicators, such as inflation, imbalances of supply and demand, and disruptions of production and distribution. This perspective, for example, views the fiscal and economic crises of the 1970s in light of the proliferation and intensity of workers' struggles in the 1960s. 2. Indeed, at least since the 1930s, governments have sought to manage fluctuations of the business cycle with social policies that address the subjective causes through programs on wages, employment, and welfare. Whether viewed objectively or subjectively, however, the periodicity of the industrial business cycle through boom and bust remains, sometimes moderated but not negated by fiscal, monetary, and social policies. The biopolitical cycle is very different. The economy is still subject to growth and recession, but these have to be understood now in relation to the qualities of the common. There are detrimental as well as beneficial forms of the common, as we have insisted repeatedly, and whereas some social institutions promote the mon, others corrupt it. If biopolitical economic growth is conceived as a process of social composition, increasing our general social wares, then recession must be understood as social decomposition, in the sense that certain poisons decompose a body. Noxious forms of the common and institutions that corrupt it destroy social wealth and pose obstacles to social productivity. Since one of the central factors necessary for biopolitical productivity is the autonomy of the productive networks from capitalist command and from the corrupt social institutions, class struggle often takes the form of exodus, subtracting from control and establishing autonomy. The quantitative indicators of professional economists offer little insight on this biopolitical terrain, in particular since production of the common constantly exceeds not only relationships of control but also frameworks of measure. Useful economic indicators instead would have to be qualitative. What are the qualities of the common that constitute society? How accessible is the common to productive social forces? How autonomous are productive networks from forms of control? To what extent do social institutions promote or obstruct access to and productivity of beneficial forms of the common? If such indicators existed, they would trace a biopolitical cycle that is fundamentally arithmetic, defined by thresholds of social composition and decomposition. But an adequate economic science of biopolitical production has yet to be invented. The tableau économique of the common. In 1758 François Quesnay published the first version of his tableau économique, which presents the equilibria of investment and consumption in the agricultural economy. His table traces the monetary exchanges throughout society in a zigzag fashion: artisans buy grain, agriculturalists buy craft goods, landlords exchange with foreign merchants, and so forth. The zigzag movements of money demonstrate the coherence of the economic system, since each social class depends on the others for buying and selling. Quesnay's table is meant to demonstrate two claims that are central to physiocratic doctrine: the wealth of a nation is defined not by the gold and silver in its coffers but by its net product, and agriculture is the only productive sector of the economy, since handicrafts and manufacture are seen as generating no more value than is invested in them. 4. Quesnay, then, surplus value is primarily extracted by landlords in the form of rent. Karl Marx was fascinated by the tableau économique, and in many ways his analyses of the simple and expanded reproduction of capital strive to formulate for the industrial economy what Quesnay mapped for the agricultural, tracing the paths of value through the circuits of capitalist production, circulation, exchange, and consumption. Two of the important differences that define Marx's work with respect to Quesnay are that labor, not land, is the source of wealth in the capitalist economy, and the capitalist system is not a stable equilibrium but in constant need of expansion, continually searching for new markets, new materials, new productive forces, and so on. In this system, surplus value is primarily extracted by capitalists in the form of profit. We need to create today a new tableau économique that traces the production, circulation, and expropriation of value in the biopolitical economy. This is not to say, of course, that industrial production is no longer an important sector of the economy, just as Marx's focus on industrial capital did not imply that agriculture had ceased to be significant. Our claim instead is that biopolitical production is becoming hegemonic in the contemporary economy, filling the role that industry played for well over 100 years. In the same way that in the previous period agriculture had to industrialize, adopting industry's mechanical methods, wage relations, property regimes, and working day, industry now will have to become biopolitical and integrate ever more centrally communicative networks, intellectual and cultural circuits, the production of images and effects, and so forth. Industry and all other sectors of production, in other words, will gradually be constrained to obey the tableau économique of the common. Creating a new tableau économique, however, runs into two immediate difficulties. First, the autonomy of biopolitical labor threatens the coherence of the table, taking away one side of question's zigzags. Capital still depends on biopolitical labor, but the dependence of biopolitical labor on capital becomes increasingly weak. In contrast to industrial labor, which is dependent on capitalist command or some other form of management to provide materials and enforce the cooperative relations necessary for production, biopolitical labor tends to have direct access to the common and the capacity to generate cooperation internally. Second, although economic tables are usually filled with quantities, social life, the common, and all the products of biopolitical production defy and exceed measure. How can one create an economic table filled with qualities? How can one balance the input and output of qualitative elements to determine the equilibrium of the system? Consider, for example, the fact that the production of subjectivity is increasingly central to the biopolitical generation of value. Subjectivity is a use value, but one that has the capacity to produce autonomously, and subjectivity is an exchange value, but one that is impossible to quantify. Evidently this will have to be a different kind of table. 2-3 The terms that Marx develops for industrial production are still useful in the context of biopolitical production but have to be reformulated. He divides the working day, for example, between necessary labor time, during which the value necessary to reproduce the society of workers is created, and surplus labor time, when the surplus value appropriated by the capitalist is generated. In the biopolitical context, necessary labor has to be considered what produces the common, because in the common is embedded the value necessary for social reproduction. In the context of industrial capital, wage relations were a primary field of class conflict over necessary labor, with workers struggling to raise what was considered socially necessary and capitalists trying to diminish it. In the biopolitical economy this conflict continues, but wage relations no longer contain it. This becomes increasingly a struggle over the common. Social reproduction based on the common might sound similar to positions promoted by theorists of social capital, who, as we saw earlier, point toward the needs and mechanisms of social reproduction, insisting that they cannot be satisfied solely through wages. Generally the proponents of social capital, however, fall back on social democratic proposals for government activity to guarantee social reproduction. Social reproduction based in the common, in contrast, has to be conceived outside of private or public management or command. If necessary labor and the value it generates are conceived in terms of the networks of social reproduction in the common, then we have to understand surplus labor and surplus value as the forms of social cooperation and elements of the common that are appropriated by capital. What capital expropriates is not individual wealth but the result of a social power. The rate of surplus value, then, to rewrite Marx's definition, is the expression of the level of exploitation by capital on not only the labor power of the worker but also the common powers of production that constitute social labor power. 2-4 As a result, the contradiction that Marx often invokes between the social nature of capitalist production and the private character of capitalist accumulation becomes ever more extreme in the biopolitical era. Keep in mind that when capital accumulates the common and makes it private, its productivity is blocked or lessened. This is thus an extraordinarily violent and explosive situation in which the social productive forces, which are antagonistic and autonomous, inside and outside the market, are necessary for capitalist accumulation but threaten its command. Capital, so to speak, has the wolf by the ears, hold on and it will be bitten, let go and it will not survive. 2.5 Capital is defined by crisis. Almost a century ago Rosa Luxemburg came to this conclusion when she recognized that the expanding cycles of capitalist reproduction led inevitably to inter-imperialist wars. Here we see the crisis also within the capital relation itself, with capital facing increasingly autonomous, antagonistic, and unmanageable forms of social labor power. Two options seem available to maintain capitalist control: war or finance. The war option was attempted and in large measure exhausted with the unilateralist Italy adventures of recent years. Security measures, imprisonment, social monitoring, eroding the basic set of civil and human rights, and all the rest that comes with the war society might in the short run augment control, but it also undermines productivity, most dramatically in the biopolitical economy, where freedom, communication, and social interaction are essential. The global aristocracy helped put an end to unilateralism and its military regime, as we saw earlier, in part because it was bad for business. The finance option is much more effective. In many respects, financialization has been the capitalist response to the crisis of the Fordist social relationship and the other social bases on which industrial capital relied. Only finance is able to follow the rapidly changing and increasingly global social production circuits of the biopolitical economy, extracting wealth and imposing command. Only finance is able to oversee and compel the flexibility, mobility, and precariousness of biopolitical labor power while also reducing spending on social welfare. The key for finance is that it remains external to the productive process. It does not attempt to organize social labor power or dictate how it is to cooperate. It grants biopolitical production its autonomy and manages nonetheless to extract wealth from it at a distance. 2.6 Tableau économique of the common cannot be created in the form used by Quesnay and Marx for the agricultural and industrial economies respectively. Those tables trace the lines of not only the exchanges but also the relations of interdependence among the various economic actors and, ultimately, the social classes. The increasing autonomy of biopolitical labor embedded in the common, the reciprocity of those relations is broken. Capital, of course, still needs labor to produce the wealth it can appropriate, but it meets increasing antagonism and resistance from biopolitical labor. Instead of an economic table of exchanges, then, what we find here is a table of struggles, which we could organize, perhaps, in 3 columns. The first column is defined by the defense of the freedom of biopolitical labor. The composition of post-industrial labor power is characterized by a forced mobility and flexibility, deprived of fixed contracts and guaranteed employment, having to migrate from one job to another in the course of a career and, at times, in the course of a working day, and in many cases having to migrate great distances across the city and across continents for work. Biopolitical labor does not reject mobility and flexibility per se, as if dreaming for a return to the fixity of the Fordist factory, but rejects only external control over them. The productivity of biopolitical labor requires autonomy to determine its own movements and transformation. It requires the freedom to construct productive encounters, form networks of cooperation, subtract itself from detrimental relationships, and so forth. The struggles in this first column, then, are struggles of the common against work refusing the command of work, that is, in defense of free powers of creativity. The second column is defined by the defense of social life. In the Fordist system, the wage, supplemented by state welfare services, was meant to guarantee the reproduction of the proletariat, although it often failed to fulfill that. The class of precarious workers today, the precariat, has an entirely different relation to the wage. It still depends on wages for its reproduction but is increasingly external to that relation with capital, relying ever more on income and means of reproduction that it can glean from other sources of social wealth. The struggles in this second column might thus be conceived in terms of the common against the wage, that is, in defense of an income to reproduce social life, but against the increasingly violent and unreliable dependence dictated by wage relations. A third column of our table would have to be defined by the defense of democracy. These struggles are still in their infancy, but they will have to invent social institutions to achieve the democratic organization of social productive forces, providing a stable foundation for the autonomy of biopolitical production. The struggles in this third column will thus be struggles of the common against capital. Filling out the columns of this table is becoming the order of the day. The one divides in two. In the mid-1960s, in the midst of the fervor of the Cultural Revolution, Chinese intellectuals following Mao Zedong proclaimed the slogan "The divides into two" as a call to continuing class struggle and an affirmation of the proletarian perspective. Their opponents, they claimed, take the bourgeois perspective and are guided by the slogan "The fuse into one too." 7. This Maoist slogan captures the crisis of capital that we have been analyzing in this part of the book. As biopolitical labor becomes ever more autonomous from and antagonistic to capitalist management and command, capital has increasing difficulty integrating labor within its ruling structures. In the context of industrial production, the capacity of capital to integrate labor is taken for granted. Conceptually, this is most clearly expressed when Marx, analyzing the production process, divides capital into constant capital, all the productive elements that merely transfer their value to the value of the product, such as raw materials and machines, and variable capital, that is, labor power, the value of which varies in the sense that it contributes more value to the product than its own value, the wage. The concept of variable capital itself places labor power, and hence the working class as a whole, within capital. This integration of labor within capital does not mean, of course, that labor is always peaceful and functional to capitalist development. On the contrary, the long history of radical industrial workers' movements reveals labor as within and against capital, blocking, sabotaging, and subverting its development. One of the great contributions of Mario Tronti's analyses in the 1960s was to demonstrate the priority of workers' struggles with respect to capitalist development. We have to invert the problem, he writes, change direction, and start from the beginning, and the beginning is working class struggle. At the level of socially developed capital, capitalist development is subordinated to workers' struggles, comes after them, and has to make the political mechanism of its own reproduction correspond to them too. 8. One could think of the working class revolt that Tronti analyzes as an instance of the one dividing into two, since in revolt the workers demonstrate their autonomy from an antagonism to the capitalist owners, but in subsequent moments, when the strike comes to an end, the two fuse back into one. Or better, Tronti's dialectic is a two-part movement. Workers' struggles force capital to restructure, capitalist restructuring destroys the old conditions for worker organization and poses new ones, new worker revolts force capital to restructure again, and so forth. This two-part dialectic, however, as long as it does not pass over into revolutionary activity, never breaks apart the internal relation to capital. The passage from the industrial to the biopolitical economy changes this situation, realizing and extending in certain respects the arrangement that Tronti foresaw in the factory. The industrial firm is no longer able, as it previously was, at least in the dominant countries, to centralize productive forces and integrate labor power within capital. As we have seen, however, the exhaustion of the hegemonic and integrating powers of firm-based capital does not imply the end of capitalist development. In the place of firm-based capital has emerged a society-based capital in which society as a whole is the chief site of productive activity and, correspondingly, the prime site of labor conflict and revolt against capital. 290 And this social terrain of biopolitical production, in the context of society-based capital, the integrating mechanisms that functioned in firm-based capital no longer work. Here the one really divides into two, an increasingly autonomous labor power and, consequently, a capital that becomes increasingly pure command. Labor power is thus no longer variable capital, integrated within the body of capital, but a separate and increasingly oppositional force. 3.0 This division in two results from a double movement. From one side, biopolitical labor increasingly asserts its autonomy. Not only is it progressively more capable of organizing productive cooperation and self-managing social production, but also all mechanisms of capitalist command imposed on it diminish its productivity and generate antagonism. From the other side, capital is ever more obliged to exclude labor from its relations, even while having to extract wealth from it. The characteristics of the technical composition of labor that we analyzed in Part 3 demonstrate this double movement. In biopolitical production, for example, there is a progressive dissolution of the working day. The Fordist industrial promise of 8 hours work, 8 hours leisure, and 8 hours sleep, which actually applied to relatively few workers globally, no longer serves as a regulative ideal. In the privileged and subordinated sectors of the economy alike, that division between work time and non-work time is breaking down. And more important, the temporalities of factory life, its methods of managing time, its time precision, and time discipline, which had been generalized outside the factory to society as a whole, no longer apply. Workers are in many respects left to organize their own time, which is often an impossible task. German sociologists refer to an Entgrenzung der Arbeit, a delimitation or removal of boundaries of work, to name the spilling over of work into society, in spatial terms, and into life, in temporal terms. 3.1 A second and closely related example is the increasing precarity of labor in biopolitical production. Guaranteed, stable employment was in many ways the epitome of the internal nature of industrial labor within capital. At the extreme was the image of loyal workers and their families cared for by the firm throughout their working lives and beyond. By making labor increasingly precarious for an ever larger portion of the workforce, however, capital is casting labor out, expelling it, cutting ties of stability, welfare, and support. The dissolution of the working day and the increasing precarity of labor do not mean, of course, that workers are free from capitalist domination. Far from it. Workers still have to arrange their lives in the world of commodities according to the commodified temporalities of capitalist social life. Precarious workers have to think of themselves still, even more so, as commodities. All workers remain in very important respects subject to capitalist domination. When we declare that the one divides in two, then, we are not proclaiming the demise of capital but rather identifying the growing incapacity of capital to integrate labor power within itself, and thus marking the rupture of the concept of capital into two antagonistic subjectivities. The resulting situation is characterized by a double production of subjectivity, or rather the production of two opposed, conflicting subjectivities that cohabit in the same social world. A capitalist power which is progressively losing its productive role, its ability to organize productive cooperation, and its capacity to control the social mechanisms of the reproduction of labor power. Cohabits, often uneasily, with a multitude of productive subjectivities, which are increasingly acquiring the constituent capacities necessary to sustain themselves autonomously and create a new world. Is it possible at this point to reintegrate the working class within capital? This is the illusion promoted by social democracy, which we analyzed earlier. It would mean, on the one hand, recreating the mechanisms by which capital can engage, manage, and organize productive forces, and, on the other, resurrecting the welfare structures and social mechanisms necessary for capital to guarantee the social reproduction of the working class. We do not believe, however, even if there were the political will among the elites, that this is possible. The cat is out of the bag, and, for better or worse, there is no way to get it back in. Or to put it in other terms, the old three-part dialectic, which would make a unity of the two conflicting subjectivities, will no longer work. Its claims of unity and integration at this point are just false promises. The primary capitalist strategy for maintaining power in this divided situation, as we said earlier, is financial control. Marx anticipated this situation, in many respects, in his analyses of the dual nature of money. In its politically neutral face, money is the universal equivalent and medium of exchange that, in capitalist society, represents the value of commodities based on the quantity of labor consolidated within them. In its other face, though, money, as the exclusive terrain of the representation of value, wields the power to command labor. It is a representation of the wealth of social production, accumulated privately, that in turn has the power to rule over social production. 3. The world of finance, with its complex instruments of representation, extends and amplifies these two faces of money, which together are essential for expropriating the value of and exerting control over biopolitical production. After identifying the two faces of money, Marx highlights the fact that they conflict with each other and thus register a social antagonism between the representation of the value of labor as the general equivalent of commodity exchange and the conditions of social production dominated by capital. 1. Traditional anti-capitalist strategy to confront the domination of money is to destroy both of its representational functions, eliminating not only capitalist command but also the role of money as general equivalent by constructing a system of exchanges based on barter and or ad hoc representations of value, while dreaming of the return to an antediluvian world of use values. A second strategy is to defend the one face of money and attack the other, preserve money as the representation of value but destroy its power to represent the general social field of production, which is instrumental in command, with the ideal of fair trade and equal exchanges. Is a third strategy possible that would conserve both representational functions of money but wrest control of them away from capital? Might the power of money, and the finance world in general, to represent the social field of production be, in the hands of the multitude, an instrument of freedom, with the capacity to overthrow misery and poverty? Just as the concept of abstract labor was necessary for understanding the industrial working class as a coherent, active subject, including workers in a wide variety of different sectors, do the abstractions of money and finance similarly provide the instruments for making the multitude from the diverse forms of flexible, mobile, and precarious labor? We cannot answer these questions satisfactorily yet, but it seems to us that efforts to reappropriate money in this way point in the direction of revolutionary activity today. This would mark a definitive break of the one divided in two. Capitalist performance is not even relevant for prognosis of capital's future development. Most civilizations have disappeared before they had time to fill to the full the measure of their promise. Hence I am not going to argue, on the strength of that performance, that the capitalist intermezzo is likely to be prolonged. In fact, I am now going to draw the exactly opposite inference. Joseph Schumpeter, Capitalism, Socialism, and Democracy. Capital's prognosis. ALL is not well with capital and the traditional treatments are unable to cure its maladies. Neither private, neoliberal medicine, under unilateral or multilateral guidance, nor public, state-centered remedies, Keynesian or socialist, have any positive effect, and in fact only make things worse. We should do our best to search for a new cure, even though we are well aware that treating the disease seriously and aggressively could risk the demise of the patient. Euthanasia may in the end be the most humane course, but before being resigned to that fact, a conscientious doctor has to make every effort to discover the correct diagnosis and invent a successful treatment. Capital is just fine, some might respond, despite its crises. Look at all those people getting rich. Look at how the stock markets rebound. Look at all those goods being produced. Well, as Joseph Schumpeter says in the epigraph to this section, these conventional measures of performance, as well as others such as the rate of profit, may not be the most relevant ones for judging health. 3. Capital is not immortal, of course, but came into being and will pass away just like all other modes of production. Our task is to discern the relevant symptoms, evaluate how they can be treated, and arrive at a prognosis for capital. One symptom, which Schumpeter diagnosed over a half-century ago, is the decline of capital's entrepreneurial capacities. Early in the 20th century, working in Austria and surrounded by its 19th century models of capitalist development, Schumpeter celebrated entrepreneurship as the vital force of capital. Many misunderstand the essence of the entrepreneurial function as risk-taking, he explains, but risk-taking is merely speculation. Schumpeter's entrepreneur is the one who introduces the new, the innovator driven by the joy of creation, a figure with strong overtones of a Nietzschean individual hero, giving capital its constant forward movement. By the mid-20th century, however, now in the United States and analyzing its increasingly bureaucratic corporate culture, Schumpeter foresees the obsolescence of capital's entrepreneurial function and its replacement by a mechanized, routine form of economic progress dictated by management rationality and the faceless gray suits that populate boardrooms. Once it loses its power of innovation and entrepreneurship, Schumpeter believes, capital cannot long survive. 3. Many would claim, though, that today, in the computer age, the entrepreneurial function of capital has been reinvented and reinvigorated by figures like Microsoft chairman Bill Gates and Apple computers Steve Jobs. They do indeed play the part for the media, but they are not really entrepreneurs in Schumpeter's sense. They are just salesmen and speculators. They present the face of the corporation to sell the latest version of iPod or Windows, and they bet a portion of their fortune on its success, but they are not the locus of innovation. Corporations such as Apple and Microsoft survive by feeding off the innovative energies that emerge from the vast networks of computer and internet-based producers that extend well beyond the boundaries of the corporation and its employees. Political production, in fact, is driven from below by a multitudinous entrepreneurship. Schumpeter was right, then, about the obsolescence of the capitalist entrepreneur as the fount of economic innovation, but he could not recognize that a hydra-headed multitude would emerge in its stead as biopolitical entrepreneur. This points us to a second symptom of capital's illness, its failure to engage and develop productive forces. Marx and E.N. Gels describe the centuries-long passage from feudal to capitalist relations of production in Europe. They focus on the expansion of productive forces. As feudal relations increasingly obstruct the development of productive forces, capitalist relations of property and exchange emerge to foster them and spur them forward. At a certain stage in the development of these means of production and of exchange, Marx and Engels write in the Manifesto, the conditions under which feudal society produced and exchanged, the feudal organization of agriculture and manufacturing industry, in one word, the feudal relations of property became no longer compatible with the already developed productive forces. They became so many fetters. They had to be burst asunder. They were burst asunder. 5. Every mode of production, capital included, at first powerfully expands productive forces but eventually holds them back, thereby generating the foundation of the next mode of production. This is not an immiseration thesis. The question is not, are people worse off than before? It is rather, could their abilities and potential be developed more fully? Capitalist relations of property are becoming increasingly such fetters today. One might object that capitalist development continues at a high level. The speed and capacity of digital electronic devices, for instance, continue to double every 2 years. Such measures of performance, however, are not reflective of the development of productive forces, which have to be gauged primarily in terms of human, social, and subjective powers, for which there is, in fact, no scientific measurement. We have to judge whether people's capacities and creativity are fostered and developed to their fullest and, alternatively, how many lives are wasted. That is, at the most basic level, how the health of a mode of production has to be evaluated. We see increasing signs throughout the world today, in fact, that capitalist relations of production fetter the abilities of ever greater portions of the population. In the dominant regions one often hears of growth without jobs, while in the subordinate regions an increasing number of people are becoming disposable, useless from the perspective of capital. And in a more general sense, it is clear how little the majority of those who are employed by capital are allowed to develop their full productive capacities but are limited instead to routine tasks, far from their potential. In the context of biopolitical production, this has nothing to do with full employment or giving everyone a job, rather it has to do with fostering the expansion of our powers to think and create, to generate images and social relationships, to communicate and cooperate. There is no need to pose this as a moral accusation, as if capital were duty-bound to provide for the population. We mean to view the situation not as moralists but as doctors, evaluating the health of the patient. And it is a significant symptom of illness in an economic system that it cannot take advantage of existing productive forces and foster their growth, that it wastes the talents and abilities of the population. These symptoms of capital's illness result in repeating crises of capitalist accumulation. The great financial and economic crises beginning in 2008 have refocused widespread attention on this fact. Traditionally, capitalist crisis is conceived in objective terms, as we said, which from one perspective highlights blockages in the circuit from production to circulation to realization and back to production. WHEN value, in either its money form or its commodity form, stands idle at any point in the circuit because of labor shortages or strikes that halt production, for example, or transportation impasses that stop circulation, or insufficient demand to sell the goods and realize their value and profit. Crisis results. Today crisis has to be viewed, instead, in subjective terms. Biopolitical goods such as ideas, effects, codes, knowledges, information, and images still have to circulate to realize their value, but that circulation is now internal to the production process. The biopolitical circuit is really all contained in the production of the common, which is also simultaneously the production of subjectivity and social life. The process can be understood as both, depending on one's perspective, the production of subjectivity through the common and the production of common through subjectivity. Crises of the biopolitical circuit should be understood, then, as a blockage in the production of subjectivity or an obstacle to the productivity of the common. One day Monsieur Le Capital, feeling ill, visits Dr. Subtilis and confesses that he is disturbed each night by a recurring dream. We know it is misleading shorthand to treat capital as if it were a subject with human attributes and desires, just as it is to ascribe to stock markets an emotional life, jittery, depressed, or buoyant. Instead of avoiding the trope, though, let's take it one step further. In the dream, Monsieur Le Capital explains, he is standing before a tree full of ripe fruit, glistening in the sun, but his arms are arthritic and he is unable to raise them high enough even to harvest the lower branches. He suffers hunger pangs but can only watch the delicious fruit in front of him. Finally, with great effort he somehow manages to grasp one of the fruits, but when he looks down at his hands, he sees, to his horror, that he is holding a withered human head. Tor, please, what does it mean? Your problem, Dr. Subtilis responds, is not merely a disturbed consciousness but also a troubled body. In the era of biopolitical production, the traditional division between subjects and objects breaks down. And no longer do subjects produce objects that subsequently reproduce subjects. There is a kind of short circuit whereby subjects simultaneously produce and reproduce subjects through the common. What you are trying to take in your hands, then, Monsieur Le Capital, is subjectivity itself. But paradoxically, tragically, by laying your hands on the production of subjectivity, you destroy the common and corrupt the process, making productive forces wither. Monsieur Le Capital, of course, is completely perplexed by this diagnosis but nonetheless presses the doctor for a cure. Well, Dr. Subtilis considers, the old medicines of private and public control, neoliberalism and social democratic strategies, will only make things worse. Finally, after much consideration, he responds enigmatically, I can tell you, Monsieur Le Capital, is this: don't touch the fruit. By giving this gloomy prognosis for the future of capital, we are not suggesting that it will collapse overnight. And we are not flirting with those old notions of capitalist apocalypse called Zusammenbruchstheorien, or collapse theories, which were meant to scare the bourgeoisie and incite revolutionary fervor among the proletariat. 3.6 Today, in fact, even in the face of dramatic crises, it seems that anyone who dares to speak of the eventual demise of capital is immediately dismissed as a catastrophe theorist. It is remarkable how few contemporary economists confront the question, as Keynes and Schumpeter did in a previous era, of how and when the capitalist mode of production will come to an end. 3.7 We are not preaching apocalypse but simply reading the symptoms of capital's illness with two basic assumptions: capital will not continue to rule forever, and it will create, in pursuing its own rule, the conditions of the mode of production and the society that will eventually succeed it. This is a long process, just as was the transition from the feudal to the capitalist mode of production, and there is no telling when it will cross the crucial threshold, but we can already recognize in the autonomy of biopolitical production, the centrality of the common, and their growing separation from capitalist exploitation and command the makings of a new society within the shell of the old. Exodus from the Republic. The Republican form that emerged historically as dominant, with its central aim of protecting and serving property, has long functioned as an adequate support for capital, fostering its development, regulating its excesses, and guaranteeing its interests. The Republic of property, however, no longer serves capital well, and has instead become a fetter on production. Earlier we examined the difference between republic and multitude, along with the multitude's exodus from the republic, primarily from a political perspective. We have to approach the same question from the perspective of economic production, keeping in mind, of course, that in the biopolitical era economic and political processes are woven ever closer together, to the point at times of becoming indistinguishable. What aspects of the republic block the development of productive forces and the production of the common? What political and social arrangements can remove these obstacles, foster these developments, and treat capital's ills? We will see in this section that for a new expansion of productive forces and an unfettered production of the common in other words, to save capital, a politics of freedom, equality, and democracy of the multitude is necessary. We have already seen in the previous section one sense in which freedom is required for the production of the common. The multitude of producing subjectivities must today be autonomous from either private/capitalist or public/state authority in order to produce and develop the common. Previously production could be and even in many cases had to be organized by the capitalist. The capitalist provided the means of cooperation, bringing proletarians together in the factory, for instance, deploying them around the machines, assigning them specific tasks, and imposing work discipline. The state also could organize production in the same way at times, providing the means of cooperation and communication necessary for the productive process. The relation of the republic to capital was characterized by this balance and alternative between private and public, sustaining the authority of each over the multitude. Sometimes the republic focused more on the private and at others more on the public, but these two poles, each of which served as an authority to organize production, were the exclusive limits. In biopolitical production, however, the cooperation and communication necessary for the organization of the multitude of productive subjectivities is generated internally. It is no longer necessary for the capitalist or the state to organize production from the outside. On the contrary, any attempt at external organization only disrupts and corrupts the processes of self-organization already functioning within the multitude. The multitude produces efficiently, and moreover develops new productive forces, only when it is granted the freedom to do so on its own terms, in its own way, with its own mechanisms of cooperation and communication. This freedom requires an exodus from the republic of property as an apparatus of control in both its private and public guises. The freedom necessary here is clearly not an individualist freedom, because the common can only be produced socially, through communication and cooperation, by a multitude of singularities. And neither is this freedom collectivist, as if all those producing subjectivities were unified in a homogeneous whole. This is the sense in which we said earlier that the metropolis is the space of freedom, the space of the organization of encounters among singular subjectivities. The requirement of freedom shows how the old formulas of the contract, both the contract between citizens and the state and that between workers and capital, are increasingly fetters on production. Whether security is exchanged for obedience or a wage for labor time, the result of the contract is always the establishment and legitimation of authority, which always and inevitably dampens or even blocks the production of the common through subjectivity. The individualism of the parties who enter into the contract also blocks the production of the common, whether we view these individuals as pre-existing or as results of historical political processes. In the contract, individuals are drawn into a vertical relation with the figure of authority and not horizontal relations with others like them. An individual can never produce the common, no more than an individual can generate a new idea without relying on the foundation of common ideas and intellectual communication with others. Only a multitude can produce the common. Just as political freedom is necessary for the interests of economic production, so too is political equality. Hierarchies segment the common and exclude populations from it, disrupting the necessary forms of cooperation and communication. The metaphor of a great conversation has become a conventional means to grasp the social circuits of biopolitical production. And the production of knowledge or affects is configured as a conversation. For example, it would be absurd and counterproductive to assume, on the one hand, that everyone already has the same knowledges, talents, and capacities, and thus that everyone is saying the same thing. Conversation is productive precisely because of these differences. Equality, it is worth repeating, does not imply sameness, homogeneity, or unity. On the contrary. Production is also restricted when differences configure hierarchies and, for instance, only experts speak and others listen. In the biopolitical domain, the production of the common is more efficient the more people participate freely, with their different talents and abilities, in the productive network. Participation, furthermore, is a kind of pedagogy that expands productive forces, since all those included become through their participation more capable. The metaphor of a great conversation, however, paints a picture of these productive relationships that is too harmonious and pacific, indifferent to the quality of encounters that constitute them. Many people are silenced even when included in a conversation. Simply adding more voices without adequate means of cooperation can quickly result in cacophony, making it impossible for anyone to understand anything. As we saw with regard to the metropolis in De Corpore II, given the current state of society, most spontaneous encounters are infelicitous and result in a corruption of the common or the production of a negative, noxious form of it. Although the equality required to advance production and foster the expansion of productive forces is one that is characterized by participation in an open, expansive network of encounters that are as free as possible from hierarchies, then, our first course of action to achieve this will often require breaking off the conversation, subtracting ourselves from detrimental relationships and corrupt forms of the common. Such practices of rupture are, in many instances, the first step toward equality. Freedom and equality also imply an affirmation of democracy in opposition to the political representation that forms the basis of hegemony. Two instances of representation are most relevant here, which, upon analysis, turn out to be very closely related. First is the representation required to construct a people out of a multitude. A people, of course, as Escobedo Laca explains brilliantly, is not a natural or spontaneous formation, but rather is formed by mechanisms of representation that translate the diversity and plurality of existing subjectivities into a unity through identification with a leader, a governing group, or in some cases a central idea. There is no hegemony, Lacan makes clear, without constructing a popular identity out of a plurality of democratic demands. 3. 8. The second instance of representation, which is most clearly seen at the constitutional level, operates a disjunctive synthesis between the representatives and the represented. The U.S. Constitution, for instance, is designed simultaneously to link the represented to the government and at the same time separate them from it. This separation of the representatives from the represented is likewise a basis for hegemony. 3.9. The logic of representation and hegemony in both these instances dictates that a people exists only with respect to its leadership and vice versa, and thus this arrangement determines an aristocratic, not a democratic, form of government, even if the people elect that aristocracy. The needs of biopolitical production, however, directly conflict with political representation and hegemony. The act of representation, insofar as it eclipses or homogenizes singularities and the construction of identity, restricts the production of the common by undermining the necessary freedom and plurality we spoke of earlier. A people might be able to conserve the existing common, but to produce new instances of the common requires a multitude, with its encounters, cooperation, and communication among singularities. Hegemony created by the division between the representatives and the represented, furthermore, is also an obstacle to the production of the common. Not only do all such hierarchies undermine biopolitical production, but also any instance of hegemony or control exerted from outside the multitude over the productive process corrupts and restricts it. Democracy, not the aristocracy configured by representation and hegemony, is required to foster the production of the common and the expansion of productive forces, in other words, to avoid capital's biopolitical crises and treat its ills. This democracy of producers entails, in addition to freedom and equality, one more essential element, the power of decision, which would organize production, create forms of cooperation and communication, and push forward innovation. The mythology of the capitalist entrepreneur persists, although any attempt of an individual capitalist or even the class of capitalists to innovate by intervening in and organizing productive cooperation only corrupts the common and obstructs its production. What must arise instead, and is already emerging, is an entrepreneurship of the common, an entrepreneurship of the multitude, which functions within a democracy of producing subjectivities endowed together with the power of decision. Finally, the exodus of the multitude from the republic of property, from the hierarchies of command over production, and from all other social hierarchies is perhaps the most significant example of a common decision. How is that decision to be made? Is there a vote? We are not yet in a position to describe the structures and function of such a democracy, but we can see clearly now, at least, that constructing it is necessary to treat the ills of capital and foster the expansion of biopolitical production. Seismic retrofit, a reformist program for capital our analysis has led to the conclusion that capital is on a path of destruction, the destruction of not only others, the global environment and the poorest populations first of all, but also itself. Can capital be saved from its death drive? The last great economic thinker to propose a successful treatment for the ills of capital was John Maynard Keynes. And the basis of his work were developed regimes for the state regulation of production, welfare structures for producers, the stimulation of effective demand, and numerous other remedies. We have already seen, however, that today, in the biopolitical era, those old medicines no longer work and sometimes actually contribute to the disease. But that does not mean that reforms are no longer possible. It is not that difficult, on the basis of our argument, to come up with a list of beneficial reforms, but there is clearly something paradoxical about proposing such a program. It is unlikely, first of all, that the global aristocracy would be capable of acting significant reforms today or deviating in any substantial way from its path of destruction. And second, if such reforms were actually instituted, they would, while treating capital's ills, also immediately point beyond capital toward a new mode of production. This situation reminds us of an old Yiddish joke. Question: What is the difference between a crow? Answer: its two wings are the same length, except the left. Let us proceed in this same paradoxical spirit, working through the logic as far as we can, assuming it will eventually make sense, but knowing all the while it will eventually collapse in nonsense. Capitalist crises today, as we have seen, have to be understood in not only their objective guise: credit crunch, inflation, recession, soaring energy prices, falling housing prices, currency crises, ecological devastation, and so forth, but also, and more important, their subjective guise. Innumerable obstacles are stacked against productive subjectivities, barriers preventing access to the common and corrupting it, lack of the necessities to create together and organize productive encounters, and so forth. The most urgent reforms needed are those to provide the necessities for developing the entrepreneurship of the common and the innovation of cooperative social networks. We do not expect the global aristocracy to come asking us for advice anytime soon, but here nonetheless are some possible reforms that could constitute a program for capital. The first set of reforms is aimed at providing the infrastructure necessary for biopolitical production. Most obvious is the need for adequate physical infrastructure, which is lacking for the majority of the world. In the major metropolises of the subordinated parts of the world, vast populations are condemned to endure in misery on the brink of death in poisonous environments lacking clean drinking water, basic sanitary conditions, electricity, access to affordable food, and other physical necessities to support life. Rather than biopolitics, as Achille Mbembe suggests, this should be called a necropolises, ruling over social death and physical death. Providing basic infrastructure needs is also immediately an environmental question, since the devastation of the environment is a central obstacle to access to adequate food, clean air and water, and other needs for survival. Capital cannot just write off certain populations as disposable, it needs everyone to be productive in the biopolitical economy. 4.0 Bare life, however, is not sufficient for biopolitical production. A social and intellectual infrastructure is also required to support productive subjectivities. In the age of biopolitical production, the central tools are no longer the spinning loom or cotton gin or metal press, but rather linguistic tools, effective tools for constructing relationships, tools for thinking, and so forth. Humans already have brains, of course, linguistic abilities, and relationship capacities, but these have to be developed. That is why basic and advanced education is even more important in the biopolitical economy than it was previously. Everyone needs to learn how to work with language, codes, ideas, and effects, and moreover to work with others, none of which comes naturally. Something like a global education initiative would have to be instituted, which provides mandatory education for all, starting with literacy and working up to advanced education in the natural and social sciences as well as the humanities. For one, as a corollary to education as a social and intellectual infrastructure, an open infrastructure of information and culture would have to be constructed to develop fully and put into practice the multitude's abilities to think and cooperate with others. Such an infrastructure must include an open physical layer, including access to wired and wireless communications networks, an open logical layer, for instance, open code and protocols, and an open content layer, such as cultural, intellectual, and scientific works. Such a common infrastructure would counter the mechanisms of privatization, clutting patents, copyrights, and other forms of immaterial property, which prevent people from engaging the reserves of existing ideas, images, and codes to use them to produce new ones. Such open access to the common also has the advantage of ensuring that all necessary goods, such as medicine and other fruits of scientific research, are available to all at affordable costs. 4.2 Another necessary infrastructure reform is to provide sufficient funds to meet the technological requirements of advanced research. One of the arguments for maintaining patents, for example, even though they restrict access to the common and thereby diminish productive capacities, is that corporations need profits to support research and development. It is indeed true that many types of research such as in medicine, pharmaceuticals, computer science, and materials science require large investments. If the enormous profits generated by patents and copyrights are taken away, some other source of funds must be provided, through either private or public institutions, to support such research. In addition to reforms of the physical, social, and immaterial infrastructure, another set of reforms must provide the freedom required for biopolitical production. A first freedom necessary is the freedom of movement, by which we mean the freedom to migrate within and across national borders and also the freedom to stay in one place. As we saw at several points in our analysis earlier, political productivity depends on the ability to organize beneficial encounters and subtract from detrimental relationships and noxious forms of the common. Freedom of movement would thus configure a freedom of space, allowing the multitude to flow to where it can be the most creative, organize the most joyful encounters, and establish the most productive relationships. Establishing some form of open citizenship is the only means we see to support this freedom and thereby expand biopolitical production. A second reform of freedom regards time, and the most significant portion of unfree time in our lives is spent at work. As we found earlier, all infringement on the autonomy of biopolitical labor, including the command of the boss, is an obstacle to productivity. In fact, in the biopolitical era, gauging how much time you are forced to waste working in the call center, at the office desk, in the fields, or at the factory is one good measure of exploitation. A reform that would grant freedom of time is the establishment of a minimum guaranteed income on a national or global scale paid to everyone regardless of work. Separating income from work would allow everyone more control over time. Many authors, including ourselves, have argued for a guaranteed income on the basis of economic justice. Wealth is produced across a widely dispersed social network, and therefore the wage that compensates it should be equally social, and social welfare. Since nothing close to full employment can be achieved in the current economy, income must be provided also for those left without work. Here, however, we need to recognize how ensuring that the entire population has the basic minimum for life is in the interests of capital. Granting the multitude autonomy and control over time is essential to foster productivity in the biopolitical economy. 4.3 The freedom required for biopolitical production also includes the power to construct social relationships and create autonomous social institutions. One possible reform to develop such capacities is the establishment of mechanisms of participatory democracy at all levels of government to allow the multitude to learn social cooperation and self-rule. As Thomas Jefferson argues, participating in government is a pedagogy in self-rule, developing people's capacities and whetting their appetites for more. Democracy is something you can learn only by doing. 4.4 These are just a few of the reforms necessary to save capitalist production, and as we said earlier, we have no reason to believe that the global aristocracy that rules over economic relations is willing or able to institute them, even when facing enormous financial and economic crises. Reforms will come about only through struggle, only when capital is forced to accept them. Innumerable struggles demanding the physical and immaterial infrastructure for social life are already underway, as is too a struggle for the freedom and autonomy of the multitude. These will have to develop and intensify to achieve reforms. Some readers might at this point begin to doubt our revolutionary intentions. Why are we suggesting reforms to save capital? Does that not just delay the revolution? We are working here with a different notion of transition. Ours is different, obviously, from the collapse theories that, promoting the slogan worse things are, the better things are, envision the end of capitalist rule resulting from catastrophic crises, followed by a new economic order that somehow rises whole out of its ashes. It is also different from the notion of socialist transition that foresees a transfer of wealth and control from the private to the public, increasing state regulation, control, and management of social production. The kind of transition we are working with instead requires the growing autonomy of the multitude from both private and public control, the metamorphosis of social subjects through education and training in cooperation, communication, and organizing social encounters, and thus a progressive accumulation of the common. This is how capital creates its own grave diggers, pursuing its own interests and trying to preserve its own survival. It must foster the increasing power and autonomy of the productive multitude. And when that accumulation of powers crosses a certain threshold, the multitude will emerge with the ability autonomously to rule Commonwealth. If a man could write a book on ethics which really was a book on ethics, this book would, with an explosion, destroy all the other books in the world. Ludwig Wittgenstein, Lecture on Ethics. What is the value of a company in the post-industrial era? Traditionally, the value of an enterprise was established by calculating the cost of its initial outlay and adding it to labor costs, the amount paid for materials, plant maintenance, transportation of goods, and so forth. These might be complex calculations, but everything could fit in the columns of double-entry bookkeeping. Thomas Gradgrind, the soulless factory owner of Charles Dickens's Hard Times, can in this way confidently quantify all facets of life, with a rule and a pair of scales, and the multiplication tables always in his pocket, ready to weigh and measure any parcel of human nature, and tell you exactly what it comes to for. 5. All value could be assessed with precision and, as the classics of political economy tell us, all value traced back to labor as its source. Value thus depended on the ability to discipline labor and measure its efforts, the very material efforts of thousands of workers and the harshness of organized command in manufacture. Today the value of a company depends to an increasing degree on immaterial assets such as goodwill and other intangibles, which can at times be created and destroyed extraordinarily quickly. Economists define goodwill as the value derived from a company's reputation, position in the market, employee relations, managerial talent, relations with government officials, and other immaterial assets. Quantifying goodwill and measuring other intangible assets is thus an extremely difficult operation that torments accountants. In fact, the value of a company including its intangible assets is determined most often by the evaluations that stock exchanges, banks, sellers and buyers, various entrepreneurs in the same sector, rating agencies, and the industrialists and brokers of the immaterial agree upon. The value of a company and its intangible assets appears to be a monetary materialization of the functions of the market. 4.6 So is it a question of value as goodwill versus value as labor? This alternative would be laughable had the financial markets not already made it their own and contemporary capitalism adapted to it. It could almost make one question whether there still is any labor power in production today. Does wealth really flow from the brain of the masters? No, of course it doesn't. Why, then, instead of mocking notions of goodwill and demystifying intangible values, do we take them so seriously? In order to address the question of intangible value, we need to take a brief detour through traditional conceptions of the labor theory of value. In the Marxist tradition, of which we see ourselves part, the theory of value takes two forms. First, it is a theory of abstract labor, which is present in all commodities insofar as labor is the common substance of all productive activity. Marxists analyze how this qualitative conception is transformed into a quantitative notion of the law of value centered on the problem of the measure of the value of labor. The magnitude of value expresses the link between a certain commodity and the labor time necessary to produce it, which can be expressed in units of simple labor. The fundamental problem posed by this quantitative theory of value, according to Paul Sweezy, is to seek the laws that regulate the allocation of the labor force to the various branches of production in a society of commodity producers. To use a modern expression, Sweezy explains, the law of value is essentially a theory of general equilibrium, developed in the first instance with reference to simple commodity production and later on adapted to capitalism. 7. Behind every particular form assumed by labor and determinate stances lies a global social labor power capable of being transferred from one use to another in accordance with social needs, the importance and development of which are dependent in the last in, stands on society's ability to produce wealth. The law of value also takes a second form, which regards the value of labor as a figure of antagonism, as the subject of an open and ever-present rupture in the system rather than an element of equilibrium. Throughout Marx's oeuvre, the concept of labor power is regarded as an element of production that valorizes relatively independently of the functioning of the equilibrium sought by the first version of the law of value. This means that, instead of being idealized as measure, the unity is found in a relation to necessary labor, which, rather than a fixed quantity, is a dynamic element of the system. Historically, necessary labor is determined by struggle and built on the ever-growing needs of the proletariat. It is the product of the struggle against work and the effort to transform productive activity. A second point of view thus emerges which considers the law of value as a motor of constitutional disequilibrium rather than equilibrium of the capitalist system. The law of value, from this perspective, is really part of the law of surplus value insofar as it helps generate a constitutional crisis of equilibrium. When the law of value is applied to capitalist development as a whole, it generates crisis, not only crises of circulation and disproportion, that is, phenomena that are reducible to the model of systemic equilibrium, but also crises caused by struggles and the subjective disequilibrium of the cycle, which result from the impossibility of containing the growth of demand, in other words, the needs and desires of productive subjects. In this framework, the law of value/surplus value appears as both the law of the continual destructuring and restructuring of the cycle of capitalist development and the law of composition and recomposition of the multitude as power of transformation. The labor theory of value defined by classical political economy is thus being extinguished in the process of capitalist development as capital produces new forms of organization in the post-industrial era. 4.8 This process of going beyond the law of value, however, brings back again and deepens all the contradictions it originally raised. The first of these is the opposition of simple labor to skilled and complex labor. The latter cannot be reduced to a multiplier of the former, which is regarded as a unit of measure. Here lies the origin of the nonsensical claim that the greatest use value of skilled labor, that is to say, its highest productivity level, can be deduced from the value of its product rather than explained by the difference inherent to the labor employed in production. The second contradiction is the opposition between productive and unproductive labor. Unlike unproductive labor, the classic definition tells us, productive labor directly produces capital. This definition, however, is terribly reductive of the notion of productivity and, more generally, productive force. Productive labor, if such a term is to be used, must be defined by its inscription in social operation rather than in relation to the quantity of units of simple labor that it assembles, and the more labor is subsumed under capital, the more this is the case. Cooperation and the common make labor productive, and cooperation grows as the productive forces develop and increasingly become common assets. Finally, the third contradiction is that biopolitical labor power, including intellectual, scientific, communicative, and affective activity, is reducible neither to the sum of simple labor nor to cooperation, however complex it might be. Biopolitical labor is characterized by creativity as an expression of the common. These contradictions have today become real, present, and significant, which is to say they no longer merely represent contradictory tendencies in the system. As capitalism developed, these contradictions have become concrete aporia. The distinction between simple and complex labor may have been valid for the historical phase of capitalist development that Marx defined as simple cooperation, but already in the phase of manufacture it becomes an aporia. Similarly, the distinction between productive and unproductive labor which had some validity for manufacture becomes an aporia in the period of large-scale industry. Now, in the post-industrial era, the productive value of biopolitical labor has become hegemonic through the inclusion rather than exclusion of every other element of production. Because of this evolution, it is clearly impossible to regard the law of value, in its classical formulation, as a law of measure of the global productivity of the economic system and as the rule of its equilibrium. Contemporary attempts to reinvent measure in terms of market values, goodwill, intangible assets, and the like demonstrate the inadequacy of the law of value for measuring productivity, but they do indicate a real change in the nature of productive power, which is still based on labor. 4.9 Even though measure remains indispensable for capital, all of the dispositives tended to measure labor and values such as productive and unproductive labor, labor time and the organization of the working day, the hegemony of labor composition and/or industry over production as a whole, and working wages and social income are now in crisis and cannot be applied in biopolitical society. At this point we need a new theory of value. But will it really be a theory of value? In the sequence of discussions at the end of each part of this book, we have tracked figures in which labor value exceeds the flows of the economy and power. In the first we insisted on how the biopolitical event exceeds the continuity of development, temporal routine, and the linear unfolding of history. In the second we emphasized that biopolitical reason and the production of knowledge exceed the instrumental norms of knowledge and power construed in modernity. In the third we discussed how love as a constituent social drive exceeds all constituted powers. In the intermezzo, which functions in line with these discussions, we insisted on the fact that love, with its overflowing powers, also requires a training to guard against love gone bad and needs a force to combat evil. Finally, in the fourth we began to give concrete figure to the exceeding of the multitude in its production of the common in the metropolis. We are in a position to present the subjective relevance of this world of historical and ontological overflowing. To determine what it means for biopolitics to exceed, we need to establish the difference between this figure of non-measure and the traditional models proposed to measure value. In the biopolitical context, value overflows any threshold of political and economic control. Its measure cannot be derived either from the quantity of time dedicated to the necessary reproduction of labor power as a whole or from the ensuing social order. Biopolitical value is grounded on the common of cooperation. Needs interpreted by valorization arise out of subjects and in turn continually transform them. The terrain of the common is animated by the production of subjectivity. If two come together and unite their strength, Spinoza asserts, they have more power, and consequently more right over nature than either one alone, and the greater the number so joined in alliance, the more right they will together possess. 50. Value in the current situation must refer to life activity as a whole, and therefore the immeasurability and overflowing of productive labor is a process that traverses the entire biopolitical fabric of society. 5.1 Crossing the threshold gives us a first definition of the process of biopolitical exceeding, which overflows the barriers that the tradition of modern political economy built to control labor power and the production of value. In epistemological terms, exceeding is a linguistic act of rupture and innovation, which is not satisfied with recomposing the continuity of language but instead reveals an accumulated and still unexpressed power of meanings, on the one hand, and an innovative expression of signs, on the other. 5.2 In physical terms, or rather what we would call the biophysics of bodies, exceeding is the continual metamorphosis of modes of living and the ever more accelerated invention of new forms of social life in common. In the history of materialist philosophy, the physical innovation of bodies was always presented as a clinamen, the element that intervenes in the fall of atoms to make them deviate from their singular course and thus determine the event. Exceeding should be 318 BEYONDCAPITAL. Understood as a dispositif, a dynamic of desire that not only recognizes its own formation but also experiments with it and intervenes in the process. Finally, in ethics, when viewed as an experience of training in love, this exceeding explodes in all its clarity, as Wittgenstein says in the epigraph to this chapter, no longer as the product of the biopolitical process but as its performative machine. 5.3 In the history of philosophy there is a continuing legacy that, although continually repressed, defends the affirmation of value as an expression of life and interprets it as a power of creation. The principle of an exceeding of will over instrumental knowledge has, from ancient Greece onwards, faced strong opposition, confronted with the intellectual hierarchies imposed on life by dogmatic philosophy. But this alternative stream in the history of philosophy, of resistances and lines of flight, lives on. We can recognize it, for example, in Augustine's affirmation of a free will that elevates man to the threshold of transforming being itself. Against the intellectualism that identifies truth with instrumental rationality, Augustine affirms that free will permeates everything, voluntas est quip in omnibus, immo omnes nihil aliud quam voluntates sunt 5. For we can also recognize it, as Ernst Bloch reminds us, in the Aristotelian left of Ibn Sina, Avicenna, and Ibn Rushd, Averroes, who insist on the creativity of matter and discover, with the eductio formarum, the human powers to interpret and develop the forces of life. 5 From Duns Scotus to Nicholas Ofcusa, from Spinoza to Nietzsche and Deleuze, we could chart the development of these dispositives of exceeding and ethical performativity. This alternative genealogy culminates, perhaps, with an understanding of love as will to power, that is, the ontological production of common subjectivities. We still, however, need a new theory of value that is grounded in exceeding, crossing the threshold. We should note, first of all, that we are not expecting such a theory to reveal value as something other than the perception of a historical event. In the most powerful theoretical experience that runs from Marx to Nietzsche, value is already regarded as a historically determined innovation, that is, constituent activity. Wilhelm Dilthey aptly sums it up when he writes, "Everything man does in this socio-historical reality is produced by putting will into play, will, the end becomes the agent under the guise of the motive." 6 Michel de Certeau similarly shows us how the dispositives at work in Foucault's historical research provoke an explosion of life events, which build for the future, like laughter. 7 But we need to go further. We are at the stage of the explosion, as Wittgenstein defines it, a singular, ethical, new, and reducible determination. All this means that a theory of value can and should be construed as a dispositif that, breaking away from determinism, redefines the temporality and spaces of life in creative terms. To exceed is a creative activity. A new theory of value has to be based on the powers of economic, political, and social innovation that today are expressions of the multitude's desire. Value is created when resistance becomes overflowing, creative, and boundless, and thus when man activity exceeds and determines a rupture in the balance of power. Value is created, consequently, when the relations between the constituent elements of the biopolitical process and the structure of biopower are thrown out of balance. And control over development, which the state and the collective organisms of capital assume to define their own legitimacy, is no longer able to hold back the resistance of the multitude, labor power, and the whole set of social singularities. Only then will there be value. This hypothesis leads to a series of political positions. First and foremost is labor power against exploitation. The elements that determine the disequilibrium of capitalist command are insubordination, sabotage, industrial jacquerie, demands for basic income, the liberation and organization of the intellectual labor of the multitude, and so forth. Capitalist power can track and govern this disequilibrium in either a static or a dynamic manner. The choice between different techniques of containment and/or governance is dictated by the intensity of resistances. And the exceeding forces of the multitude when the system enters a state of crisis, and repression can be imposed only at the most advanced and sophisticated levels of capitalist organization, or rather, starting from processes of reform and the structures of power. 5-8 The second articulation of dispute, which poses the concept of exceeding activity from the perspective of resisting subjectivities, positions singularity against identity. We mentioned earlier and will return in Part 6 to analyze how identity represents a fundamental instrument of capitalist mystification and repression. In this context it acts to neutralize or crush the developments produced by singularities in the construction of the multitude and the common through a dialectics of identity. Singularities, however, can never be reduced to identity, just as the multitude can never be made a unity. Third, the hypothesis poses the common against the republic of property. When labor and life exceed, they always point toward the construction of the common, which is the only sign of productivity today. The republic of property, however, tries to subjugate, exploit, and privatize the common in order to reallocate it in accordance with the laws of individual ownership and liberal political representation. This project asphyxiates singularities and neutralizes the power of the common. Bourgeois identity politics of capitalist exploitation and republican transcendence is really an acropolitics or thanatopolitics. Biopower reacts everywhere and always against the exceeding activity of biopolitical production. What, then, is the definition of value in economic terms? This is a meaningless question unless we can make economics into bioeconomics with reference also to biopolitics and biosociety, as well as, obviously, bioresistance, biorevolution, and even biohappiness. Whereas capitalists have destroyed economics by turning it into mathematics, it is up to us to bring it back to the terrain of life and the ancient meaning of oikonomia. Economic value is defined by the overflowing, exceeding process accomplished by cooperative activity, intellectual, manual, affective, or communicative, against and beyond the capitalist regulation of society exercised through the financial conventions of the market. If the measure of value is still to have any meaning, it must be determined through the democratic exercise of the production of the common. It would be useful to reclaim an old adage for ourselves as communists: freedom is not just a political value but above all an economic or, better, a biopolitical value. Starting from these political considerations, we can begin to account for the exceeding movement of social activity and common labor. Ontology of the present indicated by the biopolitics of production needs to be complemented, as we will see in Part 6, by a radically democratic structure. We are proposing a steep path, but one that is already being traveled. When studying the development of worker resistance to industrial capitalism, Marx traces a similar process of training. It took time and experience before workers learned to distinguish between machinery and its employment by capital, and transfer their attacks from the material instruments of production to the form of society which utilizes these instruments. 9 Contemporary proletarian subjects of biopolitical production also have to learn where to direct their attacks, and this is made easier only by the fact that the multitude is now established in the common, and capital is increasingly recognizable as merely an obstacle. We have frequently printed the word democracy, yet I cannot too often repeat this is a word the real gist of which still sleeps, still unawakened, notwithstanding the resonance and the many angry tempests out of which its syllables have come, from pen or tongue. It is a great word, whose history, I suppose, remains unwritten, because that history remains to be enacted. Walt Whitman, Democratic Vistas. I have no race except that which is forced upon me. I have no country except that to which I'm obliged to belong. I have no traditions. I'm free. I have only the future. Richard Wright, Pagan Spain. As a mestizo I have no country, my homeland cast me out. As a lesbian I have no race, my own people disclaim me, but I am all races because there is the queer in me in all races. Gloria Anzaldúa, Borderlands. I am of an inferior race for all eternity. Arthur Rimbaud, A Season in Hell. Identity politics in purgatory. Identity politics has had a lot of bad press lately. On the one hand, the dominant reflex of the right, as well as significant portions of the left, is to maintain and police an ideological identity-blind standpoint by accusing anyone who speaks of the social hierarchies, segregations, and injuries of identity of having created them. The election of Barack Obama as U.S. President has only reinforced claims that we have entered a post-racial era. Many on the radical left, on the other hand, and more significantly for our purposes, critique identity politics for creating obstacles to revolution. The recognition and affirmation of identities class, race, gender, sexuality, even at times religious identities can reveal social wounds, the argument goes, demand redress of social ills, and create weapons for revolt and emancipation, but cannot operate the social metamorphosis, especially the self-transformation, necessary for revolution. And yet all revolutionary movements are grounded in identity. Here is the conundrum we face: revolutionary politics has to start from identity but cannot end there. The point is not to pose a division between identity politics and revolutionary politics but, on the contrary, to follow the parallel revolutionary streams of thought and practice within identity politics, which all, perhaps paradoxically, aim toward an abolition of identity. Revolutionary thought, in other words, should not shun identity politics but instead must work through it and learn from it. It is inevitable that identity should become a primary vehicle for struggle within and against the Republic of Property, since identity itself is based on property and sovereignty. On a first level, the rule of property is a means of creating identity and maintaining hierarchy. Property is so profoundly entangled with race, for example, not only because in many parts of the world the history of property rights is deeply embedded in the sagas of slave property, but also because the rights to own and dispose of property are racialized, both with and without the aid of legalized schemes of segregation. Similarly, throughout the world male property privileges define female subordination, from notions of wife as property and the traffic in women to inheritance laws and more subtle forms of gendered property. On a second and more profound level, however, identity is property. Notions of the sovereign individual and possessive individualism, which constitute the 17th and 18th century origins of bourgeois ideology, pose identity as property in a philosophical sense. Every man has a property, writes John Locke, of his own person. Identity also functions as property in material terms. Whiteness is property, for instance, Cheryl Harris explains, inasmuch as the law has accorded holders of whiteness the same privileges and benefits accorded holders of other types of property too. Though not alienable, like most forms of property, identity is title and possession that wields the powers of exclusion and hierarchy. Identity is a weapon of the Republic of Property, but one that can be turned against it. In our reading of the revolutionary projects in each of the identity domains, we find three common tasks. The first is to reveal the violence of identity as property and thereby in some sense reappropriate that identity. The primal scene of African American identity in this respect, for example, might be considered Aunt Hester's scream. Frederick Douglass recounts in his autobiography how slave identity and blackness in general are rooted for him in the terror of hearing his aunt's cries as she is whipped by the master. 3. Recognizing the fact of blackness, as W.E. B. Du Bois and Frantz Fanon also testify in autobiographical accounts, is a discovery not just of difference but also and primarily of collective subordination and violence. And yet the violence of identity is largely invisible, especially to those not subject to it, making it all the more difficult to contest. This is one meaning of Du Bois' famous claim that a veil cordons off the subordinated from the view of dominant society. They are mysteriously hidden from sight, invisible, even when they are the ones who in broad daylight clean the houses, care for the children, produce the goods, and in general sustain the lives of the dominant. An initial task of insubordination, then, which is the most widespread form of identity politics today, requires attacking this invisibility, tearing down or rising above the veil, and revealing the structures of hierarchy that run throughout society. The struggle to make visible the violences of identity may be even more urgent today, in an era when the dominant discourse, especially in North America and Europe, proclaims race, gender, and class hierarchies to have been overcome. Yes, there were regrettable social hierarchies, the story goes, there was slavery and JIMCROW laws, there was a generalized subordination of women under patriarchy, repression, and genocide of native populations, the oppression of workers in factories and sweatshops. But since all that is now past, society must be identity blind. A black man in the White House is posed as the ultimate confirmation of this discourse. The mandate of feminism, anti-racist activism, worker struggles, and other identity politics are over, according to this view, and the social divisions of identity are only perpetuated by those who continue to speak of them. That is how those who promote consciousness of social inequalities along identity lines are cast as creating class, race, gender, and other identity divisions. And as a result, we are increasingly facing paradoxical forms of color-blind racism, gender-blind sexism, class-blind class oppression, and so forth. Four critical race scholars in the United States, for example, explain that by an ironic turn, a version of the civil rights legal paradigm has been victorious in the sense that, in the name of anti-racism, today's prevailing dominant legal discourse mandates race-blind perspectives in legal thought and practice. This legal blindness to race, they argue, simply hides continuing racial hierarchies and makes them more difficult to confront with legal instruments. 5 liberal oligarchies throughout Latin America have since independence mobilized a similarly race-blind ideology, attempting to Hispanicize the indigenous populations with the goal of eradicating the Indian through education, intermarriage, and migration, when not through physical annihilation, such that the vestiges of indigenous civilizations would be relegated to the museums and remain only as tourist curiosities. Such discourses of national integration have not, of course, eliminated or in most cases even lessened racial subordination, but rather have only made the continuing colonization less visible and thus more difficult to combat. 6. Market ideology, to give one more example, is class blind in the sense that it views each individual as a free and equal commodity owner who comes to market with goods to sell, proletarians with their labor power and capitalists bearing money and property. But this market ideology masks the hierarchy and command involved in the labor process itself, along with the economic violence of property and poverty and the extra-economic violence of conquest, imperialism, exclusion, and the social control that creates and maintains class divisions. We are confident that readers are already quite familiar with these and parallel arguments in other identity domains, including hidden forms of sexual violence that women suffer, sometimes under the cover of marriage and the family, and the violence of homophobia and heteronormativity. The violence and hierarchy of identity are not, of course, merely a matter of consciousness, or bigotry and prejudice. Rather, like other forms of property, identity maintains hierarchy primarily through social structures and institutions. The initial positive task of identity politics in the various domains is thus to combat blindness and make visible the brutally real but too often hidden mechanisms and regimes of social subordination, segmentation, and exclusion that operate along identity lines. Making visible the subordinations of identity as property implies, in a certain sense, reappropriating identity. This first task of identity politics might thus be placed in the position that the expropriation of the expropriators fills in traditional communist discourse. Too often, however, identity politics begins and ends with this first task, sometimes combining it with pallid declarations of pride and affirmation. Identity projects for revealing social violence and hierarchy run aground when they become wedded to injury, creating, Wendy Brown claims, a group investment in maintaining the injured status with an attitude of ressentiment. Identity is regarded as a possession, we might say, and is defended as property. What is most significantly missing from such identity politics, as Brown insists, is the drive for freedom that should be their basis. 7. Some of the most exciting recent scholarship in feminist theory and black studies, in fact, argues for a return to the discourse of freedom, which used to animate the center of feminism and black radicalism. Fred Moten, for instance, conceives blackness as not, or not only, the mark of subjection and subordination but a position of power and agency. The performative essence of blackness is the resistance to enslavement or, more generally, the quest for freedom. Moten is to a certain extent echoing Du Bois' frequent reference to the powers of emancipation as one of the special gifts of black folk, and Cedric Robinson's claims that freedom and power are central to the entire tradition of black radicalism. 9. Linda Zarelli, in parallel fashion, attempts to reclaim feminism as a practice of freedom, thus returning to some powerful currents of early second-wave feminism. A freedom-centered feminism, in Zarelli's view, is concerned not so much with knowing, and revealing, for example, the ways in which women are socially subordinated, but rather with doing, with transforming, world-building, beginning a new one. 0. The tradition of revolutionary Marxism, to consider one more parallel example, presents proletarian identity as a weapon against capital and a motor of class struggle, not only by revealing the violence and suffering of the working class but also by constructing a figure of workers' power capable of striking back at capital and gaining freedom from it. The second task of identity politics, then, is to proceed from indignation to rebellion against the structures of domination, using the subordinated identity as a weapon in the quest for freedom, thus filling the traditional role of the conquest of state power. This second task of identity politics, the struggle for freedom, works against the risk of attachment to injury and focus on victimization, but does not guarantee that the process will not become fixed on identity and grind to a halt. When freedom is configured as the emancipation of an existing subject, identity ceases to be a war machine and becomes a form of sovereignty. Identity as property, however rebellious, can always be accommodated within the ruling structures of the Republic of Property. One version of identity politics that brings the process to a halt in this way, which was particularly widespread in the 1990s, poses it as a project of recognition, often guided by the logic of Hegelian dialectics. The struggle for recognition in the work of some of its most prominent proponents, such as Charles Taylor and Axel Neth, aims at the expression of existing identities, the affirmation of their authenticity, and ultimately the construction of a multicultural framework of mutual respect and tolerance for all identity expressions. By substituting morality for politics in this way, recognition reduces the quest for freedom to a project of expression and tolerance. Here Marx's critique of Hegel's dialectic is once again useful. It merely affirms what exists rather than creating the new. Identity thus ceases to be a means and becomes an end. Another version of identity politics that brings the process to a halt in this way is characterized by nationalism, understood in a rather broad way as the effort to render identity sovereign. Black nationalism in the United States, for example, which takes inspiration from the anti-colonial struggles and their goals of national liberation, is seldom configured in territorial terms but is aimed rather at the sovereignty of the racial identity, which implies separation and self-determination, controlling the economy of the community, policing the community, and so forth. It is easy to think of certain streams of feminist politics that are characterized similarly by gender nationalism, or gay and lesbian politics by gay and lesbian nationalisms, and there is a long and complex history of worker politics that takes the form of worker nationalism. The metaphor of nation, in each of the cases, refers to the relative separation of the community from the society as a whole and suggests the construction of a sovereign people. These nationalisms, in contrast to the multiculturalist struggles for recognition, are combative formations that constantly rebel against structures of subordination. Such nationalisms do, however, end up reinforcing the fixity of identity. Every nationalism is a disciplinary formation that enforces obedience to the rules of identity, policing the behavior of members of the community and their separation from others. For reasons like these, some of the most revolutionary advocates of black nationalism, such as Malcolm X and Huey Newton, eventually move away from nationalist positions, as we will see shortly. The key to carrying through the first two tasks of identity toward a revolutionary politics is to make sure that rendering violence and subordination visible, rebelling against them, and struggling for freedom do not merely come back to identity and stop there. To become revolutionary, the politics of identity has to find a means to keep moving forward. The terminological distinction between emancipation and liberation is crucial here. Whereas emancipation strives for the freedom of identity, the freedom to be who you really are, liberation aims at the freedom of self-determination and self-transformation, the freedom to determine what you can become. Politics fixed on identity immobile. Liz's the production of subjectivity, liberation instead requires engaging and taking control of the production of subjectivity, keeping it moving forward. Revolution is monstrous. A third political task is necessary in order to support the first two tasks, keep the rebellious function of identity moving forward, and carry identity politics toward a revolutionary project, to strive for its own abolition. Self-abolition of identity is the key to understanding how revolutionary politics can begin with identity but not end up there. This paradoxical process might sound like a dialectical negation, but really, as we will see, it is a strictly positive movement of self-transformation and metamorphosis. This is the criterion, furthermore, that distinguishes the revolutionary streams of feminism, race politics, class politics, and other identity politics from all the non-revolutionary versions. The revolutionary communist tradition gives us perhaps the clearest example for understanding this paradoxical proposition. The proletariat is the first truly revolutionary class in human history, according to this tradition, insofar as it is bent on its own abolition as a class. The bourgeoisie seeks continually to preserve itself, as did the aristocracy and all previous ruling classes. In order to struggle against capital, Mario Tronti writes, the working class must struggle against itself inasmuch as it is capital. Workers struggle against work, struggle of the worker against himself. Identity politics, in other words, aimed at the abolition of one's own identity. To this communist proposition is not as paradoxical as it first appears, since revolutionary workers aim to destroy not themselves but the identity that defines them as workers. The primary object of class struggle, in other words, is not to kill capitalists but to demolish the social structures and institutions that maintain their privilege and authority, abolishing too, thereby, the conditions of proletarian subordination. The refusal of work is a central slogan of this project, which we have explored at length elsewhere. The refusal of work and ultimately the abolition of the worker does not mean the end of production and innovation but rather the invention, beyond capital, of as yet unimagined relations of production that allow and facilitate an expansion of our creative powers. 13. This movement beyond workers' identity summarizes and carries forward the first two tasks, making visible the structural and institutional forms of violence and hierarchy that determine their subordination as workers and struggling for freedom from them. There is no room here, of course, for recognition or affirmation of worker identity and the possession of identity as property except as a weapon toward its abolition. The project for the abolition of identity thus fills the traditional role of the abolition of property and the abolition of the state. In order for revolutionary communism to be a project of not emancipation but liberation, not emancipation of work but liberation from work, it must launch a process of self-transformation beyond worker identity. This formulation helps clarify the distinction between revolutionary and non-revolutionary forms of class politics. Revolutionary politics are not aimed only at the amelioration of worker conditions within capitalist social structures. By attaining better work conditions, higher wages, enhanced social services, greater representation in government, and other reforms, workers can achieve recognition and perhaps even emancipation, but only by preserving their identity as workers. Revolutionary class politics must destroy the structures and institutions of worker subordination and thus abolish the identity of worker itself, setting in motion the production of subjectivity and a process of social and institutional innovation. A revolutionary class politics also does not aim at workers taking power as the new ruling class, and thereby continuing the long history of one social class replacing another in the seat of power. nor can it aim at creating social equality by universalizing one of the existing class identities, making either everyone bourgeois or everyone proletarian. Each of these non-revolutionary projects leaves worker identity intact, whereas a revolutionary process must abolish it. But what would society be and how would it produce without capitalists and workers? That is exactly what we explored in Part 5 and throughout the course of this book in terms of the autonomous production of Commonwealth. Please suspend any fears you have that such a revolutionary abolition of identity would undermine the first two tasks of identity politics or lead to chaos and a social abyss of indifferentiation. We will return to consider these questions soon. First, we want to extend this analysis to other identity domains and recognize how in each of them what is revolutionary is also defined, in parallel fashion, by the self-abolition of identity. Revolutionary feminism is distinguished from other feminist perspectives by its aim at the abolition of gender. In addition to demonstrating that one is not born a woman but made one, revealing the violences of patriarchy, rebelling against its social institutions, demanding the equality and emancipation of women, revolutionary feminism seeks the abolition of woman as an identity. Revolutionary feminism promised, Wendy Brown explains, that we could become new women and men, that we could literally take in hand the conditions that produce gender and then produce it differently, that not simply laws and other institutions could be purged of gender bias but that humans themselves could be produced beyond gender as history has known it. 1. 4. Gail Rubin earlier articulated the goal as the elimination of the social system which creates gender. 1. 5. Perhaps the contemporary streams of freedom-centered feminism, such as the work of Linda Zarelli we mentioned earlier, should be considered in line with this conception of revolutionary feminism, as long as the quest for freedom is conceived as a process of not emancipation but liberation, not preserving and affirming gender identity but abolishing identity and transforming gender relations. Donna Haraway calls this revolutionary proposition simply the utopian dream of a monstrous world without gender. 1. 6. The revolutionary project goes beyond the reformist vision of emancipation, a world not without gender difference but without gender hierarchy, and seeks an abolition of identity itself. There will be differences, indeed a proliferation of singularities, but nothing that we currently recognize as gender. Revolutionary feminism is thus monstrous in the sense of Rabelais, overflowing with powers of creativity and invention. Queer politics may be, from this perspective, the most clearly revolutionary form of identity politics since, in the work of its most significant proponents, such as Michael Warner, Judith Butler, and Eve Sedgwick, it links identity politics inextricably to a critique of identity. Queer politics, in other words, reveals the violences and subordinations of heteronormativity and homophobia along with other gender hierarchies, proposes projects to struggle against them, but at the same time seeks, often through processes of what Jose Muhoz calls disidentification, to abolish, or at least destabilize and problematize, the homosexual as identity, as well as woman, man, and other gender identities. Queer is an identity category, Mary Jagos argues, that has no interest in consolidating or even stabilizing itself. Queer is less an identity than a critique of identity. 1. 7. We should note, however, that in the work of many other authors and increasingly in public discourse today, queer is used not as a critique of identity but simply as another identity category, often as shorthand for LGBT, lesbian, gay, bisexual, and transgender/transsexual. Just as we have noted conceptual, and political, splits in other identity domains between non-revolutionary and revolutionary streams, so too the fields of queer theory and queer politics are divided between advocacy projects that affirm queer as identity and propositions that wield queer as an anti-identity to demean and abolish all gender identities and set in motion a series of becomings. 1. Black radicalism, especially in North America, the Caribbean, Britain, and other diasporic locations, also has a strong tradition grounded in a revolutionary proposition parallel to those in other identity domains, which complements the rebellion against white supremacy with the process of the abolition of blackness. I propose, Fanon writes early in his career, nothing short of the liberation of the man of color from himself. 9. This liberation from himself is the self-abolition of identity, marking not only the destruction of racial hierarchy but also the abolition of race as we know it, and thus, in Fanon's terms, the creation of a new humanity. The quest for freedom we cited earlier in the work of Fred Moten and central to the tradition of black radicalism implies such a revolutionary proposition when freedom is conceived not as emancipation but as liberation and thus the transformation of humanity beyond racial identity. It is interesting to note, in this regard, that Malcolm X and Huey Newton eventually question and move away from black nationalist positions they earlier championed when they recognize a conflict between the nationalist affirmation of identity and revolutionary projects. Newton, in particular, progressively shifts the revolutionary framework from nationalism to internationalism and finally intercommunalism in an effort to designate a political framework for liberation that implies the abolition of racial identity and its structures of subordination. 20. We also read this revolutionary proposition, finally, as the basis of Paul Gilroy's efforts to shift the discourse of black politics toward an abolition of race. Whereas racial identity today, according to Gilroy, has become seemingly fixed and insurmountable, at best an object of recognition, he proposes instead to demand liberation not from white supremacy alone, however urgently that is required, but from all racializing and raciological thought, from racialized seeing, racialized thinking, and racialized thinking about thinking too. One race has to be destroyed, of course, if we are to follow through Gilroy's proposition, not just as an object of thought but also and more important as social structures and institutions of hierarchy, segregation, and domination. Abolition of identity implies, once again, the abolition of property and sovereignty. Only a project of liberation that destroys not just blackness as an identity of subordination but blackness as such along with whiteness and all other racial identities makes possible the creation of a new humanity. 2. These parallel revolutionary propositions that emerge from identity politics are met by two important critiques that emphasize essential aspects of the revolutionary project. The first claims that the proposition to abolish identity undermines the ability of identity politics to reveal and fight against social oppression that our third task, in other words, contradicts the first two, depriving them of the necessary analytical and political tools. Striving to abolish identity, from this perspective, merely feeds into the dominant, reactionary strategy to make identity and its hierarchies invisible. Many feminist scholars, for example, criticize Judith Butler's work, particularly Gender Trouble and Bodies That Matter, for drawing into question and destabilizing the category of woman. Without gendered identity as foundation, it would be impossible to highlight and analyze gender hierarchies and struggle against them. 2-3 Paul Gilroy's arguments against race consciousness that suggest the goal of abolishing racial identity are met with parallel objections. Without race thinking there is no way to make visible the violence of racism, and without black identity there is no figure of rebellion for the struggle against white supremacy. 2-4 Such critiques highlight the fact that the three tasks are inseparable. Without the first two, pursuing the third task abolishing identity is naive and risks making existing hierarchies more difficult to challenge. But without the third task, the first two remain tethered to identity formations, unable to embark on a process of liberation. Furthermore, even though we have for clarity of explanation presented them in sequence first, second, and third, these tasks must all be pursued simultaneously, without, for instance, deferring the revolutionary moment to some indefinite future. A second critique of the revolutionary proposition in the various identity domains is made in the name of difference, with the warning that the abolition of identity will result in the destruction of difference as such, leaving us with an indifferent social field. Some fear, for instance, that queer and feminist utopias of a world beyond gender would be populated by androgynous beings, devoid of difference and desire. It is important to recognize that the abolition of identity, gender identity in this instance does not imply the destruction of difference as such, thus making everyone the same. On the contrary, it initiates the release and proliferation of differences that do not mark social hierarchies. Eve Sedgwick, for example, observes or, really, complains that all the myriad differences of our sexual desires are corralled into two categories, homosexual and heterosexual, defined solely by the gender of the object of our desires. If we could take off these blinkers, we would see that the universe of sexual desires is filled with innumerable differences that are often more significant than this one. 2.5 Once the heterosexual and the homosexual are abolished, along with the two gender identities, a multitude of sexual differences can surge forward, not two sexes or zero sexes, as Deleuze and Guattari like to say, but n sexes. 26 Paul Gilroy similarly uses the concept of diaspora to conceive of a non-racial society characterized by a proliferation of differences. The condition and perspective of diaspora, he explains, does not imply any nostalgia for an unchanging origin and its pure, fixed identity, but on the contrary illuminates the richness and social creativity that mixture and movement make possible. Gilroy thus envisions a society defined by conviviality, that is, the cohabitation and free interaction of social differences, a situation that he sees emerging in the multicultural social life of Britain's metropolises. 27 A revolutionary project has to create, beyond the multicultural recognition of racial identities, a conviviality among proliferating differences we no longer recognize as racial. At this point, having followed identity thus far, through its three primary political tasks, we need to reconsider the concept because, in fact, more adequate than identity for the process we are analyzing here is singularity, a concept with a long history in European thought, from Duns Scotus and Spinoza to Nietzsche and Deleuze. See de Hamann 2 at the end of Part 5 on this alternative line of European thought. With respect to identity, the concept of singularity is defined by three primary characteristics, all of which link it intrinsically with multiplicity. First of all, every singularity points toward and is defined by a multiplicity outside of itself. No singularity can exist or be conceived on its own, but instead both its existence and definition necessarily derive from its relations with the other singularities that constitute society. Second, every singularity points toward a multiplicity within itself. The innumerable divisions that cut throughout each singularity do not undermine but actually constitute its definition. Third, singularity is always engaged in a process of becoming different, a temporal multiplicity. This characteristic really follows from the first two insofar as the relations with other singularities that constitute the social multiplicity and the internal composition of the multiplicity within each singularity are constantly in flux. 28 Shifting our perspective from identity to singularity clarifies especially the revolutionary moment of the process. Whereas in terms of identity this process can be understood only in the negative, paradoxical terms of self-abolition, in terms of singularity it is rather a moment of metamorphosis. In this context it is no mystery why the revolutionary process results in a proliferation of differences, since the nature of singularities is to become different. The concept of singularity, with its multiplicities and metamorphoses, thus also has the merit of dissolving all the dialectical illusions that too often plague discourses on identity. Singularity indicates the common as a field of multiplicities and thus destroys the logic of property. What identity is to property, singularity is to the common. The distinction between identity and singularity corresponds, therefore, to that between the two notions of achieving freedom we cited earlier. Identities can be emancipated, but only singularities can liberate themselves. This revolutionary process of the abolition of identity, we should keep in mind, is monstrous, violent, and traumatic. Don't try to save yourself, in fact, yourself has to be sacrificed. This does not mean that liberation casts us into an indifferent sea with no objects of identification, but rather the existing identities will no longer serve as anchors. Many will pull back from the brink and try to stay who they are rather than dive into the unknown waters of a world without race, gender, or other identity formations. Abolition also requires the destruction of all the institutions of the corruption of the common we spoke of earlier, such as the family, the corporation, and the nation. This involves an often violent battle against the ruling powers and also, since these institutions in part define who we now are, an operation surely more painful than bloodshed. Revolution is not for the faint of heart. It is for monsters. You have to lose who you are to discover what you can become. Revolutionary assemblages. After having outlined the three primary tasks of identity politics or, really, singularity politics, we need to analyze the relations among singularities. To what extent do race, class, gender, and sexuality struggles agree or conflict with one another? By highlighting the tasks common to the different identity domains, we have thus far emphasized the parallel nature of both the forms of subordination and the processes of rebellion and liberation. We need to focus on the conflicts and the means to address them. Identity politics, by its very concept, assumes a certain parallelism. The structures of racial subordination share some common elements with those of gender subordination, class subordination, and so forth, which makes possible processes of translation among the analytical and political traditions. These translations, which have been extraordinarily productive for scholars and activists, do not imply sameness. The analytics and strategies through which race, class, gender, and sexuality hierarchies function and can be combated are qualitatively different, but translation does rely on the common. This basis and the common does not deny that identities are divided and conflict. The concept of intersectionality usefully highlights division in two primary respects. First of all, multiple identities intersect, which is to say that structures of violence and hierarchy coincide in determinate subjects, such as black lesbians or Aymara peasants. This means that each identity is divided internally by others. Racial hierarchies divide genders and classes, gender hierarchies divide races and classes, and so forth. This internal multiplicity is one reason that makes singularity, as we said, a more adequate concept than identity. Second, the political agendas of the various identities do not necessarily agree, but rather are often divided, divergent, or even conflicting. Revealing and struggling against racial violence, for example, does not necessarily contribute to the struggle against gender subordination, historically, and the contrary, anti-racist struggles along with worker struggles have most often ignored and even contributed to gender subordination. Intersectional analysis highlights the fact, in other words, that although the intersecting forms of violence and subordination that identities suffer are in some ways parallel, the political projects to address them can and, according to some, necessarily do conflict. In the context of our analysis, however, whereas struggles for the recognition, affirmation, and even emancipation of identities may in fact necessarily conflict, liberation movements of singularities have the potential to articulate with one another in parallel developments. Intersectional analysis demonstrates, nonetheless, that articulation and parallelism are not automatic but have to be achieved. 29 we think parallelism according to the model provided by Spinoza, in fact, it becomes a means for grasping and developing the lessons of intersectionality. Spinoza's so-called parallelism is defined by his proposition that the order and connection of ideas is the same as the order and connection of things. 3. Spinoza insists that the two attributes, thought and extension, are relatively autonomous. The mind cannot cause the body to act or the body cause the mind to think, and yet the developments in the domains of thought and extension proceed in the same order and connection because they both participate in and express a common substance. Conceiving the identity domains and the position of attributes, then, emphasizes the relative autonomy of each. Just as the mind cannot cause the body to act, Class struggle does not necessarily address gender oppression, race struggle does not necessarily attack homophobia and heteronormativity, and so forth. And yet the paths of rebellion and liberation, the metamorphoses of singularities in each domain can, and must, in our view, proceed in the same order and connection. In contrast to Spinoza's model, though, parallelism here is not given but must be achieved politically. A translation process is required to reveal and understand these potential correspondences, a process that both acknowledges the autonomy of the language of each domain and facilitates communication among them. A political process of articulation is required to address their conflicts and link them together. What results is something like a swarm of political activity, with instances of rebellion and metamorphosis swirling around at once. We will have to investigate this swarm, its intelligence, and its internal organization in the next sections. To claim this parallelism means, obviously, that no one domain or social antagonism is prior to the others. Slavoj Žižek, countering what he sees to be the reigning doctrine of multiculturalism promoted by identity politics, argues that class struggle is qualitatively different from, and superior to, race and gender struggles. What the series race-gender-class obfuscates is the different logic of the political space in the case of class, while the anti-racist and anti-sexist struggles are guided by a striving for the full recognition of the other. The class struggle aims at overcoming and subduing, even annihilating, the other even if this does not mean direct physical annihilation. Class struggle aims at the annihilation of the other's socio-political role and function. 3. 1. We agree with Žižek's primary critique to the extent that it poses the danger we cited earlier that identity struggles become attached to identity as property and fail to engage a process of liberation. Žižek is wrong, however, to assume that class struggles are necessarily different from anti-racist and anti-sexist struggles in this way. We have seen all too many forms of class politics that get stuck on identity, affirming worker identity and celebrating work. More important, though, Žižek fails to recognize the revolutionary forms of gender and race politics, just as revolutionary class struggle aims at the annihilation not of all bourgeois people but of their socio-political role and function, along with, we would add, the socio-political role and function of the worker. So too revolutionary feminist and anti-racist politics attack not only sexists and racists, or even patriarchy and white supremacy, but the bases of gender and race identities as well. Žižek thus makes a false comparison by contrasting revolutionary class struggle with non-revolutionary versions of race and gender struggles. In their non-revolutionary versions such as wage demands for workers, for example, legal protection from sexual violence, and social rights or affirmative action for subordinated groups, the various struggles, though often extremely important, are widely divergent and frequently conflicting. In their revolutionary versions, however, abolishing identity, property, and sovereignty, thus opening a field of multiplicities, they are parallel. A Spinozian notion of parallelism has the added advantage of dispelling the frequent embarrassment that accompanies reproducing the catalog race, class, gender, sexuality, and so forth. The and so forth is especially embarrassing. Spinoza maintains that there exist infinite attributes through which substance is expressed in parallel, but humans can recognize only two of them, thought and extension, mind and body. Perhaps in the same way we should say that, although in our society we can recognize only a limited number, there are infinite paths of struggle and liberation. The plurality and even the indefinite number is not the problem. Most important instead is how we articulate them along parallel lines in a common project. 1. The most significant challenges of revolution today, then, which this parallelism of singularities suggests, is that revolutionary action cannot be successfully conducted or even thought in one domain alone. Without its parallel developments, any revolutionary struggle will run aground or even fall back on itself. A revolutionary race proposition that ignores or even exacerbates gender hierarchies will inevitably be blocked, as will a class proposition that fails to keep up with its parallels in the racial domain. Multiplicity and parallelism set the standard for evaluating revolutionary politics today. The multiple parallel paths of liberation either proceed through correspondences or do not proceed at all. The revolutionary process, in other words, is like walking on two legs, in that after each pass forward, the one leg requires the other to take another step before being able to move again. It might hop alone for a few feet, but one is sure to fall on one's face soon. Except that there are many more than two legs in play here. Revolution can only move forward like a centipede or, really, as a multitude. Only on the field of biopolitical struggles, composed by parallelism and multiplicity, can a revolutionary struggle for the common be successfully pursued. We hope to have demonstrated through our argument thus far that the parallel coordination among the revolutionary struggles of singularities is possible, but it is by no means immediate or spontaneous. In the sections that follow, we must develop a logic of encounter and articulation among singularities, that is, a logic of democratic organization and decision-making that governs the revolution. The parallel revolutionary struggles must discover how to intersect in insurrectional events and sustain their revolutionary processes in institutional forms, by which we mean not fixing them in bureaucratic procedures but making repeatable their constituent encounters and durable the process of transformation, creating lasting political bodies. Before moving on, we should note that, although it has become conventional today for scholars to identify revolution with modernity and, with expressions of mourning or celebration, proclaim it dead in the contemporary era, our argument suggests exactly the opposite. Since modernity, as we argued in Part 2, is always double, defined by hierarchy, coloniality, and property, modern revolution is finally impossible. Even the anti-modern struggles that resist modern discipline and control are unable to arrive at a process of liberation that moves beyond resistance to create the world anew. All the revolutionary dreams and projects that emerged in the struggles between modernity and anti-modernity, and there were so many, pointed in the end beyond modernity. Only alter-modernity, which we see emerging today, with its basis in the interplay between the common and the multitude of singularities, is the terrain proper to revolution. In the most schematic fashion, the triad identity property sovereignty that defines modernity is replaced in alter-modernity by singularity the common revolution. Revolution is now, finally, becoming the order of the day. They were nothing more than people, by themselves. Even paired, any pairing, they would have been nothing more than people by themselves. But all together, they have become the heart and muscles and mind of something perilous and new, something strange and growing and great. Together, all together, they are the instruments of change. Carry Hume, The Bone People. Reactionary intersections, crises and their midter's parallel struggles are not in themselves sufficient for revolutionary movement. Insurrection against the existing order requires events in which the parallel streams intersect, not only toppling the social structures of hierarchy but also transforming the singularities in struggle and multiplying their powers. Shortly we will analyze the form such insurrectionary events have taken in the past and what new potential they have today, in particular the potential for democratic decision-making in the revolutionary process. Intersections, however, are by no means necessarily revolutionary. We have already seen how intersectional analysis explores the multiple axes of subordination that intersect in determinate social subjects. We are all raced, gendered, defined by class position, and so forth, posing opportunities and limitations for identity politics. In this section we investigate instead some of the ways that intersection is used as a mechanism of control to maintain the existing political order, corralling and taming movements of rebellion and liberation. The dominant modern political mode of control functions through the mediation of identities, based most clearly in the North Atlantic world on elements of Kantian philosophy. We have already emphasized, at different points in this book, that transcendental mediation is supported by an explicit metaphysics in which spiritual forms and ontological structures organize a priori the content of experience. Just as in classical metaphysics the categories of substance and cause or modality and relation, which are posed as generic, are thought sufficient to define ontological processes, so too in transcendental philosophy the categories of mediation, which are posed as productive, configure transcendental schematism as something like a machine. In Kant's thought and Kantianism, transcendental schematism gains increasing autonomy in the construction of the structures of knowledge and power. Identities are thus at once mediated and confirmed in the formal unity of the transcendental. 3.2. Modern political thought interprets these schemas of epistemological and ontological mediation in terms of representation. The traditional claim, in authors such as Rousseau and Hegel, is that representation is able to weave all social, cultural, and economic particularities into the generality of the state. On the contrary, Carl Schmitt recognizes rightly the anti-democratic nature of representation. The representative character introduces precisely a non-democratic element in this democracy. 3.3 We find it more accurate to understand the representative mechanisms typical of the modern republic as carrying out a double operation, a disjunctive synthesis, both linking the represented to political power and holding them separate from it. The mediation of identities in the transcendental sphere of representation achieves a similarly double result. On the one hand, concrete identities are transformed into abstract representations from which the structures of political mediation can produce, schematically, a formal unity. The concept of the people is one such formal unity. On the other hand, the logic of representation requires that identities remain static and separate. We are forced continually to perform our identities and punished for any deviation from them. Elizabeth Povinelli notes, for example, that the Australian state requires Aborigines, in order to obtain rights and public resources, to repeat faithfully the traditional indigenous identity, conserving its memory and culture in effect, to remain the same or, really, to conform to a representation. 3.4 Such is the tyranny of idealism. The link between rights and identity is a weapon that the representational schema wields to trap all identities in logics of recognition and police the becomings of singularities. The seeming paradox of political mediation is thus resolved on two separate planes. Abstract unity on the transcendental plane is maintained only so long as on the social plane identities faithfully perform their separation and unchanging character. Modern political representation, however, along with its mechanisms of mediation, have long been in crisis. A wide range of 20th century political scientists, such as Max Weber, Robert Michaels, Gaetano Mosca, and Vilfredo Pareto, denounce how representation becomes bureaucratic through the actions of political parties, and thus the claims of representation to social universality become completely illusory, leaving political rule in the hands of elites. 3.5 Numerous authors similarly analyze the crisis of representation and hence the democratic deficit in the global context, where mechanisms of mediation and institutions of representation are largely lacking, and those that do exist have proved ineffective. 3.6 Such analyses of the crisis of representation generally fit within the project of the liberal critique of liberalism, that is, critiques aimed at repairing and restoring liberalism. The primary response of systems of power to the crisis of representation, however, has been the construction of new mechanisms of social mediation in the form of governance. Governance, as we saw in Part 4, does not rely on any transcendental schematism and does not in general function through fixed structures. It is instead an aleatory form of government that rules over contingency through legal processes which Gunther Tübner describes as constitutionalization without the state. 37. Governance does not restore the schema for the representation of identities central to republican regimes of tolerance, in both their multicultural and universalist forms, but instead attempts to create social order without representation. It does not resolve the crisis but seeks to manage it. What is lacking, as we suggested in Dahaman 2 at the end of Part 5, are the mechanisms of measure that identity and representation require. Just as capital is no longer able to command productive processes through disciplinary regimes based on the measure of value but rather must rely on abstract and flexible financial apparatuses of capture, so too representative mediation cannot order society without the measure of identities and must instead rely on the abstract and flexible control of governance. The abstraction and flexibility of these mechanisms highlight the contingent nature of the structures of order and the thin line separating them from chaos. Governance in this sense is a system for the management of the exception. Without the representational mechanisms of mediation, the governance of identities and the management of social hierarchies alternate between two poles, enforced identity-blind perspectives, as if the hierarchies did not exist, and identity panic when those hierarchies become undeniable factors of social life. Governance, of course, serves to maintain the ruling powers and support the interests of capital, but it never succeeds in solving the crisis and bringing it to an end. In fact, processes of negotiation and struggle are constantly reopened on the terrain of governance. In some respects, then, governance is analogous to the old terrain of trade union struggles, and indeed, some authors propose confronting the current forms of governance with the models of negotiation and agreement of labor law. 38 and the old labor leaders used to say, there is no end to negotiations. They never questioned the ultimate hegemony of capital but still appreciated the importance of the struggle. We should not underestimate the fact that governance is an open space of conflict and struggle between sovereign powers and social counterpowers. In contrast, given the abstract and flexible mechanisms of governance, which run constantly on the border of instability, it is easy to see why neoconservatism and other contemporary right-wing ideologies attempt to resolve the crisis of representation not by restoring any transcendental schematism but by grounding the theory of measure solidly on the immutable terrain of natural law. Certainly conservatism, from Burke and Hegel to Leo Strauss and Michael Oakes Hardt, always has an element of relativism, since it constantly refers to custom and tradition, but this is really only the background for an ontological foundation of constant measure. Neoconservative strategies thus run counter to governance, opposing its contingency and fluidity with the concrete fixity of values and identities, and even conflict at times with the emerging forms of capitalist control, insofar as they tolerate or even encourage the flux of economic and social values. Neoconservatives aim instead for a new thermometer, which attempts to fix absolutely the criteria of value regarding property and social hierarchies in order to restore the ancien regime or, really, make social reality conform to the representation of an imagined past. Neoconservatives are thus actually theocrats even when they express secular beliefs. Their gods are the central bank and the Supreme Court as the ultimate guarantors of the stability of value. Democratic decision-making? Democratic decision-making transforms the parallel struggles of identities into an insurrectional intersection, a revolutionary event that composes the singularities into a multitude. That definition is correct but embarrassingly naive. Such conceptual abstractions never really account for the complexity and richness of the passions behind the construction of democratic decision-making. Some of these passions line up perfectly in the direction of revolution. The rationality and joy of the multitude stand against fear and sadness, and indignation against tyranny and the resistance against oppression. Armed disobedience and revolt, but liberation movements are also always plagued by internal conflicts and misunderstandings among the oppressed. The translation process that communicates among the parallel paths, which we mentioned earlier, pushing each of them forward, making them stronger, often breaks down in a cacophony of misinterpretations. Disagreement is the daily, normal condition of revolutionary movements. The task of democratic decision-making. Over the sectors of production, then a new political composition is possible, corresponding to the capacities specific to biopolitical labor. The transformation of the technical composition does not spontaneously create a new political figure of struggle and revolution that requires organization and political action, but it does indicate a new possibility that can be grasped. Today, we argue, the nature and qualities of biopolitical production make possible a process of political composition defined by democratic decision-making. Posing this relation between technical and political composition, we should note, historicizes the question of vanguard organizations, casting it in a very different light. This can be clarified by sketching a rough periodization. In the early 20th century, when industrial production is characterized by hierarchical ranks of professional workers, the Bolshevik Party, the German Rate, and the various council movements propose political figures to interpret that technical composition. The vanguard party corresponds to the vanguard of professional workers in the factory. In the mid-20th century, when industrial production is characterized by great masses of relatively desk-skilled workers, mass parties, the Italian Communist Party at times plays this role, attempt to create a political figure adequate to this new situation, treating the trade union simply as a transmission belt for the party and employing strategies that alternate between blocking industrial production and demanding a continuous rise in salaries and social welfare. Insisting on the relation between technical and political composition in this way does validate, or at least explain, such political organizations insofar as it recognizes how they are rooted in the reality of their situations, attempting to interpret politically the organization and capacities of workers in production. In doing so, however, it relegates them irrevocably to the past. Today, when the technical composition of labor has changed so profoundly, to repropose any such vanguard political formation is anachronistic at best. 4.3. The emerging hegemony of biopolitical production today brings with it new democratic capacities. 3 overlapping developments, which we emphasized in parts 3 and 5, are crucial here. First, whereas in the era of the hegemony of industrial production capitalists generally provided workers with the means and schemas of cooperation that organized production, in biopolitical production labor is increasingly responsible for generating cooperation. Second, and consequently, biopolitical labor becomes ever more autonomous from capitalist command, which tends to block production and reduce productivity whenever it intervenes. Third, in contrast to the vertical, hierarchical forms of cooperation dictated by capitalist command, biopolitical labor tends to create horizontal network forms. These 3 characteristics of biopolitical labor: cooperation, autonomy, and network organization provide solid building blocks for democratic political organization. Remember Lenin's claim that since people are trained to need bosses at work, they also need bosses in politics. Human nature as it is now cannot do without subordination, control, and managers. For today's biopolitical production shows how much human nature has changed. People don't need bosses at work. They need an expanding web of others with WHOM to communicate and collaborate. The boss is increasingly merely an obstacle to getting work done. The focus on the technical composition of labor thus gives us one view of the democratic capacities that people exercise in everyday life. These democratic capacities of labor do not immediately translate into the creation of democratic political organizations, but they do pose solid ground on which to imagine and create them. We should note the important strategic advances that contemporary democratic organizational forms present with respect to vanguard organizations. Historically, the vanguard carried the responsibility for destabilizing the capitalist system to set in motion the revolutionary process. In the 1970s, communist and autonomist movements in Western Europe, which were both anti-Stalinist and opposed to the national communist parliamentary parties, reformulated and extended this proposition. The tactics of destabilizing capitalism must be complemented by the strategy of a deep and profound destructuring of capitalist society, dismantling its configurations of hierarchy and command. 4.5 The democratic organizational forms suggested by biopolitical labor add another element to the definition of revolutionary activity. To the fire of destabilizing tactics and destructuring strategy they add the project of constructing a new power, a new type of power, by which the multitude is capable of managing the common. Revolution is thus aimed at the generation of new forms of social life. This implies a new form of political decision-making. And the biopolitical terrain, the knowledge and will required for decision are embedded, so to speak, in historical being such that decision-making is always performative and results in the real, anthropological transformation of the subject involved or, as Jean-Luc Nancy puts it, an ontological transformation of the conditions of decision-making itself. 4.6 Some readers might be made uneasy by how our method here brings together the economic and the political, even perhaps suspecting us to be guilty of economism, as if we believe that economic forces determine all other realms of social life. No, when we insist that investigating the aptitudes, competencies, and skills expressed at work are a means to understand the generalized capacities of the multitude in everyday life, it is only one among many, but it is an important one. Hannah Arendt, as we have said before, discounts the relevance of the economic for political life because she believes the capacities of labor, the rote repetition of tasks, following commands, and so forth, have no bearing on political life, which requires autonomy, communication, cooperation, and creativity. Biopolitical labor, however, is increasingly defined by these properly political capacities, and thus these emerging capacities in the economic sphere make possible in the political sphere the development of democratic organizations, demonstrating in fact the increasingly broad overlap between the two spheres. In this regard our argument can be situated in a long line of revolutionary appeals that combine economic and political demands. The 17th century English partisans of the multitude we spoke of in Part 1 posed freedom against property. The rallying cry of the Soviet Revolution was peace, land, and bread. Our slogan to combine the economic and the political might be poverty and love, or, for those who consider such terms too sentimental, power and the common, the liberation of the poor and the institutional development of the powers of social cooperation. In any case, recognizing the intersection of the political and the economic is not only essential for the description of contemporary social life but also fundamental for the construction of the mechanisms and practices of democratic decision-making. Insurrection and institution. Insurrection, in order to open a path for revolution, must be sustained and consolidated in an institutional process. Such an institutional conception of insurrection should not be confused, of course, with the coup d'état, which merely replaces the existing state institutions with comparable, homologous ones. The multitude, as we have said, has no interest in taking control of the state apparatuses, not even in order to direct them to other ends or, better, it wants to lay its hands on state apparatuses only to dismantle them. It regards the state as not the realm of freedom but the seat of domination, which not only guarantees capitalist exploitation and defends the rule of property but also maintains and polices all identity hierarchies. Political engagement with state institutions is no doubt useful and necessary for struggles against subordination, but liberation can only be aimed at their destruction. This might seem to imply that insurrection is inimical to institutions, but in fact insurrection, as we said, needs institutions, just institutions of a different sort. A long-standing division in the history of social theory poses a major line that conceives the social contract as the basis of institutions against a minor line that considers social conflict their basis. Whereas the major line seeks to maintain social unity by casting conflict out of society, your consent to the contract forfeits your right to rebel and conflict. The minor line accepts conflict as internal to and the constant foundation of society. Thomas Jefferson contributes to this minor line of thought, for example, when he asserts that periodically, at least once a generation, which he considers to be every 20 years, the multitude should rebel against the government and form a new constitution. 4.7 Machiavelli and Spinoza, two other prominent proponents of the minor line, conceive of the conflict that grounds institutions along not only the clearly defined paths of resistance and rebellions against authority and oppression but also, and more important, the fractured and changing paths of conflict within the multitude. 4.8 The development of social institutions can be democratic, authors of the minor line insist, only if it remains open to and constituted by conflict. As long as we can conceive institutions only along the major line, insurrection seems to be blocked at an impasse. On the one hand, revolts and rebellions that fail to develop institutional continuity are quickly covered over and absorbed within the dominant order, like stones that fall into a pool only to see the tranquil surface immediately restored. On the other hand, entering into the dominant form of institution, which is based in identity, functions through representation, and demands unity and concord, serves to neutralize the social rupture opened by revolt. How many times have we heard leaders of rebellions who enter into government declare, "You must go home now and lay down your weapons. We will represent you." An institutional process based in conflict, however, according to the minor line, can consolidate insurrection without negating its force of rupture and power. As we saw in our discussion of Jacques Ries earlier, revolt becomes powerful and long-lasting only when it invents and institutionalizes a new set of collective habits and practices, that is, a new form of life. Jean Genet, for example, in his journeys among the Palestinian refugees and Fedayeen in Jordan and the Black Panthers in the United States, was captivated by the style of these groups, by which he meant their invention of new forms of life, their common practices and behaviors as well as their original set of gestures and affects. 49 It would certainly be useful, if we had the talents and tools of historians, to investigate how a range of contemporary revolts has been consolidated in alternative institutional forms, how, for example, the disruptive force of the 1969 Stonewall Rebellion in New York City was continued through the formation of a variety of gay and lesbian organizations, how during the South African struggle against apartheid revolts like the 1976 Soweto uprising became part of the fabric of an institutional process, how Italian worker revolts in the 1970s in the factories of Porto Marghera, Pirelli, and Fiat among others were prolonged and developed through the construction of new forms of worker committees and other political institutions, or how the 1994 Zapatista uprising in Mexico developed through the creation of autonomous assemblies, caracoles, or base community structures, and juntas of good government. The key is to discover in each case how, and the extent to which, the institutional process does not negate the social rupture created by revolt but extends and develops it. We now have several elements at hand for a new definition of institution. Institutions are based on conflict, in the sense that they both extend the social rupture operated by revolt against the ruling powers and are open to internal discord. Institutions also consolidate collective habits, practices, and capacities that designate a form of life. Institutions, finally, are open-ended in that they are continually transformed by the singularities that compose them. This notion of institution corresponds closely to what we called earlier training in love, in that it does not reduce the multiplicity of singularities but creates a context for them to manage their encounters, to avoid the negative encounters, which diminish their strength, and prolong and repeat the joyful ones, which increase it. Institutions thus conceived are a necessary component in the process of insurrection and revolution. One can arrive at a similar definition of institution based on the common experiences of productive activity in cybernetic networks. We should keep in mind, of course, a series of myths that characterized the enthusiasm of some of the early writings about the political implications of networks, that networks cannot be controlled, for example, that the transparency of networks is always good, and that the cybernetic swarm is always intelligent. 5.0 Experience with network technologies has nonetheless led to the development of novel decision-making processes characterized by multiplicity and interaction. Whereas the old socialist elites used to dream of a decision-making machine, the experiences of networkers and net users have configured an institutional decision-making composed of a myriad of micropolitical paths. Become the media is a line of institutional construction of communication in which the collective control of expression in networks becomes a political weapon. Here too we find a definition of institution defined by conflict and multiplicity, composed of collective habits and practices, and open to transformation by singularities. 5.1.2 Basic objections to our definition of institution immediately come to mind. which really serve to mark its distance from the standard assumptions of sociologists and political scientists. We imagine a sociological objection that our conception does not adequately account for the individuality and identity of those who interact with institutions. According to the conventional sociological notion, in effect, individuals enter institutions and come out as identities. In other words, institutions silently compel individuals to follow established patterns of behavior, providing them with formulas for living such that, for example, the desire for love is channeled into marriage and the desire for freedom channeled into shopping. These created behavior patterns, however, are by no means uniform throughout society but instead define identity formations by compelling people to conform to race, gender, and class attributes as if they were natural and necessary. Our conception of institution, in contrast, does not begin with individuals, end with identities, or function through conformity. Singularities, which are in revolt against the ruling power and often in conflict with one another, enter into the institutional process. By definition, as we said, singularities are always already multiple and are constantly engaged in a process of self-transformation. This institutional process allows singularities to achieve some consistency in their interactions and behaviors, creating in this way a form of life, but never are such patterns fixed in identity. The central difference, perhaps, has to do with the locus of agency, whereas according to the conventional sociological notion institutions form individuals and identities, in our conception singularities form institutions, which are thus perpetually in flux. We imagine an objection from political scientists and legal theorists that our notion of institution cannot form the basis of sovereignty. This perspective assumes that the life of individuals in the economic and social worlds, as in the state of nature, is characterized by risk, danger, and scarcity. Only when individuals enter into institutions, and thereby transfer at least a portion of their rights and powers to a sovereign authority, can their protection be guaranteed. Legal theorists make a similar point when they emphasize that the relationship between legal claim and obligation in institutions must be invariable to establish and maintain social order. Institutions must serve as the foundation for the constituted power, that is, the constitutional order of sovereignty. According to our conception, in contrast, institutions form a constituent rather than a constituted power. Institutional norms and obligations are established in regular interactions but are continually open to a process of evolution. The singularities that compose the multitude do not transfer their rights or powers, and thus they prohibit the formation of a sovereign power, but in their mutual encounters each becomes more powerful. The institutional process therefore provides a mechanism of protection, but with no guarantees, against the two primary dangers facing the multitude: externally, the repression of the ruling power, and internally, the destructive conflicts among singularities within the multitude. The extension of insurrection in an institutional process that transforms the fabric of social being is a good first approximation of revolution. Immanuel Kant comes close to this definition when he declares that the French Revolution should be understood as not revolution but the evolution of a constitution founded on natural law nature recta. He emphasizes, in particular, the public and universal nature of the process. This event consists neither in momentous deeds nor crimes committed by men, nor in ancient splendid political structures which vanish as if by magic while others come forth in their place as if from the depths of the earth. No, nothing of the sort. It is simply the mode of thinking of the spectators which reveals itself publicly in this game of great revolutions, and manifests such a universal yet disinterested sympathy for the players on one side against those on the other. 5. Revolution is insurrection once it has become an institutional process, a form of government, which Kant defines as public and we would call common. Kant goes on to explain that revolution's transformation of social being constitutes an innovation in history and points toward the future. Owing to its universality, this mode of thinking demonstrates a character of the human race at large and all at once, owing to its disinterestedness, a moral character of humanity, at least in its predisposition, a character which not only permits people to hope for progress toward the better, but is already itself progress in so far as its capacity is sufficient for the present. 5. 3. Revolution, as a new form of government, is in fact, despite Kant's confidence in progress, squeezed in the vice between past and future, leaving it very little room for maneuver. It constantly has to battle the pressures of the established constituted power and the accumulated social weight of the past. Think, for example, of the Gothic facades of French and Catalan cathedrals desecrated by revolutionaries who have broken off the heads of saints and kings. Yes, we too are indignant at their destruction of precious cultural heritage, but we understand their attempt to destroy physically the symbols of a power that continues to haunt them. Often, even when revolutionaries think their actions are sufficient to launch us into the future, the past bursts through to reimpose itself. Tocqueville, for example, describes how the past sometimes surreptitiously insinuates itself and reappears in revolutionary futures, but that is not a law of history and the inevitable destiny of revolutions, as reactionaries often claim, but simply one possible outcome. We can share Kant's faith in progress, then, when it is, first, posed not as a natural law but grounded in revolutionary struggle and, second, consolidated and reinforced in institutional form. Revolution's creation of a new form of government holds off the past and opens toward the future. A revolutionary law is a law whose object is to maintain the revolution and to accelerate or regulate its course. Condorcet, on the meaning of the word revolutionary. The problem of transition. Too much of revolutionary thought does not even pose the problem of transition, paying attention only to the overture and neglecting all the acts of the drama that must follow. Defeating the ruling powers, destroying the ancien regime, smashing the state machine, even overthrowing capital, patriarchy, and white supremacy is not enough. That might be sufficient, perhaps, if one were to believe that the formation of the multitude was already achieved, that we were all already somehow not only purified of the hierarchies and corruptions of contemporary society but also capable of managing the multiplicity of the common and cooperating with one another freely and equally. In short, that democratic society was already complete. If that were the case, then, yes, maybe the insurrectional event destroying the structures of power would be sufficient and the perfect human society already existing beneath the yoke of oppression would spontaneously flourish. But human nature as it is now is far from perfect. We are all entangled and complicit in the identities, hierarchies, and corruptions of the current forms of power. Revolution requires not merely emancipation, as we said earlier, but liberation, not just an event of destruction but also a long and sustained process of transformation, creating a new humanity. This is the problem of transition, how to extend the event of insurrection in a process of liberation and transformation. Condorcet proclaims, and Hannah Arendt echoes him almost 200 years later, that the word revolutionary applies only to revolutions that have freedom as their object. 5. For we would extend this to say that revolutions must have democracy as their object and thus that the direction and content of revolutionary transition must be defined by the increase of the capacities for democracy of the multitude. People are not spontaneously, by nature, capable of cooperating with one another freely and together governing the common. W.E. B. Du Bois, for example, studying the promises, betrayals, and failures of Reconstruction after the U.S. Civil War, is keenly aware that emancipation alone is not sufficient. In addition to all the traps and subterfuges of the U.S. government and dispossessed Southern slaveholders, in addition to the color and class hierarchies created by Northern carpetbagger capitalists, Du Bois also focuses on the problem that even after the abolition of slavery the vast majority of the population, white and black alike, remains poor and ignorant, lacking the capacities for democracy. Emancipation is only the beginning. 5. In the annals of modern revolutionary thought, Lenin provides the locus classics for understanding the revolutionary transition. Lenin recognizes, as we noted earlier, that human nature as it is now is not capable of democracy. In their habits, routines, mentalities, and in the million capillary practices of everyday life, people are wedded to hierarchy, identity, segregation, and in general corrupt forms of the common. They are not yet able to rule themselves democratically without masters, leaders, and representatives. Lenin thus proposes a dialectical transition composed of two negations. First, a period of dictatorship must negate democracy in order to lead society and transform the population. Once a new humanity has been created, capable of ruling itself, then dictatorship will be negated and a new democracy achieved. 5-6 Lenin has the great merit of posing the problem clearly, but his dialectical solution is today widely and rightly discredited, not only because transitional dictatorships so stubbornly hold on to power, resisting the dialectical inversion in democracy, but more important because the social structures of dictatorship do not foster the training in democracy necessary to make the multitude. And the contrary. Dictatorship teaches subservience. Democracy can be learned only by doing. The problem of transition must be given a positive, non-dialectical solution, leading toward democracy through democratic means. Our analysis in the previous section has already developed some elements for such a democratic transition. The insurrectional event, we explained, must be consolidated in an institutional process of transformation that develops the multitude's capacities for democratic decision-making. Making the multitude is thus a project of democratic organizing aimed at democracy. Rather than counting on the boomerang effect of the dialectic to thrust the process at the final moment to the opposite end of the spectrum, this notion of transition delineates an asymptotic approach such that even if the movement never reaches a conclusion, the distance between transition and goal, between means and end becomes so infinitesimal that it ceases to matter. This process should not be confused with old reformist illusions that insist on gradual change and constantly defer revolution into the indefinite future. Rupture with contemporary society and its ruling powers must be radical, as much as insurrection is swept up in the process of transition. Transition must constantly renew the force of insurrection. Often in evaluating the state of the present society, in other words, the point is not to haggle over whether the glass is half empty or half full but to break the glass. The process of transition, however, as we said, is not spontaneous. How can the transition be governed? What or who draws the political diagonal that guides the transition? The political line, after all, is not always straight and immediately obvious but moves diagonally through mysterious curves. These questions, though, throw us back into the dilemmas of vanguards, leadership, and representation. Revolutionary movements have repeatedly in history allowed the helm to be taken and the process steered by charismatic figures or leadership groups, the party, the junta, the council, the directorate, and so forth, who represent, to different degrees, the masses. How many times have we heard the need for leadership as an argument to privilege one social group, with superior knowledge, consciousness, or position in the production process, over others in the revolutionary struggle, breaking the potential parallelism we spoke of earlier? Industrial workers have claimed to lead peasants, white workers to lead black workers, male workers to lead female workers, and so forth. Often the establishment of leadership has been accompanied by claims of the autonomy of the political with respect to the social, the economic, the private, or the merely cultural. 570 Our argument seems to have led us into an impasse. On the one hand, the process of transition is not spontaneous but must be guided according to a political diagonal. On the other hand, however, allowing any social identity or vanguard group or leader to take control of the process undermines the democratic function the transition must serve. There seems to be no path for the revolutionary process to walk between the danger of ineffectiveness and disorder on the one side and that of hierarchy and authority on the other. The way out of the impasse is to bring the political diagonal back to the biopolitical diagram, that is, to ground it in an investigation of the capacities people already exercise in their daily lives and, specifically, in the processes of biopolitical production. In the terms we proposed earlier, this means to explore the technical composition of the productive multitude to discover its potential political composition. Here we get the political payoff of all our economic analyses in parts 3 and 5. In the biopolitical context, as we saw, the production of ideas, images, codes, languages, knowledges, effects, and the like, through horizontal networks of communication and cooperation, tends toward the autonomous production of the common, which is to say, the production and reproduction of forms of life. The production and reproduction of forms of life is a very precise definition of political action. This does not mean that the revolution has already begun and the problem of transition has been solved because, first, the autonomy of biopolitical production is only partial, since it is still directed and constrained under the command of capital, and second, these economic capacities are not immediately expressed as political capacities. It does mean, though, that in the common fabric of the biopolitical diagram rest latent, potential, chrysalis-like the capacities for the multitude to determine autonomously the political diagonal of the transition. Realizing this potential, by means of political action and organization, would mean carrying forward the parallel revolutionary struggles through the surrectional event of intersection to an institutional process of managing the common. Antonio Gramsci's notion of passive revolution and its limitations helps us understand how the relation between political diagonal and biopolitical diagram addresses the conundrum of the transition. As he does with many of his key concepts, Gramsci employs passive revolution in a variety of contexts with slightly different meanings, using multiple standpoints to give the concept greater amplitude. His first and primary usage is to contrast the passive transformation of bourgeois society in 19th century Italy with the active revolutionary process of the bourgeoisie in France. Passive revolution, Gramsci explains, is a revolution without a revolution, that is, a transformation of the political and institutional structures without there emerging centrally a strong process for the production of subjectivity. Facts rather than social actors are the real protagonists. Second, Gramsci also applies the term passive revolution to the mutations of the structures of capitalist economic production that he recognizes primarily in the development of the U.S. factory system of the 1920s and 1930s. Americanism and Fordism name what Marx calls the passage from the formal to the real subsumption of labor within capital, that is, the construction of a properly capitalist society. This structural transformation of capital is passive in the sense that it evolves over an extended period and is not driven by a strong subject. After using passive revolution as a descriptive tool of historical analysis, regarding both the superstructural and structural changes of capitalist society, Gramsci seems to employ it, third, to suggest a path for struggle. How can we make revolution in a society subsumed within capital? The only answer Gramsci can see is a relatively passive one, that is, a long march through the institutions of civil society. 5-8 Gramsci's various political proposals coalesce as a Leninist critique of Leninism. He is critical of Leninism in that he emphasizes not the war of movement but the war of position, proposing, in other words, not the insurrectional blow against the ruling powers but an extended series of battles in the cultural and political spheres in the effort to wrest hegemony away from the bourgeoisie. 5-9 Gramsci's critique, however, remains Leninist. Passive revolution, for the 19th century Italian bourgeoisie or the 20th century proletariat, is not superior to active revolution but merely an alternative when the primary avenue is not possible, when there is no active subject to lead the revolutionary process. The core ideas of Gramsci's politics including war of position, hegemony, and passive revolution are aimed at inventing revolutionary activity for non-revolutionary times, but this is oriented nonetheless toward the horizon of active revolution, when sometime in the future this becomes possible. Gramsci is thus in many ways a prophet of the biopolitical diagram. He understands that the vanguard of industrial workers can no longer serve as the subject of an active proletarian revolution and, at least with respect to their leadership of the peasantry, questions the desirability of the worker vanguard. Gramsci also recognizes in Fordism that the subsumption of society under capital leads to a transformation of the technical composition of the proletariat, and he seems to intuit that eventually, within the biopolitical diagram, capitalist production will spill over the factory walls to invest the entire social sphere, breaking down the divisions between structure and superstructure, bringing culture and social relations directly into the realm of economic value and production. He even grasps that the new technical composition implies a new production of subjectivity. In America, rationalization has determined the need to elaborate a new type of man suited to the new type of work and productive process. 6.0 But Gramsci fails to foresee, and how could he foresee it, that with the development of the biopolitical diagram opens up the possibility of a new political diagonal. The making of the multitude and the composition and consolidation of its capacities for democratic decision-making in revolutionary institutions is exactly the kind of production of subjectivity that Gramsci sees as necessary for an active rather than passive revolution. Such a return to the Leninist Gramsci on the biopolitical terrain allows us to bring together the seemingly divergent strands of his thought. We are not faced with an alternative either insurrection or institutional struggle, either passive or active revolution. Instead, revolution must simultaneously be both insurrection and institution, structural and superstructural transformation. This is the path of the becoming prince of the multitude. Revolutionary violence. This is the point in the discussion where inevitably someone asks, does revolution have to be violent? Yes, it does, but not always in the ways you think. Revolution does not necessarily require bloodshed, but it does call for the use of force. The better question, then, is not if violence is necessary but what kind of violence. And, according to our analysis of the link between insurrection and institution, this question has to be considered separately in two different arenas, the struggle against the ruling powers and the making of the multitude. 6.1 Force is required to gain freedom, in the first arena, because the ruling powers impose it. The Jewish slaves of Egypt would have happily left in peace with Moses, but Pharaoh wouldn't let them go without a fight. In general, rulers react violently when their power is threatened. Liberation requires a defensive struggle against the ruling powers and thus civil war, a prolonged battle between camps that divide society, but even war does not always call for lethal weapons and bloodshed. Gramsci distinguishes the different types of force and weapons appropriate to specific situations with the distinction we cited earlier between war of movement, typically armed insurrection, such as storming the Winter Palace in St. Petersburg or the Moncada barracks in Santiago de Cuba, and war of position, which generally involves protracted, unarmed struggle in the cultural and political spheres. Gramsci has nothing in principle against armed struggle, and neither do we. The point is simply that arms are not always the best weapons. What is the best weapon against the ruling powers? Guns, peaceful street demonstrations, exodus, media campaigns, labor strikes, transgressing gender norms, silence, irony, or many others depends on the situation. We know that the response "it depends on the situation" is not very satisfying. All we can do, though, is offer criteria for determining the best weapon in each situation. The first and most obvious criterion is, what weapons and strategy are most likely to be effective and win the struggle. Keep in mind that the one with the most firepower does not always win. In fact, our estimation is that increasingly today a disarmed multitude is much more effective than an armed band, and that exodus is more powerful than frontal assault. Exodus in this context often takes the form of sabotage, withdrawal from collaboration, countercultural practices, and generalized disobedience. Such practices are effective because biopower is always subject to the subjectivities it rules over. When they evacuate the terrain, they create vacuums that biopower cannot tolerate. The alter-globalization movements that nourished in the years around the turn of the millennium functioned largely in this way, creating breaks in the continuity of control and filling those vacuums with new cultural expressions and forms of life. Those movements have left behind, in fact, an arsenal of strategies of disobedience, new languages of democracy, and ethical practices, for peace, care for the environment, and so forth, that can eventually be picked up and redeployed by new initiatives of rebellion. The second criterion is even more important: what weapons and what form of violence have the most beneficial effect on the multitude itself. Making war always involves a production of subjectivity, and often the most effective weapons against the enemy are the ones that have the most poisonous effects on those who wage the struggle. Thomas Jefferson seems to forget this second criterion. When he overzealously defends the violence of the French Revolution in 1793, the liberty of the whole earth was depending on the issue of the contest, he writes to William Short, and was ever such a prize won with so little innocent blood? My own affections have been deeply wounded by some of the martyrs to this cause, but rather than it should have failed, I would have seen half the earth desolate. Were there but an Adam and an Eve left in every country, and left free, it would be better than as it now is. 2. We certainly do not share the acceptance of mass bloodshed Jefferson expresses here, and Jefferson himself is clearly overstating the position for effect in this passage, but he also seems to neglect the need for revolutionary action to bolster the production of the common and aid the process of making the multitude. We are not fond of the slogan liberty or death, but we have no sympathy for the notion of liberty and death. Aside from the issue of mass bloodshed, then, the question is, what does Jefferson mean by Adam and Eve? If he is satisfied with the notion of bare life, returning humanity to some imagined original, natural, or base condition, then we oppose him. But perhaps, from a perspective closer to ours, Jefferson imagines Adam and Eve to mark the creation of a new humanity that results from a revolutionary process. In any case, in evaluating the weapons and forms of violence in revolutionary struggle, the question of effectiveness against the enemy should always be secondary to that of its effects on the multitude and the process of building its institutions. This leads us directly to the second arena in which revolution requires the use of force, the field for making the multitude, engaging and resolving conflicts within it, leading the singularities that compose it to ever more beneficial relationships, but also overcoming the obstacles to the kinds of transformation required for liberation. The force of institutions fills this role in part. Louis de Saint-Just, writing like Jefferson in 1793, insists on the revolutionary function of institutions. Terror can rid us of monarchy and aristocracy, but what will deliver us from corruption? Institutions. 6. 3. We have already cast in doubt the first part of Saint-Just's remark, questioning the effectiveness and the desirability of armed struggle, let alone terror for the battle against the current ruling powers and their social hierarchies, but what interests us more is his affirmation, in the second part, of the force of institutions against corruption. Saint-Just admittedly may understand corruption as deviation from the line established by revolutionary leaders and the institution as a means of generating conformity, but we are tempted to proclaim the same slogan, institutions against corruption, with a very different meaning. At various points in this book we have analyzed the corruption of the common in terms of both its destruction by means of the imposition of social hierarchies, through privatization, for example, and the perpetuation of negative forms of the common in institutions which decrease the powers of the multitude, block its production of subjectivity, and exacerbate its internal conflicts. Part of revolutionary activity, then, is the destruction of what we called earlier the institutions of the corrupt forms of the common, such as the family, the corporation, and the nation. The struggles against them will take place on multiple fronts, many of which we probably have not yet even imagined, and we can be certain that the battles, even without bloodshed, will be violent, ugly, and painful, testing us in unknown ways. Think of how violently those are punished who even in small ways threaten the corrupt institution of the family, in terms of reproductive rights, for example, or sexuality, kinship structures, the sexual division of labor, or patriarchal authority. IHIS and other institutions that corrupt the common will not fall without intense, extended combat. Saint just makes clear, though, that the struggle involves not only destroying the corrupt institutions but also constructing new ones. NEW institutions are needed to combat corruption, as we have said, not by unifying society and creating conformity to social norms, but by facilitating the production of the beneficial forms of the common, keeping access to it open and equal, and aiding the joyful encounters of singularities that compose the multitude and at the same time combating all obstacles that stand in its way. This is perhaps just a restatement in more concrete, practical terms of our earlier proposition that the training in love has to be armed with the means to combat evil. The most terrifying violence confronting revolutionaries may be the monstrous self-transformation we find in the revolutionary streams of identity politics. The abolition of identity, leaving behind who you are, and constructing a new world without race, gender, class, sexuality, and the other identity coordinates is an extraordinarily violent process, not only because the ruling powers will fight every step of the way but also because it requires us to abandon some of our core identifications and become monsters. Even Saint Just and his bloody colleagues could not imagine such terror. Constituent governance. Revolution must be governed not only to guide and regulate its movements but also to establish the forces of constituent power as a new form of life, a new social being. We have discussed the role of novel institutional processes to compose and consolidate insurrection in the revolutionary procedure, both combating the ruling powers and their corruptions and establishing new collective habits and practices. We have also explored how in the biopolitical context forms of democratic decision-making can generate the political diagonal that marks the path of transition. But that is not yet enough. All of this must be supported in a governmental, constitutional, and juridical framework. Here, though, our argument runs into another impasse because at numerous points in our analysis we have already explained that existing governmental forms and structures are obstacles to revolution. We have criticized in the name of democracy numerous propositions of revolutionary government, the notion of taking power in the sense of laying hold on the existing, ready-made state machinery of the bourgeoisie, to use Marx's phrase, the projects to create a counterpower that is homologous to the existing state structures, the mechanisms that close down the development of constituent power and the structures of a constituted power, and the dialectical notions of revolutionary transition that govern through some form of dictatorship. And yet we are fully aware that the revolutionary process is not spontaneous and must be governed. How can we invent a democratic form of rule adequate to the revolutionary process? This would have to be democratic not in the false sense that we are fed every day by politicians and the media, with their pretenses of representation, but in the active and autonomous self-rule of the multitude as a whole. We find some help for overcoming this impasse in what may at first seem an unlikely source, the structures of governance that are emerging as the primary forms of rule within empire. We argued in Part 4 that the contemporary global order does not take the form of a world state or even reproduce the governmental structures created in the context of the nation-state, but instead is increasingly characterized by emerging forms of governance that rule without relying on an overarching political authority to manage and regulate in an ad hoc and variable fashion. We trace the genealogy of the concept of governance, in part, to the structures of regulation, management, and accountability of capitalist corporations, and indeed the characteristics of corporate governance remain strongly present in the various deployments of governance in the imperial constitution. Global governance is post-democratic in the sense that it shuns the representative structures that have in the past served to legitimate state power in favor of pluralistic forms of regulation controlled, often indirectly, by oligarchic forces, such as those of property. As a result, governance structures have the flexibility and fluidity constantly to adapt to changing circumstances. They do not need stability and regularity to rule, but instead are designed to manage crises and rule over exceptional conditions. Those prone to oppositional habits of thought are likely to respond to this analysis of governance without government. appear with proposals in the contrary direction. We need to oppose empire, they might say, with the fixed juridical structures and regularized normative processes of government. We tend in general, however, toward subversive rather than oppositional responses. The governance mechanisms of empire do have the merit, in fact, of interpreting the biopolitical context and registering the increasing autonomy of the network's of singularities, the overflowing and unmeasurable forms of value produced by the multitude, and the ever greater power of the common. Our inclination is to appropriate this concept of governance, subvert its imperial vocation, and reformulate it as a concept of democracy and revolution. We find some potential in the notion of federalism by which some theorists understand functions of global governance. In contrast to traditional models, such as those of the United States and Switzerland, for example, this federalism is not oriented toward state sovereignty but rather serves to articulate a wide variety of powers and mediate diverse political institutions with different and separate objectives. In the space between the nation-state and empire, federalism constructs an array of diverse territorial mediations. The seeming multiplicity of federalism, however, quickly closes down, as its mechanisms of mediation merely seek to create a kind of nomadic state form, reproducing forms of sovereignty and control. 6.4 Much more useful are the analyses of governance by legal theorists, especially a group of German legal theorists who build on Niklas Luhmann's systems theories, which emphasize two primary characteristics of global governance, one exceeding the limits of fixed legal systems and their normative structures, and another fragmenting legal systems because of conflicts in global society and colliding norms. The passage from government to governance is thus conceived in legal terms as the movement from a unitary and deductive normative structure to a pluralistic and plastic one. Governance gives up any vain attempt to bring unity to global legal systems, based on international law or consensus among nation-states, and tries instead to establish a network logic that can manage conflicts and achieve a normative compatibility among the fragments of global society. Governance conceived in this way does rule over the exception, but in a way completely different than Carl Schmitt imagines when he famously uses that phrase to define sovereignty. The exception here is not a punctual event that demands a decision but is spread over time and throughout society. Since the society they regulate and manage is full of exceptions, the structures of governance always remain contingent and aleatory floating structures, we could say, and the clashing waves of global society. 6.5. Some of the elements of governance, as conceived by these legal theorists, fit so closely with our analyses of biopolitical society that they could be seen as a summary of a string of passages in this book. Where they read fragmentation, we see a multiplicity of singularities, the overflowing they read in the relation between society and normative structures we recognize in the relation between labor and value, the network logic they read in the governance of exceptional normative situations we analyze in the cooperation of biopolitical production, and the social conflict they read as the basis for contingent legal frameworks we propose as the basis for the revolutionary notion of institution. Does this mean that these legal theorists are masked revolutionaries? No. In fact, from our perspective they maintain a detached, skeptical, even cynical standpoint on the potential for social transformation. The proximity of their analyses of global governance to our analyses of the multitude, however, does identify the point on which the imperial notion of governance can be turned inside out, subverted, and transformed into a revolutionary concept. This is not an ideal operation of dialectical inversion but a practical, subversive path. It should come as no surprise, in fact, that the structures of imperial governance so strongly correspond to the movements of the multitude. Governance is forced to register and represent, according to new diagrams, the juridical claims and political forces that the multitude expresses, like impressions of footprints in the sand. The struggles of the multitude are primary with respect to power, as we have insisted at various points in our analysis, in the sense that they are the locus of social innovation, whereas power can only react by attempting to capture or control their force. A constituent governance that inverts the imperial form would have to present not simply a normative figure of rule, and not only a functional structure of social consensus and cooperation, but also an open and socially generalized schema for social experimentation and democratic innovation. This would be a constitutional system in which the sources of law and their means for legitimation are based solely on constituent power and democratic decision-making. Just as insurrection has to become institutional, so too must revolution, in this way, become constitutional, building, through struggle after struggle, on successive levels that indefatigably overflow every systemic equilibrium, toward a democracy of the common. Whereas revolt and insurrection may be episodic and short-lived, there is running throughout the revolutionary process something like a will to institution and constitution. We have in mind here as analogy the great Viennese art historian Alois Riegel's notion of Kunstwollen, which although difficult to translate can be rendered as will to art. Riegel analyzes how, in another period of transition, late Roman art revolts against the ancient forms and establishes not only new techniques and a new industry but also new ways of seeing and experiencing the world. He conceives the late Roman Kunstwollen as the force governing this transformation of the plastic arts, the desire that articulates all the singular artistic expressions as a coherent institutional development, demonstrating not only the continuity but also the innovation of the process. The Kunstwollen accomplishes both the overcoming of the historical threshold and the organization of the exceeding, overflowing social forces in a coherent and lasting project. 6. A revolutionary process today will have to be governed by a Rechtswollen, that is, an institutional and constitutional will, which, in a parallel way, articulates the singularities of the multitude, along with its diverse instances of revolt and rebellion, in a powerful and lasting omen process. Through its buildings, pictures, and stories, humanity is preparing, if it must, to survive civilization. And, above all, it does so laughing. Walter Benjamin, Experience and Poverty. We have it in our power to begin the world over again. A situation, similar to the present, hath not happened since the days of Noah until now. Thomas Paine, Common Sense. Welcome to Year Zero. Prehistory ends not with a bang but a sigh of relief. After centuries of darkness and blood. The beginning of history does not mean the end of social strife, but rather that we all have the potential to address conflicts and transform them into peaceful, productive relationships. Nor does the beginning of history mean that our powers have been fully realized. If that were the case, history would be over before it had even begun. It is rather the beginning of a process of education and training in which we are engaged collectively in constituting social life, putting into action democratic government. Enlightenment revolutionaries, from Diderot and Fontenelle to Jefferson, following the ancient Greeks and Romans, pose the ultimate political goal as public happiness. Happiness should become once again today a political concept, in some ways that the 18th century thinkers understood and in others that they could not yet imagine. By happiness they mean, first of all, along. De singularite2, institutinghappiness 377. Lasting condition rather than a passing feeling, such as pleasure. Happiness is a pleasure that lasts and repeats. They insist too on the collective nature of happiness, emphasizing that it is public, not private. Already with these first two characteristics it is clear why happiness should be the primary object of government. It is a collective good, perhaps the ultimate collective good, which must take on an institutional character to guarantee its longevity. Happiness, however, is not something that leaders or representatives simply provide for the population. It is an active, not a passive affect. The multitude must govern itself in order to create a durable state of happiness, and thus rather than public we would call it omen happiness. Happiness is not a state of satisfaction that quells activity but rather a spur to desire, a mechanism for increasing and amplifying what we want and what we can do. Humans, of course, are not born with the fully developed capacities to govern ourselves, to resolve conflicts, to form lasting, felicitous relationships, but we do all have the potential for all that. Finally, then, happiness is the process of developing our capacities of democratic decision-making and training ourselves in self-rule. 6-7. The demand for happiness is thus an affirmation and celebration of the goals of the Enlightenment. The core of the Enlightenment that interests us is not any claim that some or all of us have already achieved or will ever reach an enlightened state of absolute mastery, self-control, knowledge, or the like. It is instead the recognition that humans are trainable, that we can improve ourselves individually, collectively, and over the course of history. In the realm of government, this must involve learning by doing. The qualifications for self-government in society, Thomas Jefferson explains, are not innate. They are the result of habit and long training. 6-8 Democracy must be not only the goal of a multitude with the already developed powers necessary for self-government but also a learning mechanism, a dispositif, that expands those powers, increasing not only the capacity but also the desire to participate in government. This is where Diderot and Machiavelli come together, because the call for happiness is an entirely realistic political project. Based on humanity as it is now, as Machiavelli often insists, but with an equally lucid recognition of how humans can become different, how they can learn, improve themselves, and realize goals that were previously unimaginable. The point is to bring about our new and ever greater capacities, to set out on a political project for which democracy is both the end and the means. Enlightenment thinkers have long been ridiculed for their faith in progress, since the past is full of examples of human-wrought catastrophes and folly, and since so many claims to progress have led to disaster and ruin. Some point to the way Nazi administrative rationality led to genocide and gas chambers, others to the way scientific advances led to environmental devastation and nuclear destruction. There is indeed no automatic movement of progress, no guarantee that tomorrow will be better than today, but the recognition of such contingency should not lead anyone to a cynical conclusion, to ignore the fact that we do have the power to improve our world, our society, ourselves. This is a materialist teleology that has no illusions about invisible hands or final causes pulling history forward. It is a teleology pushed forward only by our desires and our struggles, with no final end point. Progress will be measured by our growing powers to realize human happiness and form a democratic world in which we are all together permitted, able, and willing to rule. Instituting happiness, therefore, is not only a political but also an ontological project. With each increase of our power we become different, adding to what we are, expanding social being. Being is not fixed once and for all in some otherworldly realm, but constantly subject to a process of becoming. Human nature similarly is not immutable but rather open to a process of training and education. This does not mean that there are no limits to what we can do or that we can break absolutely from the past to create a clean slate. There are no leaps in nature, as the evolutionary biologists like to say. What it does mean, though, is that change is possible at the most basic level of our world and ourselves, and that we can intervene in this process to orient it along the lines of our desires, toward happiness. Intellectual historians recount one version of how the political concept of happiness was lost. 18th century happiness is turned inward in the 19th century and made sentimental. Bernard de Fontenelle's trait du bonheur gives way to Adam Smith's theory of moral sentiments. Saint Just's proclamations of public happiness yield to the domestic sentiments of 19th century novels. Jefferson's claim of happiness as a political right cedes to narratives of individual contentedness. Happiness is separated from reason, to which it was so strongly tied in the 18th century, and becomes and remains today merely a passion, something we feel, not something we do, an individual sentiment stripped of political meaning. Sympathy and pity present mechanisms of association and social constitution, but ones that are powerless and even block our power. It is useful, therefore, to look to earlier authors to understand the political and ontological project of happiness. The aim of Spinoza's philosophy and politics, for instance, is joy, gaudium, an active affect that marks the increase of our power to act and to think. Joy is thus not a static state, as contentment might be, but rather a dynamic process that continues only so long as our powers continue to increase. We still don't know, Spinoza says, what a body can do and a mind can think. And we will never know the limits of their powers. The path of Joy is constantly to open new possibilities, to expand our field of imagination, our abilities to feel and be affected, our capacities for action and passion. In Spinoza's thought, in fact, there is a correspondence between our power to affect, our mind's power to think and our body's power to act, and our power to be affected. The greater our mind's ability to think, the greater its capacity to be affected by the ideas of others, the greater our body's ability to act, the greater its capacity to be affected by other bodies. And we have greater power to think and to act, Spinoza explains, the more we interact and create common relations with others. Joy, in other words, is really the result of joyful encounters with others, encounters that increase our powers, and the institution of these encounters such that they last and repeat. Before Spinoza, Dante Alighieri proposed joy and love as productive of not only being but also being in common, that is, social life. For Dante, love is an accident that transforms the world and creates a vita nuova, a new life going beyond the conceptions of his predecessors, both the sentimental notions of love, in Guido Guinizelli, for instance, for Whom love produces emotions, and the rationalist views, in Guido Cavalcanti love produces knowledge. Dante tells us that love is a practice of the common. Love is able, traversing the city, to generate new forms of conviviality, of living together, that affirm the autonomy and interaction of singularities in the common. 69 How can we restore or reinvent such political conceptions of happiness, joy, and love for our world? A conventional answer to such a question might offer a political program against misery, meaning by misery not only the lack of wealth and resources but also and more generally the lack of power to create and innovate, to rule oneself. Misery is the condition of being separated from what one can do, from what one can become. Indeed we have already mentioned the basic outlines of a program that can and should be demanded of existing governments and the various institutions of global governance. A first platform must demand the support of life against misery, that is, simply, that governments must provide everyone with the basic means of life. In many national contexts important proposals have been debated about providing a guaranteed income to all citizens, a basic income sufficient for the necessities of a productive, dignified existence. Many governments too, particularly in the wealthiest countries, already guarantee basic health care to all their citizens. But the majority of those living in misery, those most in danger of famine and disease, reside elsewhere. What is necessary is a global initiative to provide the basic means of life for all, throughout the world, a global guaranteed income and truly universal health care, whether furnished through global institutions such as UN agencies, citizen organizations, or other bodies. Since the guarantee of a bare life for all is not enough to escape misery, a second platform must demand equality against hierarchy, allowing everyone to become capable of participating in the constitution of society, collective self-rule, and constructive interaction with others. Everyone needs access to a basic education, of course, and a series of basic social and technical knowledges and skills. These are some of the prerequisites necessary for any political participation. Armed with these basic elements, everyone will not be the same, of course, but will be able to participate equally in the collective management of society. But even when people have the skills, knowledges, and capacities required for government today, they are separated from power. We want a government that is not only open to the participation of all but also trains everyone to participate in democratic decision-making, allowing people to move across borders and reside where they like. In the national contexts, the kind of political equality demanded by this platform has often been called citizenship. What we intend here is something like a global citizenship, then, which provides to all both the means and the opportunity to participate equally in the government of global society. A third platform must demand open access to the common against the barriers of private property. It is possible today for everyone to have free and equal use of resources and wealth, and be able in turn to produce with them. In the context of scarcity in the past, of course, the demand for such equal access to resources often created an insolvable puzzle. If you grow crops on that field, it is not available for someone else to farm it. If you use that machine to produce, no one else can use it at the same time. Increasingly today, though, production and wealth cease to obey the logic of scarcity. If you use that idea productively, I can use it too, at the very same time. In fact, the more of us that work with an idea and communicate about it, the more productive it becomes. To favor the increase of productive commonwealth and to allow everyone free access to it is in the common interest. Government must support, in particular, the accumulation of knowledges, scientific knowledges and codes, of course, which are increasingly central in production, but also social knowledges and skills, the means of avoiding social conflicts and facilitating felicitous encounters, the means of promoting productive communication and exchange. These three platforms are just and reasonable demands to make on today's ruling powers. They are nothing but the conditions that most favor the constituent encounters that we said earlier constitute the wealth of the multitude in the metropolis, ensuring that everyone has the basic means to life and good health, creating the conditions that we meet in a relation of equality, with the knowledge and skills to interact socially, and providing all open access to accumulated commonwealth that serves as the basis for and is also enriched by our encounters. Remember, too, that we have already seen in our analysis that large portions of the global population already possess many of these capacities, in the networks of biopolitical production, in the life of the metropolis, and in the fabric of everyday social life. We can demand of the ruling powers that they be guaranteed and made universal. But today's ruling powers unfortunately have no intention of granting even these basic demands. In the face of this arrogance of power, the most adequate response, rather than lamenting our poor lot and wallowing in melancholy, is laughter. Laughter, mind you, is a very serious matter. It is not consolation for our weakness but an expression of joy, a sign of our power. Don't think that one has to be sad to be a militant, Michel Foucault reminds us, even if the combat is abominable. It is the connection of desire to reality, and not its retreat into the forms of representation, that possesses revolutionary force. 7. 0. The process of instituting happiness will constantly be accompanied by laughter. Ours is, first of all, a knowing laugh, which accompanies our realistic critique of the dominant powers. The rulers, destroyers, and corruptors are not as strong as they think, and we are more powerful than they will ever know. Increasingly today in the biopolitical context the one divides into, that is, productive forces are becoming ever more autonomous in their production of common goods, such as ideas, codes, effects, images, and the like. Capital still manages to expropriate the common that is produced, and ruling powers continue to exert their control, but we laugh with the recognition of what their weakness portends for our future. Ours is also a laugh of creation and joy, anchored solidly in the present. You are free and equal access to the common, through which we together produce new and greater forms of the common, our liberation from the subordination of identities through monstrous processes of self-transformation, our autonomous control of the circuits of the production of social subjectivity, and in general our construction of common practices through which singularities compose the multitude are all limitless cycles of our increasing power and joy. While we are instituting happiness, our laughter is as pure as water. Ours is finally a laugh of destruction, the laugh of armed angels which accompanies the combat against evil. Happiness has a dark side. Spinoza describes the joy of destroying what does harm to a friend. 7.1 This destruction has nothing to do with hatred, from which, indeed, nothing good can come. And this joy has nothing to do with schadenfreude, enjoyment derived from the misfortune of others. The destruction of what causes harm is secondary to the increase of power and joy released by its removal. The extirpation in ourselves of our attachments to identity and, in general, the conditions of our enslavement will be extraordinarily painful, but still we laugh. In the long battles against the institutions that corrupt the common, such as the family, the corporation, and the nation, we will spill no end of tears, but still we laugh. In the struggles against capitalist exploitation, the rule of property, and the destroyers of the common through public and private control, we will suffer terribly, but still we laugh with joy. They will be buried by laughter.